Hello guys, welcome to Harry Crossover Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter was adopted by Lucifer Morningstar and turned Hogwarts into his personal playground. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Devil's Son. The night was wrong, and Lucifer Morningstar knew at the moment he stepped out of the rental car on Privet Drive. He hadn't planned to be in Surrey. He hadn't planned to be in England at all. The original itinerary involved a weekend in Monaco, a poker game with a Saudi prince, a bottle of 1947 Cheval Blanc, and a woman named Katerina who could do truly extraordinary things with a cello bow. But something had pulled him off course. A tug in his chest, somewhere beneath the Armani and the immortal flesh, like a fishhook snagged on a rib. It wasn't pain. It was curiosity. Lucifer Morningstar did not ignore curiosity. Curiosity was the only honest impulse left in a universe drowning in self-deception. So here he was, Little Whinging, Surrey. A suburb so aggressively ordinary it made his teeth itch. Identical houses. Identical lawns. Identical cars and identical driveways. If his father had designed a punishment specifically for the devil, this neighborhood would be it. He lit a cigarette and walked. The tug led him to number 4. The house was dark, every curtain drawn tight, every light extinguished with the joyless efficiency of people who went to bed at 9:30 and considered this a virtue. On the doorstep, tucked beside a milk bottle like an afterthought, was a basket. In the basket was a baby. Lucifer stopped walking. He stared down at the child. The child stared up at him with startlingly green eyes that seemed far too alert for an infant wrapped in a blanket on a November doorstep. "Well," Lucifer said. "That's not something you see every day." He crouched. The cigarette dangled from his lips as he examined the baby with the detached fascination of a man inspecting a rare gemstone. The child was small, unremarkable in most ways, dark hair, round cheeks, the standard issue helplessness of human infancy. But there were two things that weren't standard at all. The first was the scar. A thin, lightning-shaped cut on the baby's forehead, barely healed, still faintly red. It radiated magic, not the dull, institutional magic Lucifer had encountered from Earth's various wizarding communities over the centuries, but something raw, sacrificial, ancient. Love magic. The real kind. The kind that required someone to die. The second thing was, Lucifer's eyes shifted, not metaphorically, but literally, his irises burning momentarily red as he looked deeper. There, buried in the scar like a splinter in flesh, was a fragment of a human soul. Not the baby's soul. Someone else's. Something torn and corrupted, clinging to the child like a parasite. "Interesting," Lucifer murmured. He picked up the letter that had been tucked beside the baby. "Read it once. Read it again." His expression shifted from amusement to something colder. The letter was from Albus Dumbledore. It explained, in the most patronizing possible terms, that this child was Harry Potter, that his parents had been murdered by a dark wizard, that the baby had survived because of his mother's sacrifice, and that he was being left with his aunt and uncle, the residents of number 4, because blood wards would protect him here. The letter emphasized that Harry must grow up away from the wizarding world. Must grow up humble. Must grow up not knowing who he was. Must grow up, Lucifer translated, broken enough to be useful later. He'd seen this game before. His father played it constantly. Take something precious, subject it to suffering, call it a plan. The greater good. The necessary sacrifice. Lucifer had heard every version of that lie, in every language, across every millennium. He looked at the dark house. Looked at the baby. The baby looked back at him, and one small hand reached up toward his face. "Your mother died for you," Lucifer said quietly. "And this old man's grand plan is to leave you with people who will make sure that sacrifice was for nothing. To raise you in a cupboard so you'll be grateful when he finally lets you out. He paused. I know something about fathers with plans. He stood up. The baby was in his arms. He wasn't sure when he'd picked it up. It felt surprisingly natural, which alarmed him more than anything else that had happened tonight. From the shadows across the street, a tabby cat watched with wide, horrified eyes. It had been sitting on the garden wall for hours, waiting. Now it leaped down and transformed mid-stride into a tall woman in emerald robes, her face pale with shock. Stop! Minerva McGonagall drew her wand. Put that child down immediately. Who are you? Lucifer turned. He didn't reach for a weapon. He didn't need to. He simply looked at her, and for one heartbeat, his eyes were not brown but the deep, burning red of something that existed before wizards, before wands, before the concept of magic had a name. McGonagall's wand hand trembled. Not from cold. I'm taking the boy, Lucifer said. His voice was pleasant, conversational, and absolutely final. You can tell your Dumbledore that his doorstep delivery service has been intercepted. If he wants the child, he's welcome to come find me. But I wouldn't recommend it. You can't, Dumbledore's orders. Dumbledore left a baby on a doorstep in November. Lucifer's voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. In the cold. With a letter. Like a parcel. Tell me, Professor, in what world does that constitute care? McGonagall opened her mouth. Closed it. She looked at the dark house, where Vernon and Petunia Dursley slept the dreamless sleep of people who had never once questioned whether they were good. She looked at the baby in the stranger's arms, warm, alert, not crying. Who are you? She whispered. Lucifer smiled. It was the kind of smile that made people confess things. I'm the devil, darling. And I'm about to become a father. He walked away. The darkness seemed to welcome him, opening like curtains. By the time McGonagall thought to follow, the street was empty except for a faint smell of expensive cologne and brimstone. The cat that was sometimes a woman sat on the garden wall of number 4 and did not move for a very long time. 10 years later, a boy walked through the doors of the Leaky Cauldron like he owned the place, and every head in the pub turned. It wasn't that he was loud. He wasn't. It wasn't that he was big. He was 11, lean and sharp-featured, with black hair that fell across his forehead in a way that might have been styled or might have been genetics being unusually cooperative. His eyes were green, deeply, impossibly green, the kind of green that made people think of things they hadn't thought about in years. He wore a tailored black jacket over a band t-shirt, dark jeans, and boots that had cost more than most of the Leaky Cauldron's monthly revenue. What made heads turn was something less tangible. Presence. The boy had it the way a bonfire had heat, effortlessly, radiantly, impossible to ignore. He moved through the grimy pub with the comfortable confidence of someone who had never once doubted his right to be wherever he was standing. Behind him, a woman followed. She was tall, dark-haired, leather-clad, and looked at the pub's occupants the way a wolf looks at rabbits, not hungry, just aware of the food chain. This is it. Mazikeen said flatly. The gateway to the wizarding world. Apparently. It smells like old beer and sadness. Maze, be nice. These are my father's instructions. Your father told you to buy a wand and robes. He didn't say anything about being nice. Harry Morningstar, because that was his name, had been his name since he was old enough to have one, grinned. It was a grin that people tended to remember. Fair point. Tom the barkeeper noticed them and nearly dropped a glass. Something about the boy, something he couldn't identify but that made the hair on his arms stand up, caught his attention like a shout in a library. Can I help you, sir? Sir. Harry noted that. The man had called an 11-year-old sir, not because of politeness but because of instinct. Lucifer had explained this years ago. Some beings radiated authority the way the sun radiated light. It wasn't magic, not exactly. It was ontological. You either had weight in the universe or you didn't. Diagon Alley, Harry said. If you'd be so kind. Tom led them to the back courtyard, tapped the bricks in the correct sequence, and the wall opened. Diagon Alley sprawled before them, cobblestone streets, crooked buildings, shop windows stuffed with impossible things. Cauldrons and broomsticks and owls and books that argued with each other from adjacent shelves. Maze looked unimpressed. Harry looked delighted. Right then, he said. Gringotts first. The goblins at Gringotts did not intimidate easily. They were bankers. They had seen everything. They had foreclosed on kingdoms and repossessed the treasuries of fallen empires. They did not flinch at wealth or power or arrogance, because they possessed all three in quantities that made human aristocracy look like children playing dress-up. Harry Morningstar, however, gave them pause. It wasn't the name. They didn't recognize it. It was the key, a small golden key that the boy produced from his jacket pocket, paired with a letter written in handwriting so ancient and precise that the head teller had to read it 3 times before believing it. The letter was from Lucifer Morningstar. It identified Harry as his son and heir, requested access to the Potter family vault, and noted, with what the goblins recognized as extremely dangerous politeness, that the boy was to be treated with the full courtesies extended to any client of substantial means. The letter also contained a reference number linking to a Gringotts account that had been opened approximately 900 years ago under a name that the goblins had on file but had never expected to see again. The ride down to the Potter vault was fast, rattling, and exhilarating. Maze gripped the sides of the cart with white knuckles and murder in her eyes. Harry leaned forward into the wind and laughed. Vault 687. The door opened, and Harry looked at the contents. Mountains of gold galleons, columns of silver sickles, piles of bronze nuts. A small fortune by any standard. Not bad, he said. Maze glanced at him. Your father's account in Zurich has more in the petty cash drawer. I know. But this isn't about money. This was theirs. He stepped inside, running his fingers across the gold. Somewhere in these coins was the economy of 2 people who had lived, loved, fought, and died. James and Lily Potter. His biological parents. He'd known about them since he was 6, when Lucifer had sat him down and told him the truth, all of it, without softening or embellishment, because Lucifer believed that the cruelest thing you could do to a child was lie to them. Harry filled a bag with galleons. Not because he needed them, Lucifer had given him a card that worked in both Muggle and magical economies, but because it felt right to carry something of theirs. Let's go shopping, he said. Ollivander's was the last stop, and the strangest. They'd already visited Madame Malkin's, where Harry had been fitted for robes while engaging in a charming 10-minute conversation with the seamstress about fabric quality. They'd hit Flourish and Blots, where he'd bought every textbook on the list and 6 additional books on magical theory, combat magic, and the history of wizarding law. They'd stopped at the magical menagerie, where a snowy owl had stared at him from her cage with an intensity that felt like recognition, and he'd bought her on the spot, naming her Hedwig because she looked like a Hedwig. Ollivander's was different. The shop was narrow and dusty and thick with a silence that felt intentional, like the hush before a symphony. Thousands of narrow boxes lined shelves that stretched to the ceiling. The old man appeared from between the stacks like a ghost materializing. His wide, pale eyes fixed on Harry with an unnerving intensity. I've been wondering when I'd see you, Ollivander said softly. Harry Potter. Morningstar, Harry corrected. Politely. Firmly. Ollivander's eyes widened fractionally. Morningstar. Yes. I see. His gaze flickered to something behind Harry's eyes, something most people couldn't perceive. His hands trembled slightly. Your mother favored willow. 10¼ inches. Your father, mahogany. 11 inches. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Morningstar. But I suspect finding yours will be unusual. It was. Spectacularly so. Ollivander started with the obvious choices. Holly. Ash. Elm. Yew. Each wand Harry touched reacted, but wrong. The holly wand shot sparks that were too hot, tinged with something amber and dangerous. The ash wand cracked down the middle. The elm exploded. 20 wands. 30. The shop was developing scorch marks and an increasingly panicked ambience. Maze had retreated to the doorway, watching with the amused detachment of someone who had seen cities burn and found this somehow more entertaining. Ollivander disappeared into the back of the shop. When he returned, he was carrying a single box with the cautious reverence of a man handling a live grenade. "I have wondered about this wand for decades," he said. "Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. The phoenix whose feather resides in this wand gave only one other, and that other wand did terrible things." His eyes met Harry's. "But you are not a terrible boy, I think. You are something else entirely." Harry took the wand. The reaction was immediate and overwhelming. Heat flooded through him, not fire, not pain, but recognition. The wand knew him. He knew it. The shop filled with light that was golden at the edges and amber at the core, warm and fierce and unmistakably alive. The boxes on the shelves rattled. The dust motes froze in midair, suspended like stars. And then, beneath the gold, a flicker of something else. Something that made Ollivander step back. Just for a second, the light shifted, warmer, deeper, carrying the faintest scent of smoke and char. Not destructive. Powerful. Ancient. Infernal. Harry lowered the wand. The light faded. The dust settled. "Curious," Ollivander whispered. "Very curious." "What's curious?" "The phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand, Mr. Morningstar, gave another feather, just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." Harry's hand didn't move to his scar. He didn't flinch. He'd known about Voldemort since he was 7. Lucifer didn't believe in secrets. "Then it seems fitting," Harry said. "Doesn't it?" He paid for the wand. Ollivander watched him leave. When the door closed, the old wandmaker sat heavily in his chair and did not move for several minutes. In all his years, in all the thousands of wizards who had walked through his door, he had never felt anything quite like that boy. Something was coming to Hogwarts that Hogwarts was entirely unprepared for. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos and color, steam billowing from the scarlet Hogwarts Express, parents fussing, trunks clattering, owls hooting in indignant cages. Harry stood at the barrier between the Muggle and magical worlds, trunk in one hand, Hedwig's cage in the other. Maze stood beside him, arms crossed, surveying the crowd with professional disdain. "If anyone gives you trouble," she said, "remember what I taught you. Break their guard, control the distance, end it fast. And if they pull a weapon, take it from them and make them regret the decision." Maze almost smiled. "Almost. Good. Your father says to write. He also says not to burn down the castle in the first week. He was very specific about the time frame. I'll try to hold off until at least week 2. She put a hand on his shoulder. It was the closest Mazikeen came to affection, and Harry knew what it cost her. "Be careful, little prince. You're walking into a world that thinks it understands power. Show them they don't." She turned and walked away, cutting through the crowd like a blade, and was gone. Harry boarded the train. He found a compartment near the middle, strategically chosen, not too far forward where the prefects sat, not too far back where trouble traditionally brewed. A window seat. He stowed his trunk, settled Hedwig, and opened a book on advanced transfiguration theory. He'd read it before, of course. Lucifer's approach to education had been simple and merciless: if you're going to learn something, learn it properly, and then learn the thing beyond it, and then learn why that thing is wrong. The compartment door slid open before he'd finished the first page. A round-faced boy with anxious eyes and a toad clutched desperately in both hands stood in the doorway. "Sorry, everywhere else is full, is it okay if, sit down," Harry said. Not unkindly. He gestured to the opposite seat. The boy sat. He looked at Harry, at the book, at Hedwig, at the quality of Harry's clothes. Something in his expression suggested he was trying to calculate a social equation he didn't have the variables for. "I'm Neville," the boy said. "Neville Longbottom." "Harry Morningstar." "Morningstar? I don't know that family. Are you Muggleborn?" "No. I'm adopted." Neville nodded, as though this were the most normal thing in the world. "My gran raised me. After." He trailed off, and something painful flickered across his face before he buried it. Harry watched him carefully. He had an ability, not magic, not exactly, that he'd inherited or absorbed or developed from a lifetime in Lucifer's presence. He could sense what people wanted. Not read minds, nothing that invasive. More like feeling the shape of someone's desire the way you might feel the heat from a fire without touching the flames. Most people wanted simple things: approval, safety, power, love. Neville Longbottom wanted to be enough. The desire was so raw, so fundamental, that Harry felt it like a bruise. This boy had spent his entire life being measured against something, a standard, a legacy, a ghost, and falling short. Every day. Every single day. Harry closed his book. "That's a good-looking toad." Neville blinked. "You, really?" "I'm not being sarcastic. Most people get owls or cats because they're conventional. A toad suggests either bad taste or quiet stubbornness. You don't strike me as someone with bad taste." Neville stared at him. Then, slowly, a smile broke across his face, surprised and genuine and warming like sunrise. "His name's Trevor." "Good name." "Solid." Harry extended his hand. "It's good to meet you, Neville." They shook hands. Neville's grip was tentative. Harry didn't crush it or dominate it, he met it evenly, like an equal, because he'd learned from Lucifer that how you shook someone's hand told them everything about how you saw them. The compartment door opened again. This time it was a girl, bushy brown hair, already in her Hogwarts robes, carrying a book that was thicker than her arm. Her eyes were bright and quick and moved across the compartment like searchlights. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named," she stopped. Looked at Neville. Looked at Trevor. "Oh. You found him. Good. He never lost him," Harry said. "He's been here the whole time." The girl's eyes snapped to Harry. He could see the calculation happening. She was smart, obviously, almost painfully so, the kind of smart that had probably made her lonely in whatever school she'd attended before this. Her desire was different from Neville's. She wanted to matter. She wanted someone to see her intelligence as a strength instead of a threat. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said. "And you are?" "Harry Morningstar." "This is Neville. Sit down if you'd like." She sat. Within 5 minutes, she'd asked him what he thought of Transfiguration, today's latest issue, whether he'd read Hogwarts, a history, and what his opinion was on the theoretical limits of wandless magic. Harry answered every question with genuine engagement, because she deserved that, and because she was interesting. Neville watched them volley ideas back and forth and said very little, but he stopped looking afraid. That was enough, for now. The third visitor was different. The compartment door didn't slide open, it was thrown open, with the casual arrogance of someone who expected every door to open for them. A pale boy with a pointed face and meticulously combed blonde hair stood in the opening, flanked by 2 large boys who appeared to have been hired primarily for their dimensions. "I heard Harry Potter was on the train," the blonde boy said. His eyes swept the compartment, dismissing Neville and Hermione with a glance that he'd clearly practiced in a mirror. "I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." He said this the way someone might announce they were the son. Harry didn't look up from his book immediately. He let a beat pass. Then another. The silence stretched just long enough to be uncomfortable, just long enough for Draco's smirk to flicker with the faintest edge of uncertainty. Then Harry looked up. He smiled. It was the smile Lucifer had taught him, not hostile, not warm, but present. A smile that said, "I see you and I'm not impressed, but I'm willing to be entertained." "Morningstar," Harry said. "Harry Morningstar. You've got the wrong surname, but the right train." Draco's eyes narrowed. "Morningstar? I've never heard of." "No, you wouldn't have. My father knows a great many things, I'm sure. But this isn't one of them." Harry closed his book and gave Draco his full attention. The weight of it was considerable. Draco, to his credit, didn't step back, though his bodyguards shifted uncomfortably. "I came to offer you an alliance," Draco said, recovering. "You'll find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter, Morningstar, whatever you call yourself. I can help you navigate what, exactly? The right sort of people. You don't want to end up associating with the wrong crowd." He glanced at Hermione and Neville with undisguised contempt. Harry's eyes followed Draco's glance. Then returned to Draco. The temperature in the compartment dropped by several degrees, and nobody could explain why. "Draco," Harry said. His voice was friendly. "That was the dangerous part. I appreciate the offer. I really do. But let me give you some free advice, one newcomer to another." He leaned forward slightly. "Don't walk into a room and insult the people already sitting in it. Don't assume your last name is the most impressive thing about you, because right now, it's the only thing about you, and that's a problem. And don't ever look at someone I'm talking to like they're beneath you, because I'll decide who's beneath me, and I promise you, you won't enjoy being on that list." The compartment was very quiet. Crabbe and Goyle looked confused, which appeared to be their default state. Hermione was staring at Harry with wide eyes. Neville was holding Trevor so tightly the Toad looked mildly concerned. Draco's face went through several colors, white, pink, red, and back to white. His jaw tightened. For a moment, Harry saw it, beneath the arrogance, beneath the performance, a flash of something real. Fear. Not of Harry specifically, but of a world where the script he'd been given didn't work. Draco Malfoy had walked in here with one tool, his name, and it had just bounced off the wall. "You'll regret this," Draco said. But there was no conviction in it. He turned and left, his entourage stumbling after him. The door closed. Hermione exhaled. "That was a scared boy with a big name," Harry said. He picked up his book. "He'll either learn or he won't. Not my problem today." But he filed Draco away in his mind, because Harry had learned from Lucifer that the people who came at you with posturing first were usually the ones most worth watching. The Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station as darkness settled over the Scottish Highlands like a vast, soft curtain. Harry stepped onto the platform and looked up. Hogwarts. The castle sat on its cliff above the Black Lake like something out of a dream, or a nightmare, depending on your perspective. Towers and turrets, lit windows scattered across the stone face like golden eyes, the whole structure ancient and massive and thrumming with so much magic that Harry could feel it in his molars. But that wasn't what caught his attention. Above the castle, so high up that no one else would notice, the sky was wrong. Not cloudy. Not starless. Wrong. There was a disturbance, the faintest shimmer, like heat haze, except it was November and freezing. Something was watching the castle from above. Something that existed on a frequency most humans couldn't perceive. Harry could perceive it. He'd grown up around beings that operated on that frequency. He filed it away. Smiled. And followed the other first years toward the boats. The giant man, Hagrid, his name was, and he was enormous in a way that suggested ancestry beyond the merely human, herded them into boats that crossed the lake by magic. Harry sat with Neville, Hermione, and a red-haired boy named Ron Weasley who had joined their compartment in the last hour of the journey and spent most of it eating chocolate and being aggressively normal. Harry liked Ron. Not for his depth. Ron was simple in the best sense of the word, straightforward and honest and unbothered by the complexities that haunted people like Draco or Dumbledore. He wanted a good time, loyal friends, and to matter on his own terms rather than as the sixth son. There was dignity in that. The boats rounded a bend, and Hogwarts rose before them in full. Even Harry, who had grown up in Lux, a nightclub owned by the devil that existed partially outside normal dimensional space, felt his breath catch. The castle was beautiful the way a thunderstorm was beautiful, vast, indifferent, and crackling with power that could crush you without noticing. They climbed stone steps. Entered a massive entrance hall. Were met by a woman in emerald robes, Professor McGonagall, tall and stern, with the bearing of someone who had been forged in hard places and come out harder. Harry recognized her. Or rather, he recognized her type. She was Maze's energy filtered through British academia, controlled, lethal, supremely competent. He respected her immediately. McGonagall looked over the first years and froze for a fraction of a second when her eyes reached Harry. He saw the recognition, not of his face, but of the night she'd stood on Privet Drive and watched a man with burning eyes carry a baby into the darkness. 10 years. She'd wondered for 10 years. Harry met her gaze and inclined his head very slightly. A greeting. An acknowledgement. I know you know. McGonagall's lips thinned almost imperceptibly, and she moved on. The sorting ceremony will begin in a few minutes, she told them. You will be sorted into one of 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. Your house will be your family for the duration of your time at Hogwarts. Wait here. She disappeared through the great doors. The first years erupted in nervous chatter. Harry stood still and quiet, hands in his pockets, and let the energy of the castle wash over him. Old magic. Layered magic. 1,000 years of spells and wards and enchantments woven together into something that was almost alive. And beneath it all, something else. A hum. Low and constant and entirely too familiar. The castle had secrets. Harry intended to learn every single one of them. The Great Hall was designed to overwhelm, and it was very good at its job. For long tables stretched the length of the room, packed with students in black robes who turned to watch the first years enter with expressions ranging from bored superiority to genuine curiosity. Above them, the ceiling was enchanted to mirror the sky outside, a sweep of stars and darkness that made the hall feel infinite. Thousands of candles floated in midair, casting warm gold light across everything. At the far end, the staff table. Harry catalogued the professors the way Maze had taught him to catalogue a room: exits, threats, points of interest. The enormous man, Hagrid, settling into an oversized chair. A tiny wizard perched on a stack of cushions. A severe woman in robes that matched the aesthetic of someone who'd given up on joy circa 1973. A man in a purple turban who was fidgeting nervously. And in the center, seated in a golden chair that was definitely compensating for something, Albus Dumbledore. Harry had seen photographs. They didn't do the old man justice. Dumbledore radiated authority the way a furnace radiated heat, enormous, controlled, and everywhere at once. Long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, robes covered in stars and moons like a planetarium had thrown up on him. His blue eyes twinkled. Harry hated the twinkle. It was calculated. Every beam of light from those eyes was a performance, grandfatherly warmth deployed as a weapon of disarmament. Lucifer had explained the technique: some people smile to make you comfortable. The dangerous ones smile to make you careless. Dumbledore's gaze found Harry in the line of first years. The twinkle intensified. Harry felt the lightest brush against his mind, not legilimency exactly, more like someone pressing their ear against a door. He didn't react. Didn't push back. Simply let his mental defenses, trained by Lucifer, reinforced by Mesa's particular brand of psychological warfare, sit there like a wall of polished obsidian. The brush withdrew. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but his eyes sharpened behind the glasses by the smallest degree. Round 1, Harry thought. McGonagall placed a battered hat on a stool. The hat sang a song about the 4 houses. Harry listened politely and learned nothing he didn't already know. Names were called. Abbott, Hannah. Bones, Susan. Boot, Terry. Each student sat on the stool, wore the hat, and was sorted with varying degrees of speed and drama. The hall cheered. The candles flickered. The performance of tradition continued. Granger, Hermione. Hermione nearly ran to the stool. The hat dropped over her eyes. There was a pause, longer than most, and then, Gryffindor. She hurried to the Gryffindor table, beaming. Harry caught her eye and nodded. She nodded back. Longbottom, Neville. Neville walked to the stool like a man walking to the gallows. The hat deliberated. Harry watched, and just before the hat opened its brim, he saw Neville's hands clench into fists. Not from fear. From determination. Gryffindor. Neville nearly fell off the stool in relief, then walked to the Gryffindor table still wearing the hat. He had to jog back to return it, ears burning. Harry smiled. Not a performance smile. A real one. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched his head. Slytherin. Draco swaggered to the Slytherin table like he'd won something. Maybe he had. Harry hadn't decided yet. More names. More sorting. The room was warm, the ritual was ancient, and Harry waited with the patience of someone who had once sat through a 7-hour poker game in Monte Carlo because Lucifer had insisted it was educational. Morningstar, Harry. The great hall went quiet. Not the polite quiet of students waiting for the next name. A different quiet. The kind that happens when everyone in a room simultaneously realizes they don't know what's about to happen. Whispers crackled through the hall like static. Morningstar. Potter, isn't that Harry Potter? What happened to Potter? Why is his name different? Who? Harry walked to the stool. He moved the way Lucifer moved, unhurried, comfortable, as though the silence and the staring were sunlight he was basking in. He sat. McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. Darkness. The great hall vanished, replaced by the musty interior of the sorting hat. And then a voice, old, dry, and very, very cautious. Oh, the sorting hat said. Oh my. Harry waited. This is. I've sorted thousands of students, Mr. Morningstar. Thousands. In 1,000 years. I have never, what are you? A student, Harry said. Looking for a house. You are considerably more than a student. Your mind is, there are defenses here I've never encountered. And beneath them. The hat paused. Harry felt it probing, gently, at the edges of his consciousness. He let it see some things. Not everything. Enough to make a decision. Extraordinary, the hat whispered. The courage of a Gryffindor, but not reckless. The mind of a Ravenclaw, but not detached. The loyalty of a Hufflepuff, fierce, selective, and absolute. And ambition. The hat actually laughed. You have ambition that would make Salazar himself nervous. So where do I go? Where do you want to go? Because I suspect you already know. Harry considered. Gryffindor was the obvious choice, it was where Dumbledore would expect him, where the narrative of the boy who lived would fit most neatly. Ravenclaw was tempting intellectually but politically irrelevant. Hufflepuff, he respected it more than most, but it wasn't the right stage. Slytherin was where the game was. Slytherin was where the power structures were visible, where the children of Death Eaters sat alongside the politically ambitious and the genuinely cunning. Slytherin was the house that Dumbledore watched most carefully and understood least. It was where Harry could build something without the old man seeing the foundations until it was too late. And it would absolutely terrify everyone. Slytherin, Harry said. The hat was quiet for a moment. You're certain? You do well in any house. Gryffindor would put me where Dumbledore wants me. Slytherin puts me where I want me. And isn't that the point? Choice. The hat was silent for a long moment. Then, with something that might have been respect, I see his influence in you. Not the dark wizard, the other one. The one who fell. He didn't fall, Harry said quietly. He chose. Yes, the hat said. Yes, he did. And then, to the Great Hall, Slytherin. The silence that followed was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. Nobody clapped. Not immediately. The Slytherin table stared at him with a mixture of suspicion, calculation, and disbelief. The other houses stared with variations of shock. Harry Potter, because word had spread faster than fire through dry grass, was supposed to be a Gryffindor. His parents were Gryffindors. He was supposed to be the hero. Heroes didn't go to Slytherin. Harry stood, placed the hat back on the stool, and walked to the Slytherin table. He chose a seat with deliberate care, not at the head of the table, not at the foot. In the middle. Visible from all angles. He sat down, adjusted his robes, and looked around with the relaxed confidence of someone settling into a favorite chair. The Slytherin table began to clap. Slowly at first. Then louder. Not warmly, there was no warmth in Slytherin's welcome, not for an unknown, not for a half-blood or adopted son of someone they'd never heard of. But there was something else, interest. The snake pit had just received something unexpected, and snakes were, above all else, curious. At the staff table, Dumbledore's expression hadn't changed. But his hands, beneath the table where no one could see, were clasped so tightly his knuckles had turned white. Next to him, Professor Snape was staring at Harry with an expression that defied easy categorization. There was hatred in it, the reflexive, bone-deep hatred of a man looking at James Potter's face. But there was something else, something that had nothing to do with old grudges and everything to do with the fact that Snape's left forearm, hidden beneath his robes, was burning. Not the way it burned when the Dark Lord called. Different. Hotter. Deeper. As though something had reached into the old brand and stirred the embers. Snape looked away first. The feast appeared on golden plates with the casual extravagance of a world that had never heard of subtlety. Mountains of roast chicken, hills of potatoes, rivers of gravy, forests of vegetables. Harry ate with good appetite and better manners. Lucifer had been firm about manners. Etiquette, he'd said, is the art of making other people comfortable enough to underestimate you. Around him, the Slytherin table was a laboratory of social dynamics. Harry observed it all. The older students sat in clearly defined hierarchies, seventh years at the positions of authority, prefects flanking them, the middle years jockeying for proximity to power. The first years were clustered at the far end, uncertain and trying to hide it. Draco Malfoy was already holding court among them, name-dropping his father with the relentless persistence of a man with one card in his hand. Across from Harry sat a girl he hadn't spoken to yet. She was blonde, composed, and watching him with blue eyes that gave away absolutely nothing. While the rest of the first years buzzed with nervous energy, she ate her dinner with the calm efficiency of someone who had been attending formal events since she could walk. Her posture was perfect without being rigid. Her expression was neutral without being blank. Everything about her was controlled, precise, and deliberately unreadable. Harry's desire sense brushed against her, and he found, almost nothing. Not emptiness, but walls. Meticulously constructed, immaculately maintained walls. Whatever Daphne Greengrass wanted, she had buried it so deep that reading her was like trying to read a book through a foot of ice. Fascinating. You're staring, she said without looking up from her plate. I'm observing. There's a difference. Not from where I'm sitting. Then I apologize for the optics. Harry picked up his goblet. Harry Morningstar. I know who you are. Everyone in this hall knows who you are. The question is whether you know who you are, or if you're just performing. Harry's eyebrows rose. Beside him, Blaise Zabini, a dark-skinned boy with cheekbones that could cut glass and an expression of perpetual, languid amusement, made a sound that might have been a laugh. Most people open with hello, Harry said. Most people are boring. Daphne looked at him then. Full eye contact. Unflinching. Daphne Greengrass. And I'll give you the same courtesy you seem to enjoy. I'm not impressed by your entrance, your surname, or whatever it is you're doing with your eyes. If you're actually interesting, I'll find out. If you're not, I'll stop paying attention. Fair. Harry felt something he didn't feel often, genuine surprise. He'd grown up around Lucifer and Maze, beings who could peel the pretense off anyone with a glance. He was used to being the most perceptive person in any room. Daphne Greengrass wasn't more perceptive than him, but she was immune to his usual arsenal, and she knew it. Fair, he said. And meant it. They ate in comfortable silence after that. It was, Harry reflected, the best possible beginning. The Slytherin common room was underground, beneath the lake, in fact, which meant the light had a greenish, aquatic quality that made everything look like it existed at the bottom of the ocean. Stone walls, leather furniture, silver lanterns, and an enormous fireplace that burned with green-tinged flames. It was atmospheric in a way that tried very hard to be intimidating and mostly succeeded. Harry stood near the fireplace, warming his hands, watching the other first-years settle in. They were doing what first-years in Slytherin always did, trying to establish a pecking order before the first night was over. Draco was the loudest. Theodore Nott was the quietest. Blaise Zabini observed everything with theatrical disinterest. Pansy Parkinson was attaching herself to Draco with the strategic precision of a political marriage. Daphne Greengrass sat in an armchair, reading, radiating an aura of do not disturb that was almost physical. The older students watched the first years the way zookeepers watch new animals introduced to an enclosure, with clinical interest in who would establish dominance and who would fold. It didn't take long. Marcus Flint, a fifth year with the build of a small bridge and the subtlety of a landslide, pushed away from his corner and walked over to the first years. He stopped in front of Harry. Crossed his arms. Morningstar, he said. Never heard of you. I'd be surprised if you had. In Slytherin, we respect the old families. The sacred names. Where's yours? Somewhere you can't look it up. Does that bother you? Flint leaned in. He was big enough that the lean was meant to be threatening. What bothers me is some nobody walking in here like he's something special. The Sorting Hat might think you belong here, but the hat doesn't run this house. We do. The common room had gone quiet. Every eye was on them. This was the moment, the challenge that Slytherin's culture demanded. Someone new walks in, someone established pushes. The new person either pushes back or accepts their place at the bottom. Harry looked up at Marcus Flint. He didn't square his shoulders. Didn't clench his fists. Didn't do any of the things that telegraph aggression in the language of people who use aggression as a tool. Instead, he simply looked at Flint, and for just a moment, one heartbeat, barely long enough to register, he let Flint see what was behind the charm. Not hellfire. Not theatrics. Something subtler and worse, clarity. Harry looked at Marcus Flint and saw him. All of him. Every desire, every fear, every petty ambition, every desperate insecurity. And he let Flint feel it. Let him feel the sensation of being completely, utterly transparent to someone who could use every single thing they saw. Flint's smirk died. His eyes widened. He took a step back, not dramatically, not obviously, but he took it, and everyone in the room saw it. Marcus, Harry said. His voice was low, conversational, almost friendly. I'm going to give you a piece of advice, free of charge. I'm not your enemy. I have no interest in whatever hierarchy you've built here. But if you push me, I'll push back. And I promise you, you will not enjoy how far I push. He smiled. So let's skip this part. You do your thing. I'll do mine. And if anyone in this house needs something handled that you can't handle. He let the sentence hang. You know where to find me. He turned his back on Flint, deliberately, casually, the way you turn your back on something that isn't a threat, and sat down in an armchair near the fireplace. The common room remained silent for 3 seconds. Then conversations resumed, slightly too loud, slightly too forced. But the dynamic had shifted. Every person in the room had just recalculated. Across the room, Daphne Greengrass hadn't looked up from her book. But the corner of her mouth, just the corner, was curved upward. Later that night, after the common room had emptied and the first years had retreated to their dormitories, Harry sat on his bed and pulled out a piece of enchanted parchment and a self-inking quill. The parchment was paired with an identical sheet that Lucifer kept in Lux. Whatever Harry wrote on his would appear on Lucifer's, and vice versa. Low-tech by celestial standards, but reliable and untraceable. He considered what to write. The evening had been dense with information. Dumbledore's probe. The Sorting Hat's reaction. Snape's burning arm. The disturbance in the sky above the castle. Flint's challenge. Daphne's walls. The man in the turban with the 2 sets of desires. He thought about everything Lucifer had taught him. Not the combat or the magic or the negotiation tactics, but the deeper lessons. The ones Lucifer gave late at night in Lux, after the club had closed and the music had stopped and it was just the 2 of them on the balcony, looking out over Los Angeles. The most dangerous thing in any world, Lucifer had told him once, isn't power. Power is simple. The most dangerous thing is someone who thinks they know what's best for everyone else. You're Dumbledore. My father. They're the same animal, Harry. They see people as pieces. They call it love. They call it destiny. They call it the greater good. But what they really mean is, I know better than you, and you will do as I say. So what do I do? Harry had asked. He'd been 9. Lucifer had looked at him with those ancient, burning eyes. You choose. Every time. No matter what anyone tells you, no matter what prophecy says, no matter what destiny demands, you choose. Because the moment you stop choosing, you're not a person anymore. You're a piece. Harry picked up the quill. He wrote, Dear Dad, the castle's impressive. Old magic, layers of it, 1,000 years deep. I can feel it in the walls. You'd find it fascinating or insufferable. Probably both. The old man with the beard is already afraid of me. He tried a surface red during the feast. Bounced off. He's not what I expected, he's smarter than his reputation, which means he's more dangerous than his reputation. He had a plan for me. I'm not part of it anymore, and he doesn't know what to do about that yet. The snake pit is entertaining. One boy tried to buy me with his father's name. Another tried to intimidate me with his fists. A girl tried to outmaneuver me with indifference. She's the only one who came close to winning. There's a man on the staff, turban, nervous, smells wrong. He has 2 sets of desires, Dad. 2. I've never felt that before. Something is riding him, something old and hungry and broken. I'm going to find out what. Also, the sky above the castle. Something's watching. Something celestial. I can feel it the way I feel Maze when she's standing behind me. Is this what you were talking about? Your brother. I give it a week before someone tries something stupid. He set the quill down and lay back on his bed. The dormitory was quiet, Draco and the others were asleep, or pretending to be. The lake pressed against the windows, dark and deep, and occasionally the silhouette of something large moved past the glass. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about his mother, Lily, who had died with his name on her lips and love as her weapon. He thought about his father, Lucifer, who had found him on a doorstep and decided, in his selfish and absolute way, that this broken world's plans for one small child were unacceptable. He thought about the castle around him, ancient and alive, full of secrets and schemes and 1,000 years of stories. He thought about the choice he'd made tonight. Slytherin. The Snake Pit. The place where everyone was playing a game and most of them didn't realize they'd already lost. Harry Morningstar smiled in the dark. Not the performance smile. Not the weapon smile. Just a boy, alone in a new place, excited about what comes next. He was going to enjoy this. On the parchment beside his bed, words appeared in elegant, slanted handwriting that burned faintly gold before settling into ordinary ink. Little Hellion, the old man's fear is predictable. Men like him fear what they can't control because they've built their entire identity around control. Let him be afraid. Fear makes the clever careless and the careful desperate. Either way, you win. The girl who met your energy, watch her carefully. Not because she's dangerous, though she probably is. Because people who can't be read are either hiding something extraordinary or something broken. Often both. Either way, she's interesting, and interesting is the only currency worth collecting. 2 desires from one man. That's possession, Harry. Something is wearing your professor like a suit. Find out what, but do not engage it directly. Not yet. Report to me first. I mean this. As for the sky, yes. That's likely my brother. Ammonadial has all the subtlety of a church bell and twice the self-righteousness. If he approaches you, be polite. Be charming. Be the version of yourself that makes people forget you're dangerous. And if politeness fails, well, I taught you what comes after politeness. I'm proud of you. I don't say that enough, probably because I'm the devil and emotional availability isn't exactly my brand. But I am. Your mother would be too. Don't burn down the castle in the first week. After that, use your judgment. Dad P.S. Maze says if anyone touches you, she'll come there personally. I told her Hogwarts isn't ready for that. She said, good. Harry didn't read the letter until morning. When he did, sitting on his bed while the dormitory stirred around him and the lake light filtered green and silver through the windows, he read it twice. Folded it carefully. Tucked it into the inside pocket of his robes, close to his chest. Then he stood, straightened his tie, and walked out to face his first full day at Hogwarts. The great hall was alive with morning energy, students pouring in, all post arriving in a flurry of wings and parcels, the smell of bacon and coffee cutting through the ancient stone air. Harry sat at the Slytherin table and noticed immediately that the seating arrangements around him had changed. Where last night he'd had empty seats on either side, the polite quarantine of the unknown, this morning, people had shifted closer. Not crowding him. Not sucking up. But present. Interested. The common room encounter with Flint had done its work. Harry Morningstar was someone to watch, and Slytherins watched from close range. Blaise Zabini sat down across from him with a plate stacked alarmingly high with eggs. Morning, Morningstar. You made quite the impression last night. I was just being polite. That's what made it impressive. Flint's been telling everyone you threatened him. I gave him advice. People who can't tell the difference between advice and threats usually need both. Blaise laughed, a genuine, delighted sound. He was sharp, Harry decided. Playing the languid aesthetic card, but underneath it, constantly calculating. A useful person to know. A dangerous person to underestimate. Daphne sat down beside Blaise. She didn't greet Harry. She poured herself tea, buttered a piece of toast with architectural precision, and began reading the Daily Prophet. After exactly 4 minutes of ignoring him completely, she said, without looking up, the Quibbler has a better horoscope section. I didn't know you believed in horoscopes, Harry said. I don't. I believe in knowing what other people believe. It's more useful. Harry looked at her. She still hadn't looked at him. He realized, with a flicker of something that might have been admiration, that Daphne Greengrass wasn't playing a game. She was building a fortress, brick by careful brick, and inviting him to admire the architecture if he was smart enough to see it. He was. Across the great hall, at the staff table, two pairs of eyes watched Harry Morningstar eat his breakfast. Dumbledore's were thoughtful. The boy was in Slytherin. The boy had mental defenses that shouldn't exist in an 11-year-old. The boy had been raised by, if Minerva's decade-old report was to be believed, something that wasn't human. Every plan Dumbledore had made for Harry Potter's life, every carefully placed domino, every contingency and fail-safe and orchestrated experience, was now irrelevant. He needed a new plan. He needed information. He needed, above all, to understand what Harrison Morningstar wanted, because you couldn't guide someone whose desires you didn't comprehend. Snape's eyes were different. Darker. He watched the boy and saw James Potter's face, and it was a knife in old wounds. But he also saw something else, something in the way the boy moved, the way he held himself, the quality of his silence. This was not James Potter's arrogance. James Potter had been loud, brash, a bully in the body of a hero. This boy was quiet. Contained. Controlled in a way that spoke not of discipline but of something innate, something that ran deeper than training. And his dark mark burned. It had burned since the boy had walked into the great hall and it hadn't stopped. Not the call of the Dark Lord, Snape knew that agony intimately. This was different. This was heat without direction, fire without a hand controlling it. As though the mark itself was responding to something in the boy's presence. Something that predated Voldemort. Something that predated magic. Snape looked at his plate and did not eat. Harry's first class was charms with Professor Flitwick, a tiny, enthusiastic wizard who stood on a stack of books behind his desk and radiated the energy of someone who had never once lost their love for their subject. Harry liked him immediately. The class was shared with the Ravenclaws, which meant an audience of students who prided themselves on intelligence. Harry was happy to let them. He participated enough to show competence, answered questions when called upon, performed the assigned wand movements with clean precision, but didn't showboat. Lucifer had been explicit about this: never display your full capability in a room full of strangers. Show enough to earn respect. Save the rest for when it matters. The second class was Transfiguration with McGonagall. She watched Harry the way a hawk watches a mouse, except this particular mouse was aware of the hawk and found it amusing. He turned his match into a needle on the first attempt, the only student to do so, and she awarded Slytherin 5 points with an expression that suggested the points were being extracted from her against her will. "Adequate, Mr. Morningstar," she said. "High praise from you, Professor. I'll treasure it." Her lips twitched. Just barely. But he saw it. The third class was Defense Against the Dark Arts. And that was where things got interesting. Professor Quirrell stood at the front of the classroom, and Harry watched him with the careful attention of a snake watching a wounded animal. The turban. The stutter. The nervous, darting eyes. All performance, Harry could tell immediately. Quirrell's exterior was a mask so complete that most people would never see past it. But Harry could feel the second set of desires pulsing from the back of the man's skull like a heartbeat. The first set, Quirrell's own, was fear. Raw, primal, existential terror. The man was afraid of something attached to him, afraid of what he'd done to himself, afraid of what was coming. The second set was hunger. The purest, most concentrated hunger Harry had ever sensed. Not for food or power or love, for existence. For survival. Whatever was in the back of Quirrell's head wanted to live so badly it burned like a star. Harry sat through the class. He listened to the stuttering lecture about basic defensive theory. He took notes. He was the model student. And when Quirrell's back was turned, and the face on the back of his head, the one no one else could see, the one that pressed against the turban like a hand pressing against a curtain, shifted toward Harry, Harry felt his scar flare with cold heat. The thing in Quirrell felt the thing in Harry's scar. And for one fraction of a second, they recognized each other. Harry didn't flinch. He looked down at his notes and wrote, in the margin, in Lucifer's coded script, found the parasite. It's bigger than expected. That evening, Harry stood on the astronomy tower. He'd told no one where he was going. The tower was supposed to be off limits after hours, but the locks on the door had yielded to a touch of infernal energy with an almost embarrassed click, and here he was, standing at the highest point of Hogwarts, the castle spread below him, the lake shimmering under starlight, the forbidden forest a dark ocean of trees stretching to the mountains. He breathed. The Scottish air was cold and clean and tasted like nothing he'd ever breathed in Los Angeles. He was supposed to be excited. He was supposed to be triumphant. He'd come to Hogwarts, been sorted into the house of his choosing, established himself in the social hierarchy, identified at least 3 potential threats, begun building a network of alliances, and done it all in less than 24 hours. By any metric, the day had been a success. But standing up here, under the stars, he felt something else. Something he hadn't expected and didn't have a name for. Loneliness wasn't quite right. He'd never been lonely, Lucifer and Maze and the strange, colorful ecosystem of Lux had seen to that. Homesickness was closer but still wrong. He didn't miss home exactly. He missed the certainty of home. At Lux, he knew the rules. He knew who loved him and who feared him and who was trying to use him. Here, everything was new, and new was exciting but also exhausting. He thought about Neville's handshake. Hermione's rapid-fire questions. Daphne's ice and intelligence. He thought about Dumbledore's probing gaze and Snape's burning arm and the thing in Quirrell's skull that wanted so desperately to exist. He thought about his mother. The woman he'd never known, who had died with enough love in her heart to break the oldest laws of magic. The woman whose photograph Lucifer had framed and placed on Harry's bedside table when he was 4, and who Lucifer spoke about with a respect he extended to very few beings in any realm. She burned, your mother, Lucifer had told him. Not with hellfire. With something older. Love, Harry, real love, not the sentimental kind they put on greeting cards, but the kind that makes a person stand in front of death and say no, not this one, not today. That kind of love is the closest mortals come to divine power. And she had it. For you. Harry looked up at the stars. The disturbance was still there, the shimmer above the castle, the sense of being watched by something vast and patient and not quite physical. He wasn't afraid. Fear was a luxury for people who didn't know what they were dealing with. Harry knew. He knew about angels and demons and the vast, complicated machinery of a universe that had been built by a god who, according to Lucifer, had the management style of an absentee landlord. But he wasn't arrogant either. Whatever was up there was powerful. And whatever was in Quirrell was dangerous. And whatever Dumbledore was planning was sophisticated. And he was 11 years old, standing on a tower, a long way from home. He smiled. All right, he said to the night. To the castle. To the watching sky. To whatever was listening. All right. Let's play. Something in the air shifted. The stars seemed to brighten, just for a moment, as though the universe had heard him and was, despite everything, amused. Harry Morningstar turned from the tower and walked back into Hogwarts, into the warm stone corridors and the sleeping castle and the 1,000-year-old magic that hummed in the walls like a heartbeat, and he felt, for the first time since arriving, for the first time in a long time, exactly where he was supposed to be. Not because destiny said so. Not because a prophecy demanded it. Not because an old man with a plan had placed him here. Because he chose it. And that, as his father would say, made all the difference. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, First Blood. Harry Morningstar had been at Hogwarts for exactly 9 days when Severus Snape decided to break him. It wasn't a conscious decision. Snape would have denied it if pressed, would have wrapped it in professionalism and academic rigor and the sacred duty of a potions master to maintain standards. But the truth, buried beneath layers of self-deception that even Snape didn't fully acknowledge, was simpler and uglier. The boy made his skin crawl. It wasn't the face. Yes, seeing James Potter's features walking through the corridors of Hogwarts was its own particular brand of torture, a wound reopened daily. But Snape had expected that. He'd had 11 years to prepare for James Potter's son, 11 years to rehearse the hatred and the guilt and the complicated grief that came from despising a dead man whose wife you'd loved. What Snape hadn't prepared for was the wrongness. His dark mark had not stopped burning since the Sorting Feast. Not the screaming agony of Voldemort's summons. Snape knew that pain, had learned to endure it the way soldiers learn to endure shrapnel. This was different. A low, constant heat, like holding his arm too close to a fire that shouldn't exist. The mark itself seemed to writhe beneath his sleeve, the skull and serpent shifting restlessly, as though something in Harry Morningstar's presence had woken it from a sleep it hadn't known it was in. Snape had examined the mark in his quarters that first night. Under diagnostic spells, the dark magic in the brand was behaving strangely, agitated, reaching, almost yearning towards something. Something that felt like the Dark Lord's magic but wasn't. Something older. Something that made the most accomplished dark wizard in Hogwarts lock his bathroom door and roll his sleeve down with hands that weren't entirely steady. So on the 9th day, in double potions with Gryffindor, Severus Snape decided, without admitting he was deciding anything, to push Harry Morningstar until something cracked. The classroom was in the dungeons, cold and damp, lit by torches that cast more shadow than light. Snape's domain. His controlled environment. Here, he was the apex predator, and every student who walked through the door knew it. The Gryffindors sat on one side, the Slytherins on the other, and the invisible line between them was charged with the standard tribal hostility that Hogwarts had been cultivating for 1,000 years. Harry sat in the second row, next to Blaise Zabini. His cauldron was clean, his ingredients were laid out with methodical precision, and his textbook was open to the correct page. He'd read the assigned chapter, the 2 chapters after it, and a supplementary text on potion interactions that Lucifer had sent from his personal library. Snape entered the room like a black wind. Robes billowing, face carved from stone, moving with the fluid menace of someone who had been terrifying teenagers since before most of them were born. He reached his desk, turned, and his dark eyes swept the room with undisguised contempt. They landed on Harry and stayed there. "Mr. Morningstar." Snape's voice was silk over a blade. "Our resident celebrity." The room went still. Draco smirked from 2 rows back. Hermione, across the aisle at the Gryffindor table, stiffened. Harry looked up. His expression was neutral, attentive, and completely unafraid. "Professor. Tell me, Morningstar, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Standard first-year intimidation tactic. Harry recognized it because Lucifer had a similar technique: ask a question designed to make the target feel stupid, establishing the power dynamic. The difference was that Lucifer was charming about it. "The draught of living death," Harry said. "A sleeping potion of extraordinary power." Asphodel and wormwood are also symbolic. Asphodel is associated with the underworld in Greek mythology, and wormwood represents bitter regret. Together, they suggest the potion's effect, a death-like sleep born from sorrow. Silence. Snape's expression didn't change, but something behind his eyes flickered, surprise, quickly smothered. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat. It's a calcified mass that acts as a universal antidote against most poisons. Though I'd note that it's less effective against magically enhanced toxins, basilisk venom, for instance, or anything infused with dark magic. For those, you'd need more targeted remedies." Another flicker. Snape's jaw tightened. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? There isn't one. They're the same plant, aconitum. Also called aconite. Historically used in both medicine and assassination, which tells you something about the distance between the two. The classroom was deathly quiet. Hermione's hand, which had been raised since the first question, slowly lowered. She was staring at Harry with an expression caught between admiration and something like competitive recognition, a chess player seeing a player of equal caliber for the first time. Snape stood very still for a moment. Then he moved, not away from Harry but closer, leaning over the desk until his face was close enough that Harry could see the individual threads of anger in his eyes. Textbook answers, Snape said softly. Memorized. Regurgitated. Any parrot could do the same. He straightened. 5 points from Slytherin for showing off. A ripple went through the room. Slytherin heads turned. Snape taking points from his own house was like the sun rising in the west, theoretically possible but deeply alarming to witness. Harry didn't blink. Understood, Professor. I'll aim for less thorough answers in the future. It wasn't sarcastic. That was the worst part, there was no sarcasm Snape could seize on, no disrespect he could punish. It was delivered with perfect politeness and just enough warmth to make the steel underneath invisible to anyone not paying very close attention. Snape was paying very close attention. You will brew the assigned potion, Snape said, turning away. In silence. And you will discover, Mr. Morningstar, that performance in my classroom requires more than a good memory and an inflated sense of self-importance. He swept to the front of the room and began the lesson. Harry picked up his knife and started preparing his ingredients with the calm focus of someone who had been trained by a woman who could kill with a dessert fork. Beside him, Blaise leaned over. He really doesn't like you. He really doesn't like something, Harry said quietly. I don't think it's me. He was right. But it would take most of the year before either of them understood why. The rest of the lesson was a masterclass in psychological warfare. Snape circled the room like a black-robed shark, pausing at stations to deliver criticisms that ranged from surgical to cruel. He complimented Draco's work with pointed favoritism. He ignored Hermione's raised hand with a consistency that bordered on performance art. He loomed behind Neville with an intensity that made the boy's hands shake, which made his measurements wrong, which gave Snape more ammunition. Harry watched it all. He watched the way Snape's cruelty had a pattern, always the vulnerable, never the powerful. Always the students who couldn't fight back, never the ones who'd make it costly. It was the behavior of a man who had been powerless once and had resolved to never feel that way again, which meant his cruelty wasn't strength at all. It was fear wearing a mask. Lucifer had taught him to recognize that. The people who need to be feared, Lucifer had said, are never the ones who try to frighten you. Those are the scared ones. The truly dangerous are the ones who make you feel safe. Harry thought about Dumbledore's twinkle and understood. The boil cure potion was straightforward: dried nettles, crushed snake fangs, stewed horned slugs, porcupine quills. The instructions were on the board. Most students followed them with the nervous attention of people defusing a bomb. Harry brewed by feel. This wasn't arrogance. Lucifer had insisted he study potions extensively, chemistry with a god complex, he'd called it, and Maze had supplemented the education with her own knowledge of alchemical compounds used in hell. Harry understood potions the way a musician understood music, not just the notes, but the spaces between them, the rhythm of additions, the tempo of stirring. His potion turned the perfect shade of blue-green exactly on schedule. He bottled it, labeled it, and set it on Snape's desk without comment. Snape examined it, found nothing to criticize, and said nothing. Neville's potion, 3 tables away, was a different story. Harry had been watching from his peripheral vision. Neville's hands shook. They'd been shaking since Snape entered the room, because Snape was the physical embodiment of every authority figure who'd ever made Neville feel small, and Neville's body knew it before his mind did. The shaking led to imprecise measurements, which led to wrong amounts, which led to the moment Neville added the porcupine quills before removing the cauldron from the fire. The cauldron melted. The potion flooded across the stone floor, hissing and spitting. Neville yelped, jumping backward as the acidic liquid ate through his shoes and raised angry red boils on his skin. "Idiot boy," Snape snarled, appearing over Neville like a storm cloud. "Can you not read simple instructions? Clear it up. And 10 points from Gryffindor for your incompetence." Neville's face crumpled. Not dramatically, Neville didn't do dramatic. He crumpled inward, the way a piece of paper crumples when you squeeze it in your fist. Small and quiet and resigned. Harry set down his quill. "Professor," he said. "Neville's shoes are dissolving. He needs medical attention for those boils before you assign cleaning duties." Snape turned. The full weight of his attention shifted to Harry, and it was considerable. Severus Snape's attention was a weapon that had broken stronger people than 11-year-olds. "Did I ask for your input, Morningstar?" "No. But Neville's feet are blistering, and leaving acid burns untreated seems like it might fall outside the school's duty of care policies." Harry's voice was calm, reasonable, and carried just far enough for the entire room to hear. "Unless the standard Hogwarts protocol is to let students sustain chemical burns while being lectured. In which case, I'll make a note for my father's lawyers." The word lawyers landed in the dungeon like a grenade. Snape's eyes narrowed to slits. The room held its breath. Harry wasn't threatening. He wasn't even being rude. He was simply making a factual observation with the quiet confidence of someone who had been raised by a being older than civilization. Lucifer didn't raise a child who flinched. Lucifer raised a child who understood that the most effective form of resistance was making the powerful feel observed. Snape looked at Harry for a long moment. Then at Neville, whose feet were, in fact, blistering badly. "Finnegan, take Longbottom to the hospital wing," Snape said. His voice was flat, controlled, and burning with a fury he couldn't express without proving Harry's point. He looked at Harry one final time, a look that promised this wasn't over, that the battle had simply been postponed, and turned back to the class. As Seamus Finnegan helped Neville hobble toward the door, Neville looked back at Harry. There were no words between them. Just a look, surprised, grateful, and carrying the particular intensity of someone who had never had anyone stand up for them in front of a teacher before. Harry gave him a small nod. That was all. But it was enough. After class, Hermione caught up to him in the corridor. "That was either very brave or very stupid," she said, falling into step beside him. "In my experience, those two things are the same thing with different outcomes. Snape will make your life miserable. Snape was already making my life miserable. At least now there's a reason." She walked beside him in silence for a few steps, working through something internally. Harry could feel her desire shifting, the hunger to matter, to be seen, still burning like always, but now layered with something else. Curiosity. And the beginning of something that might, eventually, become trust. "You knew the answers," she said. "All three." Before he asked. "So did you?" "Yes, but I had my hand up." "You just answered. Like it was nothing." "Knowledge isn't impressive, Hermione. It's just knowledge. What you do with it, that's what matters." She looked at him sideways. "You sound like you're quoting someone." "My father." "He's quotable." "What does your father do?" Harry considered this. "He runs a nightclub in Los Angeles. And before that, he ran a much larger organization." "That's vague." "Intentionally." She smiled. It was quick and reluctant, the smile of someone who wasn't used to being entertained by other people. "Fine. Keep your secrets. But if you want someone to study with who actually challenges you, I'm in the library most evenings. I'll find you." She peeled off toward the Gryffindor common room. Harry watched her go and thought about what Lucifer had said once about allies: the best ones aren't the ones who follow you. They're the ones who walk beside you and tell you when you're wrong. 2 weeks into term, and Harry had mapped the social terrain of Hogwarts with the thoroughness of a general surveying a battlefield. The student body operated on overlapping hierarchies: house loyalty, blood status, academic performance, Quidditch skill, and a dozen subtler gradients of social capital. The prefects held formal authority, the popular students held informal authority. The two rarely overlapped, which created exploitable gaps. The professors were their own ecosystem. Flitwick was brilliant and genuinely kind, an ally worth cultivating. McGonagall was iron-spined and fair, and she watched Harry with the wary attention of someone who knew more than she was saying. Snape was a wound walking around in human form, dangerous because wounded things bite. Quirrell was a puppet being worn by something that wanted to eat the world. And then there was Dumbledore. Harry hadn't been called to the headmaster's office yet. This was significant. Dumbledore was a chess player, and chess players didn't make moves until they understood the board. He was watching. Gathering data. Trying to understand the piece that had been introduced into his game without his consent. Harry gave him data, carefully selected, precisely calibrated. He excelled in classes but didn't dominate. He was social but not political. He was in Slytherin but maintained friendships across houses. Every visible choice Harry made was designed to be almost reassuring, close enough to normal that Dumbledore might relax, different enough that he couldn't. It was exhausting. It was exhilarating. It was exactly the kind of game Lucifer had trained him for. But the game had aspects Harry hadn't anticipated, and most of them had blonde hair and an immunity to his charm that bordered on supernatural. He kept finding Daphne Greengrass in his orbit, and he couldn't tell if it was coincidence or design. She was in most of his classes, obviously, same house, same year. But she also appeared in the library when he was there, on the grounds when he was walking, in the common room's quiet corner when he was reading. She never approached him. Never initiated conversation. Simply existed in his proximity with the comfortable indifference of a cat occupying a sunbeam. It was driving him slightly crazy, which he suspected was the point. On a Tuesday evening, 3 weeks into term, Harry found her in the library. She was alone at a table near the restricted section, surrounded by books on magical theory and a pot of black tea that she must have smuggled in, because Madame Pants would have had a coronary if she'd seen beverages near the collection. Harry sat down across from her without asking permission. Daphne didn't look up. "I don't remember inviting you." "You didn't." "I'm self-inviting. It's a character flaw. One of many, I'm sure." He pulled out his own books. They worked in silence for 20 minutes, genuine silence, not the loaded kind. Harry was reviewing advanced defensive theory. Daphne was working through what appeared to be a third-year arithmancy text, which was either impressive or insane for a first year. "Arithmancy?" Harry said. "I'm bored by the first-year curriculum." "So you skipped ahead 2 years." 3. "This is review." Harry looked at her. Really looked. She was still reading, her quill making neat annotations in the margins, her expression locked in the same controlled neutrality she wore like armor. But he noticed things, the slight tension in her shoulders, the way her tea had gone cold without her noticing, the microscopic tightening around her eyes when she turned a page. She was pushing herself. Not for fun. For something. "What are you preparing for?" he asked. She stopped writing. For the first time, she looked at him with something that wasn't indifference or challenge. It was evaluation, the cold, thorough evaluation of someone deciding how much to invest in a potential asset. "The same thing you're preparing for," she said. "Whatever comes next." "That's not an answer. It's the answer you're getting tonight." She paused. "What do you know about the Greengrass family?" "Old blood. Neutral in the last war. Wealthy but not ostentatiously so. Your father, Cyrus Greengrass, runs the family's potion ingredient supply business. You have a younger sister named Astoria. Your family's neutrality made you enemies on both sides of the conflict, too pure-blooded for the Muggleborn's trust, not committed enough for the Death Eater's approval. You're politically isolated, which means you're politically vulnerable. Daphne's expression didn't change, but her eyes sharpened. You've done your research. I always do. Then you understand why I don't have the luxury of being unprepared. She closed her book and looked at him directly. My family survived the last war by being smart enough to stay out of it. But staying out of a war doesn't mean the war stays out of you. We lost contracts, connections, influence. We're rebuilding, and I'm the eldest daughter, which means I'm the one who has to be sharp enough, knowledgeable enough, and connected enough to finish what my father started. It was the most she'd ever said to him. The most she'd said to anyone, Harry suspected. And she'd said it without emotion, without self-pity, without asking for anything. Just facts. Here is my situation. Here is my burden. Do with that information what you will. Harry's desire sense brushed against her walls again. This time, through the thinnest crack, he caught something. Not a desire exactly, a determination so fierce it functioned as one. Daphne Greengrass wanted to protect her family. Not out of obligation. Out of love so deep and so carefully hidden that she'd built an entire personality around concealing it. I can help with that, Harry said. I don't need help. I didn't say you needed it. I said I could help. There's a difference. She studied him for a long moment. The library was quiet around them, just the rustle of pages and the distant tick of a clock. Outside the windows, the lake was black and fathomless. Why? She asked. What do you get out of it? An ally who thinks 3 years ahead and doesn't crack under pressure. In my experience, those are rare. The corner of her mouth curved. Just barely. You're strange, Morningstar. I prefer unique. I'm sure you do. She picked up her tea, realized it was cold, and grimaced. Harry reached over, touched the cup with one finger, and a pulse of warmth, not magic, not exactly, something older and more intuitive, heated the tea to exactly the right temperature. Daphne looked at the cup. Looked at him. Her expression remained neutral, but something in her posture shifted, the slightest relaxation of the shoulders, the smallest softening of the armor. Tomorrow evening, she said. Same table. I'll bring better tea. It wasn't a thank you. It wasn't an invitation. It was an opening. And Harry, who had learned from the devil himself how to recognize an opening, took it. I'll bring the books. The challenge came on a Thursday, in the courtyard, in front of enough witnesses to make it public and not enough to make it official. Draco Malfoy had spent 3 weeks nursing his wounded pride like a small, venomous pet. The encounter on the train had hurt, not because Harry had been cruel, but because Harry had been right, and being right was so much worse. Draco had walked into that compartment with his father's name and his father's script and his father's assumption that the world would bend for a Malfoy the way it always had, and Harry Morningstar had looked at all of it and found it insufficient. The letters from Lucius hadn't helped. His father's expectations were a pressure Draco carried the way Atlas carried the sky, constant, crushing, and impossible to set down. Lucius wanted reports. Lucius wanted alliances. Lucius wanted Draco to establish dominance over the Morningstar boy, because an unknown element in Slytherin was a threat to the careful web of influence the Malfoy family had maintained for generations. So Draco did what scared boys with powerful fathers always do, he escalated. Morningstar. Draco's voice carried across the courtyard, sharp and deliberate. He stood with Crabbe and Goyle flanking him, Pansy Parkinson a step behind, and Theodore not lurking at the periphery with the expression of someone who wanted to watch but not participate. Harry was sitting on a stone bench with Hermione, reviewing Transfiguration notes. He looked up with the patient amusement of a cat watching a mouse try to roar. Malfoy. I want a duel. Draco's chin was high, his hand was on his wand, and his voice was steady. Harry would give him that, whatever Draco was, he wasn't a physical coward. Wizard's duel. Tonight. Trophy room. Midnight. Hermione stiffened beside Harry. That's against the rules. You could both be expelled. Draco sneered at her. Nobody asked you, Granger. Don't talk to her like that, Harry said. His voice didn't change. His posture didn't change. But the air around him shifted by a fraction of a degree, a subtle drop in temperature, a faint thickening of presence, and Draco's sneer faltered for just a heartbeat. Fine, Draco said, recovering. Are you going to accept, or are you going to hide behind a Muggleborn? Harry studied him. He could refuse. It was the smart play, nothing to gain from dueling an 11-year-old in a trophy room at midnight. But Harry read Draco's desire clearly. This wasn't about winning. This was about being seen. Draco needed to stand up, needed to fight, needed to prove to himself and his father's ghost in his head that he was worth something beyond his last name. The worst thing Harry could do was deny him that chance. Not because of pride. Because denying someone the fight they needed was its own kind of cruelty, and Harry didn't believe in cruelty. Not the trophy room, Harry said. And not midnight. That's amateur. Tomorrow, after dinner. The empty classroom on the 3rd floor, the one with the broken chandelier. Bring a second if you want. I'll bring mine. Draco blinked. He'd expected resistance, negotiation, maybe a refusal he could spin as cowardice. He hadn't expected immediate acceptance with better logistics. Fine, Draco said. Tomorrow. He turned and walked away. Crabbe and Goyle lumbered after him. Pansy followed, shooting Harry a look of disdain that had probably taken her an hour to practice. Hermione rounded on Harry the moment they were gone. You can't be serious. I'm very serious. It's a trap. He'll tell a teacher and get you caught. Draco Malfoy won't tell a teacher. His father would view that as weakness, and Draco would rather eat his own wand than appear weak to Lucius Malfoy. Then he'll cheat. Probably. But cheating only works if you don't expect it. Harry. Hermione's voice dropped, lost its argumentative edge, and became something closer to concern. Why? You have nothing to prove. Everyone already knows this isn't about me, Hermione. It's about him. Draco needs this fight. Not to beat me, he can't beat me, and somewhere under all that posturing, he knows it. He needs it because his father is squeezing him to death from 200 miles away, and the only way he can breathe is to stand up and do something, anything, that feels like his own choice. Harry picked up his Transfiguration notes. I'm going to give him that. And then I'm going to show him that there's a version of strength that doesn't require someone else to be weak. Hermione stared at him. You're either the wisest person I've met or the most dangerously arrogant. Can I be both? You're already both. That's the problem. She gathered her books and left, shaking her head. But she didn't tell a teacher, which told Harry everything he needed to know about Hermione Granger's priorities. The classroom was dark, lit only by moonlight and the remnants of an enchanted chandelier that cast fractured prisms across the stone walls. Harry arrived 10 minutes early because Lucifer had taught him that whoever controls the ground controls the fight. He moved the desks against the walls, checked the exits, and created a clear dueling space roughly 20 feet long. Blaise came as his second, because Blaise had volunteered with the languid enthusiasm of someone who wanted to watch something entertaining and couldn't care less about the outcome. Draco arrived on time. Crabbe was his second, not for intelligence, Harry assumed, but for mass. They entered the classroom with Draco in front, wand already drawn, jaw set, the very picture of aristocratic resolve. Rules? Draco said. Standard duel. No unforgivables, obviously. No permanent damage spells. First person disarmed or incapacitated loses. Harry drew his wand. Holly and phoenix feather, warm in his hand. Clean fight, Draco. Impress me. They squared off. 20 feet apart. Wands raised. Blaze stood against the wall, arms crossed. Crabbe stood against the opposite wall, looking like he'd been asked to solve an equation. Draco struck first. He was faster than Harry expected, flipendo. And the knockback jinx came with genuine power behind it, cutting through the air like a blade. Draco had been trained. Probably by his father, probably since he could hold a wand. Harry sidestepped. Not with magic, with movement, pure physical response, the kind of reflex that came from years of Maze throwing knives at him during what she called reaction training, and what Lucifer called potential child endangerment that I'm choosing to ignore. The jinx hit the wall behind him, cracking stone. Good, Harry said. And meant it. Draco pressed. Another jinx, then another, Ricta Sempra, Tarantaligra, a leglocker curse that showed surprising precision. The boy could duel. His technique was formal, almost rigid, the product of structured instruction. But there was real talent underneath the rigidity, quick reflexes, decent power, and the kind of aggressive instinct that couldn't be taught. Harry deflected. Blocked. Moved. He wasn't attacking yet, and Draco noticed. Fight back, Morningstar. Or are you just going to? Harry moved. It wasn't magic. Not at first. It was speed, explosive, overwhelming, the kind of speed that came from training with a demon who didn't understand the concept of going easy on a child. He crossed the 20 feet between them in 2 steps, slid inside Draco's wand range, and grabbed his wrist. The grab was precise. Not painful, not aggressive, but completely controlling, Maze's favorite technique, what she called owning the weapon hand. Draco's wand arm was locked. His eyes went wide. Then Harry did something unexpected. He let go. Stepped back. Reset the distance. Again, Harry said. Draco stared at him. What? I could have disarmed you just now. I chose not to. Try again. This time, don't lead with your shoulder, it telegraphs the spell. Keep your elbow tight and cast from your center. Something shifted in Draco's expression. Confusion, yes. But also something Harry had been looking for, the realization that this wasn't a beating. It was a lesson. Draco reset. Raised his wand. And this time, when he cast, he kept his shoulder down, his elbow tight, and the jinx came faster. Cleaner. Harry deflected it, but only just. He smiled. They dueled for real then. Harry fought the way Maze had taught him, fluid, adaptive, mixing wizard magic with physical movement in a style that no pure-blood instructor would recognize. He didn't use hellfire. Didn't tap into his infernal abilities. He fought as a wizard, and he fought well. But not perfectly. He let Draco land a hit, a stinging hex that caught his arm and left a welt. He let it happen because victory without cost was empty, and because Draco needed to know he could touch Harry. That the gap between them was real but not infinite. The duel ended when Harry finally attacked in earnest. A disarming charm so precisely targeted that it ripped Draco's wand from his hand and sent it spinning across the room, followed by a nonverbal push charm, something first-years absolutely should not be able to do nonverbally, that sat Draco down on the ground with firm but non-injurious force. Draco sat on the stone floor, wandless, breathless, looking up at Harry. His face was flushed. His hair was wrecked. His robes were dusty. Harry extended his hand. For a moment, the room hung in suspension. Blaze watched with one eyebrow raised. Crabbe stood with his mouth open. "You're not bad, Draco," Harry said. "Your technique is solid. Your instincts are good. But you're fighting like your father taught you, by the book, rigid, predictable. The book works against people who fight by the same book. Against anyone else, it gets you killed. He kept his hand out. You want to learn how to fight against anyone else? Draco looked at the hand. Looked at Harry. For 5 full seconds, the boy who had been raised to believe that Malfoys didn't lose, didn't accept help, didn't acknowledge anyone as superior, stared at the offered hand and made a choice. He took it. Harry pulled him up. Draco didn't thank him, he wasn't there yet, and maybe he never would be. But he nodded. Once. Sharp. And something in his eyes, the hard, brittle thing that had been there since the train, cracked. Just a little. Just enough to let light in. Same time next week. Draco said. His voice was carefully casual. If you can keep up. Draco retrieved his wand, straightened his robes, and walked out with Crabbe. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. Something had been established that didn't require acknowledgement. Blaise pushed off the wall. Well, that was unexpected. Was it? You just turned a rival into a project. Most Slytherins would have humiliated him and used it as leverage. Most Slytherins think short-term. Humiliated people become enemies. People you teach become assets. And which is Draco? Harry looked at the doorway Draco had walked through. Ask me again in 6 months. They walked back to the Slytherin common room in companionable silence. The castle was empty at this hour, the corridors lit by torches that cast long, dancing shadows on stone walls that remembered 1,000 years of students walking these same paths. Somewhere above them, Peeves the poltergeist was singing something offensive. Somewhere below them, the kitchens were being cleaned by house elves who worked with a devotion that Harry found simultaneously admirable and troubling. You could have humiliated him, Blaise said as they reached the common room entrance. Yes. You could have used whatever that thing is you did to Flint. The looking into your soul thing. You could have broken Draco in front of his second and sent him crawling back to his dormitory questioning everything his father ever told him. Also yes. But you didn't. No. Blaise stopped walking. He looked at Harry with an expression that had lost all its theatrical languor, replaced by something sharp and genuine and searching. Why? And don't give me the strategic answer about turning rivals into assets. I've been watching you for 3 weeks, Morningstar. You could run this house. You could probably run this school. You have the power, the presence, and the intelligence. But you keep holding back. You keep choosing the gentler option. Why? Harry considered the question. It deserved honesty. Because my father is the devil, he said. And the devil's greatest fear is becoming his father. Being so consumed by your own power that you forget the people under it are real. He met Blaise's eyes. I have power, Blaise. More than I've shown. More than I'll probably ever show in this school. But power without restraint isn't strength. It's just destruction with good branding. Blaise was quiet for a moment. Then he shook his head. You are the strangest person I've ever met. And my mother has married 7 men and buried 6 of them. That's alarming. She's very beautiful and very patient. The point is, I've met strange, Morningstar. You're in a category of your own. They entered the common room. It was nearly empty, just a few 7th years hunched over Newt Revision in the corner. Harry said goodnight to Blaise and headed for the dormitories, thinking about restraint and power and the space between who he was and who he could become. The Forbidden Forest was not technically forbidden, Harry decided, so much as strongly discouraged. The distinction mattered. Forbidden implied locked gates and magical barriers and an actual enforcement mechanism. What Hogwarts had was a tree line, a warning from Dumbledore, and the general understanding that things in the forest could eat you. For an 11-year-old raised by demons, this was less a prohibition than an invitation. Harry went in on a Friday night, 3 weeks after the duel with Draco. Not for adventure, for information. His desire sense had been picking up something from the forest for days. Not a single source, but a pattern: distress, pain, fear. Animal emotions, mostly, but sharper than they should be, concentrated in a way that suggested something deliberate. The forest was dark. Not London at night dark, primordially dark, the kind of dark that existed before electricity and fire and the concept of safety. The trees were ancient, their canopies so dense that starlight filtered through in thin, silver threads. The air smelled of moss and old magic and something mineral, like wet stone. Harry moved silently. Maze had spent 3 years teaching him to move without sound. A demon who can be heard is a dead demon, she'd said, which was probably an exaggeration but had been effective motivation for a 7-year-old. He followed the distress signal deeper into the forest. Past a stream that glowed faintly blue. Past a clearing where centaurs had recently gathered, the grass still stamped with hoofprints. Past a stand of trees where something enormous had recently pushed through, snapping branches as thick as Harry's waist. Then he heard it. Voices. Human voices. And underneath them, a sound that made his blood run cold, a high, keening whine, the sound of something in terrible, sustained pain. Harry slowed. Crouched. Peered through the underbrush. In a small clearing lit by conjured firelight, 3 students stood around a creature Harry had never seen before. It was roughly the size of a large dog, covered in iridescent scales that flickered between blue and silver, with wide, terrified eyes and a long tail that was currently pinned to the ground by a magical binding. It looked like a juvenile dragon, though smaller and more delicate, a breed Harry didn't recognize from any of his textbooks. The students were older. 5th or 6th years. 2 boys and a girl, wearing Slytherin robes, and they were torturing it. Not studying it. Not examining it. Torturing it. One of the boys was using a stinging hex, methodically, on different parts of the creature's body, watching it writhe and scream with an expression of clinical detachment. The girl was taking notes. The 3rd student was standing guard, wand out, watching the tree line. Try the underbelly, the girl said. The scales are thinner there. Already did. The reaction is stronger near the joints. Hit it on the right foreleg again. The creature screamed. The sound cut through the night like a blade through silk, and Harry felt something shift inside him, not magic, not his desire sense, but something deeper and darker and older. Something that lived in the place where Lucifer's influence met Lily Potter's sacrifice, where infernal fire met divine love, where the thing Harry was and the thing Harry chose to be overlapped. He stepped into the clearing. Stop. The 3 students spun. The guard raised his wand. The boy with the stinging hex kept his pointed at the creature. The girl dropped her notebook. Who the hell, Morningstar? The guard, Harry recognized him now, a 6th year named Adrian Pusey, squinted into the darkness. What are you doing out here? I said stop. Harry walked forward. He didn't draw his wand. He didn't need to. The firelight caught his eyes, and for just a fraction of a second, there was something behind the green that wasn't human. Something old. Something that had opinions about cruelty. This doesn't concern you, the boy with the hex said. His name was Cassius Warrington, and his desire was simple and ugly. He wanted to feel powerful, and the only way he knew how was to hurt things that couldn't fight back. We're conducting research. You're torturing a juvenile creature for sport and calling it research. Harry's voice was level and quiet. I'm not going to ask again. Warrington laughed. And what are you going to do about it? You're a 1st year, Morningstar. Go back to bed before. Harry moved. He didn't use hellfire. He didn't use his wand. He used what Maze had taught him, speed, precision, and the understanding that a fight ended fastest when you removed the opponent's ability to continue. Warrington's wand was out of his hand before he registered movement. Harry caught it, snapped it cleanly in half, and dropped the pieces on the ground. The entire action took less than 2 seconds. The clearing went very quiet. Pusey raised his wand. Harry looked at him. Just looked. And let the infernal presence rise, not to the surface, not visibly, but close enough that Pusey could feel it. Close enough that the part of Pusey's brain that had evolved to recognize predators fired every alarm it had. Pusey's wand lowered. His hand was shaking. "Here's how this works," Harry said. "You leave. Now. You don't come back to this forest for this purpose. You don't touch another creature for amusement. If I find out you have, and I will find out, I will make what you were doing to this animal look gentle by comparison. And I won't need a wand to do it." The girl, Harry didn't know her name, didn't care, was pressed against a tree, white-faced. Warrington was staring at his broken wand with an expression of shocked disbelief. "You broke my wand," he whispered. "You were torturing a living creature. I think we know which is worse." Harry stepped closer to Warrington. "Leave. Now." They left. Quickly, clumsily, crashing through the underbrush with none of the stealth Harry had used to arrive. He listened until their footsteps faded, then turned to the creature. It was still bound, still trembling, its iridescent scales dimmed with pain and fear. Harry crouched beside it and released the magical binding with a careful pulse of energy. The creature flinched at his touch, then went still, its wide eyes fixed on his face. "Easy," Harry murmured. "I'm not going to hurt you." He examined its injuries. Burns. Welts. A deep gash along one foreleg where a cutting curse had been applied with precision. The creature whimpered when he touched the wound. Harry didn't know healing magic, not yet, not beyond the basics. But he had something else. He laid his hand flat against the creature's side and let warmth flow, not hellfire, not wand magic, but the deep, ambient energy that lived in the space between his human and inhuman halves. It wasn't a spell. It was more like intention made physical, a will to heal given form by the strange hybrid nature of a boy raised between realms. The creature's breathing steadied. Its eyes closed. The worst of the burns faded, not healed but soothed, like cool water on a scald. Harry sat with it until it could stand. Then he watched it disappear into the trees, its scales flickering with renewed light, its steps cautious but steady. He sat alone in the clearing for a while after that. The fire the students had conjured was dying, and the darkness crept back in with patient inevitability. He'd broken a student's wand. Threatened 3 people. Used his infernal nature as a weapon. Was that right? He thought about Lucifer's philosophy, free will, choice, the refusal to accept cruelty as acceptable under any framework. Lucifer would have done the same thing. Probably with more flair and less restraint. But he also thought about Hermione's voice, "You're either very brave or very stupid." And her harder question, the one she hadn't asked yet but would, at what point does defending the weak become an excuse to dominate the strong? Harry didn't have an answer. Not tonight. Maybe not ever. But the question mattered, and the fact that he was asking it, that, he decided, was probably a good sign. Hermione cornered him the next morning. She'd heard about the forest. Of course she had. Hogwarts was a castle full of teenagers, and secrets had the structural integrity of wet tissue paper. "You broke his wand," she said. They were in an empty corridor, her voice low, her expression caught between approval and horror. "He was torturing a creature. And you responded with violence." "I responded with proportional force." "The creature was in pain, Hermione. They were hurting it for fun. I know that. And I know you stopped it. But you also broke a boy's wand, that's the wizard equivalent of cutting off someone's hand. And you threatened them with something they couldn't understand. That's not justice. That's, what?" She met his eyes. "That's what bullies do. They use power to make people afraid. The intention doesn't matter if the method is the same." The words landed. Harry felt them hit, felt the impact in a place he usually kept armored. Because she wasn't wrong. Not completely. The line between protecting the weak and dominating the strong was drawn in fog, and Harry had been raised by someone who existed on both sides of it. "You think I should have reported them," he said. "I think you should have had more options than breaking things and making threats. I think you should have gone to a teacher, or at least considered it. And if the teacher didn't act? Snape wouldn't punish Slytherins for this. Dumbledore would give them detention and a lecture. The creature would still be in pain. Maybe. But at least you'd know you tried the right way first." Harry was quiet for a long moment. The corridor was empty. Distantly, he could hear the sounds of breakfast, clinking silverware, voices, the rhythms of 1,000 students starting their day. "You're right," he said. Hermione blinked. She had clearly prepared for an argument, and the absence of one left her momentarily stranded. What? "You're right. I had other options. I chose the most direct one because I was angry, and angry choices are usually the worst ones. I don't regret stopping them. But I do regret that breaking a wand was my first solution instead of my last." She stared at him. Then, slowly, her expression softened. Not to warmth, Hermione didn't do warmth easily, not yet. But to something like respect. "Most people wouldn't admit that," she said. "Most people aren't trying to be better than the worst version of themselves. Are you? Every day. Some days I fail. Today might be one of them." She looked at him for a long time. Then she nodded, once, in a way that felt like something being settled. "Library. Tonight. You're helping me research the creature you found. I think it might be a juvenile Antipodean opali, which should not be anywhere near Scotland, which means someone brought it here, which means there's a bigger problem. Is this your way of forgiving me? This is my way of redirecting your violent impulses toward research. Come on, Morningstar. We have a dragon to save." She walked away. Harry watched her go and thought, there she is. The conscience I didn't know I needed. He followed. The enchanted parchment glowed at midnight. Harry was in his bed, curtains drawn, the lake pressing against the dormitory windows with its vast, dark patience. He hadn't written to Lucifer about the forest yet. He wasn't sure how to frame it, as a victory or a failure, a moral stand or an overreaction. The parchment made the decision for him. Words appeared in Lucifer's distinctive handwriting, gold-tinged and elegant. "Little Hellion, I heard about the forest. Not from you, which tells me you're conflicted about it, which tells me you're growing up. If you'd written to me bragging, I'd be worried. If you'd written to me ashamed, I'd be worried differently. The silence tells me you're actually thinking about it, which is the correct response. You stopped cruelty. That's good. You used force to do it. That's necessary, sometimes. You went further than you needed to. That's where the question lives. Here's what I know, Harry, after millennia of existing, the line between protector and tyrant is not where people think it is. Most people think it's about intent. Good intent makes you a hero, bad intent makes a villain. That's naive garbage. The line is about restraint. A tyrant does whatever they can. A protector does only what they must. The difference is in the space between can and must, and that space is where your character lives. You have power most of these children can't imagine. That will always be true. The question isn't whether you'll use it, you will. The question is whether you'll use it because you have to, or because you can. Choose carefully. Every time. Also, the girl is right. The one who challenged you. She sounds insufferable and invaluable. Keep her close. Everyone needs someone who tells them the truth when the truth is inconvenient. On a different matter, Ammonadial is closer than I'd like. I don't have details yet, but the celestial bureaucracy is stirring in ways that concern me. Stay alert. Trust your instincts. And if anything feels wrong, wrong in the way that has nothing to do with magic and everything to do with the weight of the sky, contact me immediately. I love you. I know I express it primarily through strategic advice and expensive gifts, but it's there. Dad. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he folded it, tucked it into his pillow, and lay back. The line is about restraint. A tyrant does whatever they can. A protector does only what they must. He closed his eyes and thought about the creature in the forest, its scales flickering back to life. He thought about Warrington's broken wand and the fear in Pusey's eyes. He thought about Hermione's voice saying, "That's what bullies do," and Lucifer's voice saying, "Choose carefully," every time. He thought about the space between can and must, and he fell asleep wondering which side of that space he lived on. The summons came on a Monday. Harry found the note at breakfast, plain parchment, no seal, written in a looping hand that managed to be both casual and commanding. "Mr. Morningstar, I wonder if you might join me for tea this afternoon. I find myself curious about sherbet lemons and conversation. The password is, Fizzing Wisby. A. Dumbledore." Harry read it, folded it, and tucked it into his pocket. Across the table, Daphne raised one eyebrow. "The headmaster?" she asked. "How did you know?" "You made a face. The same face you make when someone tries something you've been expecting. I didn't realize you watched me closely enough to catalog my faces." "I catalog everyone's faces. Don't flatter yourself." Harry smiled. Daphne didn't smile back, but she also didn't deny it, which was its own kind of admission. He went to Dumbledore's office at 4 o'clock. The gargoyle leaped aside at the password, the spiral staircase carried him upward, and he stepped into a room that was, objectively, ridiculous. Silver instruments whirring on spindly tables. Portraits of former headmasters pretending to sleep. A phoenix, a real phoenix, feathers like liquid fire, perched on a golden stand, watching him with eyes that burned with ancient intelligence. Bookshelves that stretched to the ceiling, packed with texts that hummed with power. And behind the desk, Albus Dumbledore. Hands folded. Eyes twinkling. The very picture of a kind old man with nothing on his mind but sherbet lemons and pleasant conversation. Harry saw through it the way he saw through glass. "Mr. Morningstar." Dumbledore gestured to a chair. "Please, sit." "Sherbet lemon." Harry sat. He took a sherbet lemon, because refusing hospitality was a tell and Harry didn't give tells. "I appreciate the invitation, Professor. I assume this isn't about my class performance." "Your class performance is exemplary. Top marks in every subject. Your professors are impressed." Dumbledore's eyes were warm, gentle, radiating grandfatherly concern so perfectly it could have been bottled and sold. "No, Harry, may I call you Harry?" "You may. Though I prefer Morningstar in formal settings." A flicker. Dumbledore noted the correction and filed it away. "Harry, then. I wanted to speak with you about your situation. Your unique circumstances." "Which circumstances would those be?" "Your upbringing." Dumbledore's voice was soft, careful. "Professor McGonagall has told me about the night you were taken from Privet Drive. About the man who took you." "My father." "Your adoptive father. Your biological parents, were James and Lily Potter." "I know. I've always known. My father told me when I was 6. Dumbledore paused. This was not the script he'd prepared. Harry could see the old man recalculating in real time, adjusting variables, revising assumptions, searching for the correct approach to a conversation that had gone off rails before it started. "I see. Then you know about the war. About Voldemort. About the night your parents died." "I know everything. The prophecy. The Fidelius charm. Peter Pettigrew's betrayal. The killing curse that should have worked and didn't. The fragment of Voldemort's soul that attached to my scar." Harry watched Dumbledore's face as he said this. The old man was good, very good, but the mention of the Horcrux produced a micro-expression that, to someone trained by Lucifer Morningstar, was as readable as a billboard. Shock. Quickly suppressed, but real. You know about the Horcrux, Dumbledore said. His voice had lost its grandfatherly warmth. What was left was colder, sharper, and considerably more honest. My father identified it when I was an infant. He's had a rather extensive relationship with corrupted souls over the millennia. Harry leaned back in his chair. You're trying to figure out what I am, Professor. Whether I'm a threat or an asset. Whether the plan you made for Harry Potter can be salvaged with Harry Morningstar. You're wondering if I can be guided, controlled, pointed in the right direction. He paused. You're wondering if you can make me into a weapon. The office was very quiet. Fawkes rustled on his perch. The silver instruments whirred. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long time. The twinkle was gone. What was left was the real Albus Dumbledore, not the kindly headmaster, but the man who had defeated Grindelwald, who had orchestrated wars, who had spent decades moving people like chess pieces across a board only he could see. You are remarkably well informed for an 11-year-old, Dumbledore said. I was raised by the devil. Remarkably well informed is the bare minimum. So I've heard. Dumbledore paused. Tell me about your father, Harry. Not what he's told you, what you believe. Harry considered the question. It was a good question, perhaps the first genuine one Dumbledore had asked. I believe he's the most honest being I've ever met, Harry said. Not because he doesn't lie, he does, when it amuses him. But because he never lies about the things that matter. He told me what I am. He told me what was done to me. He told me about my parents, about the prophecy, about the dark wizard who tried to kill me and left a piece of himself behind. He gave me the truth and let me choose what to do with it. And what have you chosen? To come here. To learn. To understand the world my parents died for. Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. And to make very sure that no one, not Voldemort, not you, not anyone, makes choices about my life without my consent. Not again. Not ever. The words hung in the air between them. Dumbledore didn't flinch, credit to him, the old man had the composure of a mountain. But Harry saw the impact. The slight widening of the eyes. The barely perceptible tightening of the jaw. I am not your enemy, Harry, Dumbledore said quietly. Then stop acting like my handler. Another silence. Longer this time. Fawkes trilled a single note, pure, clear, cutting through the tension like a blade of light. The phoenix looked at Harry with its ancient eyes, and Harry felt something pulse from the bird. Not magic. Recognition. As if Fawkes could see what Harry was and was not afraid of it. Harry reached out his hand toward the phoenix. Fawkes hopped from his perch to Harry's wrist, light as air, warm as a hearthfire. The bird nuzzled his fingers with a beak that could have snapped bone but instead pressed gently against his skin. Dumbledore watched this. His expression was unreadable for the first time in the conversation. Fawkes doesn't go to everyone, Dumbledore said. Phoenixes are born from fire, Harry said, stroking the bird's feathers. I was raised in it. He set Fawkes back on the perch, stood, and straightened his robes. Thank you for the tea, Professor. And the conversation. You're not what I expected. Nor are you. No one ever is. That's the point. Harry turned toward the door, then paused. Professor, the man in the turban. Professor Quirrell. You know something's wrong with him. It wasn't a question. Dumbledore's expression was carefully neutral. I believe there are always things to watch carefully at Hogwarts. That's not an answer. No, Dumbledore agreed. It isn't. Harry nodded. He understood. Dumbledore knew about Quirrell, maybe not the specifics, but enough. And he was letting it play out. Letting the threat exist inside his school, inside his walls, because it served some larger strategy that Harry couldn't yet see. The chess player, playing chess. Good night, Professor. Good night, Mr. Morningstar. A pause. Harry. Harry looked back. For what it's worth, I'm glad you came to Hogwarts. Whatever your father is, whatever you are. I believe you have your mother's heart. It was the first thing Dumbledore had said that didn't feel like a move. The first thing that sounded like an old man speaking honestly to a child he was trying, clumsily, to understand. Harry felt something shift in his chest. A small, quiet thing. Not trust, trust had to be earned, and Dumbledore hadn't earned it yet. But the possibility of trust. A door left unlocked, if not open. She gave her life for mine, Harry said. I intend to make sure it was worth it. He left the office. The gargoyle closed behind him. In the office above, Albus Dumbledore sat in his chair and did not move for a very long time. Fawkes sang softly. The silver instrument's word. The old man had played 10,000 games. He had never met a player like this. That night, Harry stood on the astronomy tower again. It was becoming a habit, his private place, his thinking space, the one spot in Hogwarts where he could drop every mask and just exist. The castle spread below him, lit windows like scattered gold, the lake silver under starlight, the forest a dark sea of whispers and shadows. The shimmer above the castle was stronger tonight. Closer. Harry could feel it pressing against his awareness, not hostile, not aggressive, but present in a way that was hard to ignore. Like standing next to a bonfire and pretending you couldn't feel the heat. I know you're there, he said to the sky. Quietly. Conversationally. The way you might address someone standing at the edge of a room, pretending they hadn't been watching you all evening. The air didn't answer. The shimmer didn't change. But something in the quality of the silence shifted, from passive observation to active attention. Whatever was up there had heard him. Harry felt his scar pulse. Not painfully, more like a second heartbeat, thrumming in counterpoint to his own. The Horcrux in his scar responded to celestial energy the same way Snape's dark mark responded to infernal energy, with recognition, agitation, and some. The pressure lifted from Harry's awareness like a hand removed from his shoulder. But it would be back. He knew that with the bone-deep certainty of someone who understood celestial beings, their patience, their persistence, their absolute inability to leave well enough alone. Whatever Ammonadial was planning, it was coming. The question was when, and what form it would take, and whether Harry would be ready. He looked down at his hands. One was human, warm, mortal, carrying his mother's blood and his father's legacy. The other was holding his wand, holly and phoenix feather, brother to the wand that had tried to kill him, connected to the magic of a world he was only beginning to understand. Between those two hands, the mortal and the magical, the human and the infernal, the chosen and the inherited, Harry Morningstar held everything he was. And everything he would become. He gripped the wand tighter. Felt it hum in response. And smiled. Below him, in the castle, Dumbledore was recalculating. Snape was nursing his burning arm. Quirrell's passenger was whispering plans in the dark. Draco Malfoy was lying in bed, flexing his wand hand, remembering what it felt like to be beaten by someone who then offered to teach him. Hermione was in the Gryffindor common room, surrounded by books, researching dragons that shouldn't be in Scotland. Neville was sleeping with the light on, Trevor on his pillow, dreaming of standing up without being afraid. And Daphne Greengrass was awake in the Slytherin girls' dormitory, staring at the lake through the window, thinking about a boy with green eyes and warm hands who'd heated her tea with a touch and hadn't asked for anything in return. The castle was alive. The game was in motion. And somewhere above the clouds, something ancient and celestial was watching, waiting, measuring the boy on the tower against the standards of a universe that had opinions about what should and shouldn't exist. Harry Morningstar breathed in the cold night air, tasted Scotland and starlight and the first edges of a storm rolling in from the mountains, and thought, this is going to be one hell of a year. He turned and walked back inside. The tower stood empty. The stars shifted. And in the distance, so far away that only something immortal could have heard it, a single note sounded, clear and high and ringing with the unmistakable resonance of a celestial horn. Something was coming. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Smoke and Mirrors. Harry Morningstar had a problem, and the problem had two faces. He'd been watching Professor Quirrell for 6 weeks. Watching the way the man stuttered through lectures that were deliberately, insultingly bad, as if defense against the dark arts were a subject to be endured rather than mastered. Watching the turban that never came off, the garlic that hung around his classroom like a smokescreen for something far worse than vampires, the nervous tics that were so consistent they had to be rehearsed. Quirrell was performing weakness. Harry recognized the technique because Lucifer used the inverse, performing charm to conceal danger. The principle was identical: give people what they expect and they stop looking for what's real. What was real, in Quirrell's case, was the second set of desires that pulsed from the back of his skull like a wound that wouldn't close. Harry had spent weeks analyzing those desires with the precision Maze had taught him. The first set, Quirrell's own, had evolved since term began. The fear was still there, constant and suffocating, but it had been joined by something else: resignation. Quirrell had accepted his situation. He was no longer fighting whatever rode him. He was cooperating. The second set, the passenger, was harder to read. The hunger for existence was still the dominant note, burning with a desperation that bordered on madness. But underneath it, layered like harmonics in a chord, were other things. Intelligence. Patience. Calculation. Whatever lived in the back of Quirrell's head was thinking, planning, working towards something with the methodical focus of a being that had all the time in the world and very little to lose. Harry wrote his observations in Lucifer's coded script, a cipher they'd developed together when Harry was 8, based on a pre-Babel language that no wizard on Earth could read. He kept the notes in a pocket journal warded against summoning spells, and he updated them every evening with the discipline of a field researcher tracking a dangerous predator. The predator, meanwhile, was tracking him back. He felt it during defense classes, the second set of desires reaching toward him through Quirrell's skull, probing, testing, drawn to the fragment of itself that lived in Harry's scar. The Horcrux responded every time. A pulse of cold, a flicker of recognition, a whispered connection that Harry had to actively suppress to keep it from growing. It was like having a radio in his head tuned to a frequency he didn't want to hear. Most of the time he could keep the volume at 0. But in Quirrell's classroom, with the source signal 20 feet away, the static crept through. On October 30th, the static said a word. Harry was sitting in the back row of defense class, half listening to Quirrell stammer through a lecture on the knockback jinx that a competent instructor could have covered in 10 minutes. The Horcrux pulsed, routine, expected, manageable. And then, beneath the pulse, carried on a frequency that existed somewhere between thought and sensation, a single word pressed against Harry's consciousness like a hand pressing against a window: boy. Harry's quill stopped. It wasn't his thought. It wasn't a memory. It was a voice, thin, distant, corroded by years of disembodiment, but undeniably real and undeniably directed at him. He didn't react. Didn't flinch, didn't look up, didn't let a single muscle in his face change. Maze had trained that out of him years ago. Your face is a weapon or a weakness, she'd said. Choose. He chose weapon. He sat perfectly still, breathing normally, and let his mental defenses do what Lucifer had built them to do: absorb, deflect, and reveal nothing. The voice didn't come again. But the hunger from Quirrell's passenger spiked, a sudden, ravenous intensity, as though whatever was in there had tasted something it wanted and was now desperate for more. Harry finished the class. Took notes. Asked a question about the knockback jinx that was deliberately mundane. Walked out of the classroom with the same unhurried stride he always used. Then he went to the nearest bathroom, locked the door, gripped the edge of the sink, and breathed until his hands stopped shaking. It knew him. The thing in Quirrell's head, Voldemort, it had to be Voldemort, nothing else fit the profile, had reached through the Horcrux connection and spoken to him. Which meant the connection was two-way. Which meant the fragment in Harry's scar wasn't just a scar. It was a door. And something on the other side had just knocked. He didn't tell Hermione. He didn't tell Daphne. He told Lucifer. The enchanted parchment glowed that night with Harry's careful, coded account of what had happened. He wrote sitting on his bed, curtains drawn, the lake pressing against the dormitory windows with its vast, dark patience. The other boys were asleep. Draco's breathing was steady and measured even in sleep, the breathing of a boy who had been trained to control himself even unconsciously. Blaise slept like the dead. Not murmured occasionally in dreams that sounded unpleasant. Harry wrote everything. The word. The sensation. The feeling of a door in his scar being pushed from the other side. He wrote about the hunger he'd felt, that desperate, burning need for existence that poured through the connection like acid through a crack in a wall. He wrote about the recognition, the way the thing in Quirrell's skull had reached for the thing in his scar the way a hand reaches for its reflection. The response came faster than usual, 30 minutes instead of the typical hour, and it was shorter than any message Lucifer had sent since term began: do not engage. Do not respond. Do not let it in. The connection you're describing is a soul link, rare, dangerous, and not something that should exist between a living child and a disembodied wraith. The Horcrux in your scar is responding to its source. Think of it as a compass needle pointing north. It can't help it, it's what it was designed to do. But a compass needle doesn't have to move if you hold it still. I'm looking into countermeasures. Celestial grade occlusion, something that can seal the link without damaging you. It will take time. Until then, do not engage. Do not respond. Do not let it in. I'm looking into something. Details when I have them. This is not a request, Harry. This is the closest thing to an order I will ever give you. Dad, the absence of humor was more alarming than any threat could have been. Lucifer Morningstar communicated in charm and with the way other beings communicated in language. When the charm disappeared, what was left was something old and serious and genuinely afraid. Harry folded the parchment and didn't sleep well. Halloween arrived with the enthusiastic pageantry of a school that had never met a holiday it couldn't over-celebrate. The great hall was festooned with live bats, enormous carved pumpkins that glowed with enchanted fire, and streamers in orange and black that swirled through the air like silk serpents. The feast was spectacular: roast everything, pumpkin everything else, sweets in colors that didn't exist in nature. Harry sat at the Slytherin table between Blaise and Daphne. The former was eating with his usual aristocratic excess. The latter was drinking apple cider and reading a book on advanced ward theory with the focused intensity of someone who found celebration suspicious on principle. You could try enjoying yourself, Harry told her. I am enjoying myself. This is what my enjoyment looks like. It looks like studying. Exactly. She turned a page. Joy is overrated. Competence is eternal. Blaise leaned over. She's been like this since I've known her. I once saw her read through an entire Quidditch match. Both team seekers crashed into each other and she didn't look up. The crash was audible, Daphne said. I didn't need to look up to know what happened. Incompetence has a distinctive sound. Harry laughed. It was genuine, not performance, not strategy, just the involuntary response to someone who was, despite her best efforts to conceal it, genuinely funny. Daphne glanced at him. Just a glance. But something in it was warm in a way her words never were. The warmth lasted exactly 4 more minutes. The doors to the great hall burst open with a violence that silenced the entire room. Professor Quirrell ran, not walked, not hurried, but flat out sprinted with the desperate energy of a man who had been rehearsing this moment and was committing fully to the performance. His turban was askew. His face was gray. His eyes were wide with what anyone else would call terror, and Harry recognized as the most convincing acting he'd seen since Lucifer's last poker game. Troll! Quirrell screamed. Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know. He crumpled to the floor in a dead faint that was timed with theatrical precision. The hall erupted. Students screamed, leaped from benches, grabbed each other. The noise was deafening, pure, unfiltered panic compressed into a stone room with 1,000 panicking teenagers. Harry didn't move. He sat perfectly still while chaos swirled around him, and he thought. Fast. Clean. The way Lucifer had trained him to think when the world caught fire, not reacting, but processing. Fact, Quirrell had just announced a troll in the dungeons. Fact, Quirrell was faking. The panic, the faint, all of it. Harry could feel his desire signature, not terror but satisfaction. The man was pleased with himself. This was going according to plan. Fact, if the troll was in the dungeons, and Quirrell wanted people distracted. Fact, the third-floor corridor. The thing Dumbledore had warned them about at the welcome feast. The forbidden corridor that Harry had been mapping for weeks. Quirrell had released the troll as a distraction. Whatever he, or rather, whatever was riding him, wanted, it was on the third floor. And right now, every professor in the building was about to go chasing a troll in the wrong direction. Everyone follow your prefects back to the dormitories. Dumbledore's voice cut through the panic with the authority of a man accustomed to being obeyed by reality itself. Students surged toward the exits. Harry moved with them, or appeared to. He peeled away from the Slytherin group at the first corridor junction, slipping behind a tapestry into a passage he discovered during his second week of nocturnal exploration. "Where are you going?" He turned. Daphne was behind him, still holding her book, her expression the same controlled neutrality it always was, except for her eyes, which were sharp and demanding. "Following a hunch," Harry said. "About the troll?" "About the man who released it." Daphne's eyes narrowed. She looked at him for 2 seconds in which Harry could practically see the calculations running behind her irises, the cost-benefit analysis of following a boy into danger versus returning to the safety of the common room. "I'm coming with you," she said. "It might be dangerous. Everything worth doing is dangerous. Move." Harry moved. Daphne followed. They wound through the hidden passage, up a flight of stairs that shouldn't have existed, and emerged on the second floor near the charms corridor. And ran directly into Hermione Granger. She was alone. Her eyes were red. She'd been crying. Harry could see it in the blotchy skin and the way she held herself, arms wrapped tight around her torso like she was trying to hold herself together. She'd been in the bathroom, he realized. She'd missed the feast. She didn't know about the troll. "Hermione," Harry said. "We need to move. There's a troll loose in the castle." "A what?" "Troll. Large. Stupid. Violent. Currently somewhere in the building, and we need to not be standing in an open corridor when the smell hit them first. Hot, rancid, like a dumpster in August crossed with a public toilet that had given up on life. Then the sound, heavy, dragging footsteps, accompanied by a low, guttural breathing that vibrated through the floor. The mountain troll rounded the corner 30 feet away. It was 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, carrying a wooden club the size of a small tree. Its eyes were tiny and stupid and mean. Its nostrils flared as it caught their scent, 3 small humans, conveniently clustered in a corridor with nowhere to run. Hermione made a sound that wasn't quite a scream. Daphne went white but didn't move. Harry stepped forward. "Get behind me," he said. "Both of you." "Harry, that thing is, I know what it is. Get behind me." The troll charged. It was fast for something that size, faster than the textbook suggested, driven by the simple, terrible physics of mass times acceleration. The club came down like a meteor, aimed at the spot where Harry was standing. Harry wasn't standing there anymore. He moved the way Maze had taught him, not backward, not away from the threat, but sideways and in. Inside the arc of the swing, where the club's momentum couldn't reach him, where the troll's size became a disadvantage instead of a weapon. The club smashed into the stone floor and shattered tiles. Harry was already past it, wand up, firing. Flipendo. The knockback jinx hit the troll in the knee. It was like throwing a pebble at a tank. The troll stumbled but didn't fall. Harry hadn't expected it to. The jinx was a probe, a test of the creature's magical resistance. High resistance. Physical approach, then. The troll swung again. Harry ducked, flat, horizontal, the kind of move that looked impossible but was simply a matter of reading the attack's trajectory and committing to the dodge without hesitation. The club passed over his head close enough to ruffle his hair. Hermione! Harry shouted. The club! Can you levitate it? Hermione's brain, that extraordinary, beautiful, terrifyingly fast brain, caught up to the situation in the time it took most people to blink. She raised her wand with hands that shook but didn't waver. Wingardium Leviosa. The club ripped from the troll's hand and floated upward. The troll looked at its empty fist with bovine confusion. Then it looked up, at the club hovering 10 feet above its head. Harry pointed his wand at the floating club and applied a concept he'd read about in the advanced text on kinetic enchantments, a banishing charm modified for mass, turning levitation into acceleration. The club dropped. Not fell, dropped, with the focused velocity of a weapon deployed with intent. It hit the troll directly on top of its skull with a sound like a cannon firing into a watermelon. The troll's eyes crossed. It swayed. And then, with the slow, majestic inevitability of a condemned building, it toppled sideways and hit the floor with an impact that shook dust from the ceiling. The corridor was very quiet. Hermione lowered her wand. Her hands were shaking badly now. Daphne was pressed against the wall, breathing hard, her composure cracked for the first time since Harry had known her. Harry looked at the unconscious troll. His heart was hammering, his wand hand was steady, and his mind was already racing ahead, not to the immediate aftermath but to the question that mattered: why was the troll here and not in the dungeons? Quirrell had said dungeons. The troll was on the second floor. Either the troll had wandered up on its own, possible but unlikely given a troll's intelligence, or it had been directed here. But why the second floor? What was near here? That, footsteps. Running. Multiple sets. McGonagall arrived first, followed by Snape, followed by Quirrell, who was doing an admirable job of looking terrified despite the satisfaction still radiating from his desire signature like heat from a coal. Dumbledore was not with them, which Harry noted with interest. What on earth? McGonagall stopped. She looked at the troll. She looked at the 3 first years. She looked at the smashed corridor. Her face went through expressions so quickly it was like watching a slot machine: shock, horror, fury, confusion, and something that might have been reluctant admiration. Explain, she said. One word. An entire tribunal compressed into 7 letters. Harry explained. Calmly, factually, without embellishment. He'd been heading back to the common room. He'd found Hermione, who hadn't heard the warning. The troll had appeared. They'd defended themselves. He did not mention that he'd been heading toward the 3rd floor. He did not mention his suspicions about Quirrell. He presented a clean narrative: 3 students, 1 troll, a successful defense, and let it stand. McGonagall looked at him with an expression that said she believed approximately 60% of what he'd just said and was choosing, for reasons of her own, not to press the other 40. 5 points to Slytherin, she said. For each of you, for sheer dumb luck. She paused. And 5 points to Gryffindor for Miss Granger's spell work. Now go to your common rooms. All of you. Snape said nothing during the entire exchange. But Harry caught him looking at Quirrell with an expression of undisguised suspicion that confirmed what Harry already knew: Snape didn't trust the defense professor either. And Quirrell himself, the man stood at the back of the group, turban restored, stutter in place, the very picture of a terrified academic. But his eyes found Harry's, just for a moment, and in that moment, the eyes weren't Quirrell's at all. They were older, colder, and burning with a recognition that had nothing to do with the turban and everything to do with the thing beneath it. "I see you," those eyes said. "I see you too," Harry thought back. And felt his scar burn. They walked back to their common rooms through corridors that smelled of troll and shattered stone. Hermione walked with them as far as the staircase where Gryffindor and Slytherin paths diverged. "Thank you," she said. She said it to all three of them, but her eyes were on Harry. "I didn't. If you hadn't been there, you'd have figured something out," Harry said. "You always do. I was in the bathroom crying because Ron Weasley said I had no friends." Her voice was flat, matter-of-fact, the tone of someone forcing themselves to be honest because the alternative was worse. "I've been crying in bathrooms since I was 7. Different school, different bathroom, same reason. I'm too much. Too smart, too eager, too loud. People don't like girls who know the answers." Harry looked at her. Daphne looked at her. Neville, who had appeared at some point during the chaos, Harry hadn't even noticed when, looked at her with an expression of such genuine empathy that it was almost painful. "Hermione," Harry said. "The people who think you're too much are people who aren't enough. And Ron Weasley is a 12-year-old boy who thinks emotional intelligence is a Quidditch position. His opinion of you matters exactly as much as you let it." "Which should be not at all," Daphne added. "For the record." "Also," Neville said quietly, "you do have friends. You have us." Hermione looked at them. 3 Slytherins, well, 2 Slytherins and a Gryffindor who'd somehow ended up in the wrong corridor at the right time, standing in a torchlit hallway, covered in troll dust, offering her something she'd wanted her entire life. She didn't cry. She was done crying for the evening. She straightened her shoulders, pushed her hair out of her face, and nodded once with the decisive energy of someone accepting a commission. "Library tomorrow," she said. "All of you. 9 o'clock. I want to know everything about mountain trolls, how they got into the castle, and what Professor Quirrell was actually doing during the panic." She turned and walked toward Gryffindor Tower. Her steps were steadier than they'd been in weeks. Daphne watched her go. "I like her," she said. It was the highest compliment Daphne Greengrass had paid to anyone in Harry's hearing. "She's going to be remarkable," Harry agreed. "She already is," Neville said. "People just haven't noticed yet." Harry looked at Neville and saw, for the first time, the man this boy would become. Not clearly, it was more like looking at a photograph that was slowly coming into focus, the features still blurry but the outline unmistakable. Neville Longbottom was going to be extraordinary. He just needed time and people who believed it before he did. The castle settled into uneasy quiet after the troll. Officials were summoned. The creature was removed. Explanations were offered that satisfied the easily satisfied and troubled everyone else. Life at Hogwarts continued. Harry did not continue as before. The troll incident had crystallized something he'd been circling for weeks. Quirrell, or rather, the thing wearing Quirrell, was making moves. The troll was a distraction, which meant the real play had happened elsewhere, which meant whatever was on the 3rd floor was the target. Harry already knew what was on the 3rd floor. He'd been mapping the corridor since his 2nd week, using his infernal senses to trace the magical protections layered through the restricted area. He couldn't breach them without triggering alarms. Dumbledore's wards were formidable, the work of a genuinely brilliant mind, but he could see their shapes and infer their purposes. A 3-headed dog guarding a trapdoor. This he'd discovered on his very first reconnaissance, and it had given him a genuine moment of delight. Cerberus mythology made flesh, crammed into a Hogwarts classroom like a tank parked in a garage. The dog was enormous, stupid, and dangerous, but it was a guardian, not a trap. It was the lock. Whatever was below the trapdoor was what mattered. Beneath the dog, a sequence of protections. He could sense them in layers, magical challenges, each distinct, each requiring a different type of skill to bypass. One felt like herbology. One felt like a chess set. One was fire-based, he recognized the signature of an enchanted flame barrier. And at the bottom, something small and powerful and radiating a specific frequency of magic that Harry didn't recognize from any of his studies. He needed more information. Which meant he needed help. He assembled them on a Saturday morning in the library, his people, the ones he trusted, each chosen for a specific capability. Hermione arrived first, carrying 3 books and a prepared agenda because she was Hermione. She'd also brought color-coded notes on every anomaly she'd observed since term began, organized by date, severity, and likelihood of connection to Quirrell. Harry looked at the notes and thought, if Maze and Hermione ever met, they'd either become best friends or destroy each other. Daphne arrived second, precisely on time, carrying a cup of tea and an expression that dared anyone to waste her morning. She'd dressed for what she clearly considered a working session, hair pulled back, no jewelry, the greengrass equivalent of rolling up one's sleeves. Neville arrived last, looking surprised to have been invited and trying to hide it. He'd brought Trevor, who sat on the table and watched the proceedings with the philosophical detachment of a toad who'd seen everything. Harry had considered including Blaise, but Blaise was an observer by nature, brilliant at analysis but allergic to commitment. He'd considered Ron, but Ron's strengths were loyalty and instinct, not investigation. This particular task required precision. I need to tell you something, Harry said, once they were settled in a private study room Daphne had reserved through channels Harry didn't ask about. And I need you to listen to all of it before you react. He told them about Quirrell. Not everything. Not the Horcrux, not Voldemort specifically, not the voice that had whispered boy through his scar. But the 2 sets of desires. The possession. The faked troll panic. The 3rd floor corridor and whatever was being guarded there. He told them about the troll's behavior, how it had appeared on the 2nd floor despite Quirrell's announcement of the dungeons, how the creature's path had been too direct to be random wandering, how trolls were too stupid to navigate a castle's corridors without being guided. Someone had pointed the troll toward a specific location, and Harry had a theory about why. The bathrooms, he said. Someone knew a student would be alone in the 2nd floor bathroom. The troll was directed there. Hermione went pale. But that would mean, it would mean someone wanted to create a crisis that demanded all available professors respond, while simultaneously creating a situation dangerous enough to monopolize attention. The troll wasn't just a distraction from the 3rd floor. It was a 2-for-1. Distract the staff and create chaos that could serve as cover for anything else that happened. Someone is wearing Professor Quirrell like a suit, Harry said. And that someone used a mountain troll as a diversion to get closer to whatever Dumbledore is hiding on the 3rd floor. Hermione's face had gone through a remarkable journey during this explanation, disbelief, consideration, cross-referencing with her own observations, and finally a grudging nod. The stutter is inconsistent, she said. I've noticed. He stutters more in public than when he thinks no one is listening. I overheard him speaking normally in the staff corridor 2 weeks ago. Daphne's expression hadn't changed, but her eyes had sharpened to points. The 3rd floor corridor. Dumbledore warned us away from it at the welcome feast. What's being guarded? I don't know specifically. Multiple layers of protection, I can sense at least 6 distinct magical signatures. Something small and powerful at the center. The Philosopher's Stone, Hermione said. Everyone looked at her. It's the Philosopher's Stone. It has to be. Nicholas Flamel, I've been researching Dumbledore's known associates, and Flamel is the only living alchemist who's created one. He's over 600 years old, which means the stone is real, which means it produces the elixir of life, which means anyone who wanted to live forever would want it. Silence. Then Daphne said, very quietly, someone who's already dead. Someone who's surviving as a parasite on a living host. Someone who would need the elixir of life because they don't currently have a life to sustain. Voldemort, Neville said. Everyone looked at him. He was pale but steady, his jaw set, his hands flat on the table. It's Voldemort, isn't it? Neville said. The thing possessing Quirrell. It's him. Or what's left of him. Harry studied Neville. The boy's desire hadn't changed, he still wanted to be enough. But something underneath it had shifted. There was steel there now, buried deep, forged by whatever had happened to his parents and tempered by 5 weeks of being treated like he mattered. Yes, Harry said. I believe so. Neville's hands curled into fists on the table. Not from fear. From something older and harder and far more dangerous than fear. He tortured my parents, Neville said. His voice was quiet. His followers tortured my parents into insanity. They're alive but they can't, he stopped. Breathed. The room waited. Not impatiently, with the careful attention of people who understood that what Neville was doing in this moment was harder than any spell. I visit them at St. Mungo's, Neville continued. Every Christmas. Every summer. My mum gives me sweet wrappers. She doesn't know who I am, but she gives me sweet wrappers, and my gran says I should throw them away but I keep every single one. His hands were flat on the table. They weren't shaking anymore. I keep them because that's my mum trying to give me something. That's what's left of her love, sweet wrappers and a face that doesn't recognize mine. And the man who did that to her, the man whose followers held her under the Cruciatus curse until her mind broke, he's here. In this castle. Wearing a professor-like a costume. He looked up. His eyes were dry. Steady. Burning with something that Harry recognized because he'd seen it in Lucifer's eyes, the quiet, absolute fury of someone who had decided that a certain state of affairs was unacceptable and would be changed. If he's here, I want to know. I want to help stop him. Nobody spoke for a moment. Then Hermione put her hand on Neville's arm. Daphne inclined her head, the greengrass equivalent of a standing ovation. And Harry felt something settle in the room, something that went beyond strategy and into the territory of purpose. All right, Harry said. Here's what we do. He laid out the plan. Not an assault, that was Gryffindor thinking, and Gryffindor thinking got people killed. An investigation. Map the protections. Identify the specific challenges. Determine Quirrell's timeline and methods. Gather enough information to either act or to present to Dumbledore in a way the old man couldn't ignore. Hermione, research. Everything on Flammel, the stone, the known properties of the elixir. I want to understand exactly what we're protecting and exactly what Quirrell's passenger would do with it. Already started. I'll have a report by Wednesday. Daphne, network. Your family's connections, the Slytherin social web. Find out if anyone's been in contact with known Death Eaters, if there's been unusual communication, if money is moving in directions it shouldn't. Voldemort doesn't operate alone, if he's making a play, someone outside Hogwarts is supporting it. Daphne's eyes glittered. This was her arena, information, influence, the invisible architecture of power. I'll need 2 weeks. Take them. Neville, the herbology protection. One of the layers beneath the trapdoor has a herbology signature. Professor Sprout trusts you. Find out what she might have contributed to a magical security system, what kind of plant-based trap would stop someone getting through. Neville blinked. You want me to investigate a professor? I want you to have a conversation about advanced magical plants with a professor who likes you. The information will come naturally. You won't need to lie. You'll just need to be interested. Neville considered this. Then nodded, with a firmness that hadn't been there 5 weeks ago. And you? Hermione asked. What are you doing? I'm going to get closer to the protections. Map them properly. And I'm going to figure out how Quirrell's passenger plans to get past a 3-headed dog. Harry paused. I also need to deal with something else. Something that might be related or might be entirely separate. What? There's something watching Hogwarts from above. Something not human, not wizard, not magical in any way I recognize. He hesitated. This was the edge, the place where his world and theirs diverged. Something celestial. Daphne's teacup stopped halfway to her lips. Hermione's eyes went wide. Neville looked confused. Celestial, Hermione repeated. As in angelic. As in my father's family. The study room was very quiet. The ticking of a clock somewhere in the library was the only sound. Your father, Daphne said slowly. The one who runs a nightclub in Los Angeles. That's his day job. And his night job? He's the devil. Harry said it without flinching, without hedging, without the careful framing he'd used with every other piece of information he'd shared. This was the line. The truth beyond which everything changed. The devil, Hermione repeated. As in Satan. Lucifer. The ruler of hell. That devil. He'd prefer Lucifer. He finds the other names reductive. He finds them. Hermione stopped. Closed her eyes. Opened them. Okay. Okay. I'm going to process this logically. Point 1, you have abilities that no wizard has ever displayed. Point 2, your mental defenses exceed anything documented in magical literature. Point 3, you can sense desires, which is a trait attributed to the devil in approximately 60% of Western theological traditions. Point 4, your last name is literally Morningstar, which is the Latin translation of Lucifer, yes. Which you've been telling everyone since day one and nobody thought to look it up. Hermione looked genuinely offended by this. The clue was in the name. Most people don't cross-reference their classmates' surnames with theological databases, Hermione. Most people aren't paying attention. Silence. Then Daphne said, very quietly, I knew there was something. Since the first night. The way you looked at Flint, that wasn't magic. That was something older. Something that existed before wands and spells. Yes. And the tea. The tea was just a nice thing to do. The tea was you using infernal energy to warm a beverage because you wanted to see if I'd notice. Also yes. Neville was looking at Harry with an expression of absolute, uncomplicated acceptance. As though learning his friend's father was the devil ranked somewhere below, lost my toad again, on the scale of things worth getting upset about. Okay, Neville said. Hermione and Daphne both turned to stare at him. What? Neville said. He's still Harry. And he's been straight with us since the beginning. If his dad's the devil, his dad's the devil. At least it explains the eyes thing. Harry felt a swell of warmth that he carefully did not let show on his face. Neville Longbottom, quiet, self-doubting, perpetually underestimated Neville, had just displayed the purest form of loyalty Harry had ever witnessed. Not blind loyalty. Not sycophantic loyalty. The loyalty of a person who chose to trust someone because that someone had earned it, and who wasn't going to let something as trivial as the ontological nature of their friend's father change the equation. Hermione recovered next. That explains your mental defenses. And your ability to sense desires. And the thing with heating Daphne's tea. You know about the tea. Daphne said sharply. You mentioned it. 3 weeks ago. You said it was peculiar. That's your word for things that interest you and you don't want anyone to know. Daphne's eyes narrowed, but there was no real heat in it. I'll be more careful with my vocabulary. The celestial presence, Harry continued, pulling them back. My father believes it's his brother. An angel named Ammonadial. He's been observing Hogwarts since I arrived, possibly longer. I don't know his intentions yet, but I need you to be aware that our situation might be more complicated than a possessed professor and a magical stone. Wonderful, Daphne said dryly. Angels, demons, and dark lords. My mother told me Hogwarts would be an education. Is she wrong? She's never wrong. That's the annoying part. Daphne set down her tea. All right, Morningstar. I'm in. But I want something in return. Name it. The truth. All of it. No more strategic revelations, no more parceling out information when it suits your narrative. If we're doing this, we're doing it as equals. That means I know what you know, when you know it. Harry looked at her. The demand was fair. More than fair, it was necessary. He'd been playing the information game the way Lucifer played it, doling out truth like currency, maintaining advantage through asymmetric knowledge. It was effective. It was also, Daphne was telling him, insufficient for actual trust. Deal, he said. Full transparency. Starting now. Starting now, she confirmed. And looked at him with something that wasn't warmth, wasn't softness, wasn't anything as simple as affection. It was recognition. The acknowledgement of one serious person that they'd found another. Harry held her gaze for a moment longer than necessary. Then he looked at the group, Hermione, already making notes. Neville, steady and resolved. Daphne, armored and sharp and committed. His people. Not followers. Not minions. Partners. It felt different from anything Lucifer had described about the dynamics of power. It felt, Harry thought, like the beginning of something that even the devil might not have predicted. The investigation consumed November. Hermione's research was, predictably, extraordinary. She compiled a dossier on Nicholas Flamel that was more thorough than most government intelligence reports, his history, his known associates, his alchemical achievements, the properties of the Philosopher's Stone, the limitations and requirements of the elixir of life. She cross-referenced historical accounts of Voldemort's known obsessions and concluded, with a confidence that bordered on certainty, that the stone was exactly what the Dark Lord's wraith would need to restore himself to physical form. Daphne's network delivered different intelligence. Through her family's connections and her own quiet mastery of Slytherin's social currents, she discovered that Lucius Malfoy had been making discreet inquiries about Hogwarts security arrangements. Nothing direct, Malfoy Sr. was too careful for that, but a pattern of questions to the right people in the right order, the kind of pattern that suggested someone was gathering information without wanting to appear interested. She'd also uncovered something more troubling. A seventh-year Slytherin named Marcus Belby had been receiving unusual owl post, letters with no return address, sealed with wax that bore no family crest, written in an ink that faded after being read. Daphne had noticed because Belby's behavior changed after each letter, he became more watchful, more nervous, and spent time near the third-floor corridor in ways that suggested reconnaissance rather than curiosity. Someone outside the school is coordinating with someone inside, Daphne said. Belby's not smart enough to be the principal agent. He's a messenger. Possibly an unwitting one. Can you identify the sender? Not yet. But I can track the owl. It's a tawny, not from the school owlery. It comes from the north, which means it's not originating in London. I'll have more soon. He doesn't know Quirrell is possessed, Daphne added. But he knows something is happening. And he's positioning himself to benefit from whichever side wins. Typical Malfoy, Harry said. Typical survivor. Don't dismiss it. The Malfoys have outlasted 3 Dark Lords and 2 ministries. That's not luck. That's strategy. Fair point. Neville's contribution was quieter but equally valuable. His conversations with Professor Sprout, natural, enthusiastic, driven by a genuine love of herbology that needed no fabrication, revealed that the professor had indeed contributed to the third-floor protections. Devil's Snare. A massive specimen, capable of crushing anyone who didn't know the secret, it hated light and warmth. She was really excited when I asked about aggressive plant species, Neville said. I think she doesn't get to talk about the dangerous ones very often. She told me about Devil's Snare, venomous tentacula, even mandrakes. I asked what would theoretically be the best way to protect something valuable using herbology, and she spent 20 minutes explaining. And she didn't suspect anything. Hermione asked. I'm Neville. No one suspects me of anything. He paused. That's actually been useful this time. Harry looked at him with genuine pride. Not the performance kind. The real kind, the kind that Lucifer showed in unguarded moments when Harry exceeded expectations without needing to be pushed. Harry's own reconnaissance was the most dangerous. He returned to the third-floor corridor 3 times, each time pushing deeper into his infernal senses to map the protections. He couldn't breach them. Dumbledore's wards were layered with a sophistication that even Lucifer would have respected, but he could trace their contours. 6 protections. Fluffy the three-headed dog. Devil's snare. A room of flying keys. A giant chess set. Snape's logic puzzle with potions. And at the end, something that Harry's senses couldn't quite identify, a magical artifact that showed people things, reflected things, desired things. A mirror. Something about a mirror. He filed it away and kept digging. There was also Snape to consider. The potions master had been watching Quirrell with an intensity that went beyond professional suspicion. Harry noticed it at meals, Snape's eyes tracking Quirrell across the great hall with the focused attention of a man watching a bomb he couldn't defuse. He noticed it in the corridors, Snape appearing in the same passages as Quirrell with a frequency that couldn't be coincidental. And one evening, passing the staff room, Harry heard voices. Low, urgent, barely contained. I don't know what you think you're doing, Quirrell, but I know it involves the third-floor corridor. I don't know what you're talking about, Severus, spare me the stutter. We both know it's an act. Snape's voice was a blade. I have my eye on you. Whatever your master is planning, I will stop it. Harry filed that away too. Snape knew. Or suspected. And he was working against Quirrell, which made him, temporarily, uncomfortably, paradoxically, an ally. The irony of the Devil's Son and the former Death Eater being on the same side was not lost on Harry. He suspected Lucifer would have appreciated it. Between the investigation, his classes, his nightly reconnaissance, and the growing pressure of the celestial presence above the castle, Harry was sleeping 4 hours a night. He hid the exhaustion well. Lucifer had taught him to project energy regardless of internal state, but Daphne noticed. You look tired, she said one evening in the library, not looking up from her arithmancy. I'm fine. You're lying. Your left eye twitches when you lie. It's subtle but consistent. I didn't know you studied my facial tics. I study everyone's facial tics. Yours are just harder to find, which makes them more interesting. She turned a page. Whatever you're doing at night, do less of it. You're no good to anyone unconscious. Is that concern, Greengrass? It's pragmatism, Morningstar. You're the most capable person in my network. Your collapse would be inconvenient. I'm touched. Don't be. Just sleep. He slept. Not because she told him to, but because she was right, and Harry had enough sense to recognize good advice even when it was delivered with the emotional warmth of a glacier. On a Friday evening in late November, Harry found the mirror of Eriste. He wasn't looking for it. He was doing his usual nocturnal mapping of the castle, a habit that had become routine, the way other students had routines of Quidditch practice or study groups. Harry's routine involved slipping through secret passages, testing wards, learning the castle's rhythms the way a musician learns the rhythms of a piece they intend to master. The mirror was in an unused classroom on the 4th floor, standing against the wall with the casual authority of something that had been placed there deliberately by someone who wanted it found. It was tall, nearly ceiling height, with an ornate gold frame and an inscription carved across the top that Harry read backward automatically, I show not your face but your heart's desire. Eriste. Desire, reversed. Obvious when you saw it, invisible when you didn't. Harry approached the mirror the way he approached everything unknown, carefully, with his senses extended and his defenses up. The mirror's magic was different from anything else in the castle, not protective, not offensive, but reflective in a way that went beyond glass and light. It was designed to show people what they wanted most, which meant it was designed to trap them, which meant it was either the most compassionate or the most cruel object Harry had ever encountered. He stepped in front of it. The reflection formed slowly, like a photograph developing. At first, it was just Harry, his own face, his own body, standing in the dark classroom. Then the background shifted, and other figures appeared. A woman stood behind his right shoulder. Red hair. Green eyes. Lily Potter, young, alive, smiling at him with a love so pure and so absolute that it radiated from the glass like sunlight. Her hand rested on his shoulder. He could almost feel it. She was smaller than he'd imagined. More real. The photographs Lucifer kept didn't capture the warmth of her, the way she seemed to lean toward him as though drawn by gravity, as though even death and magic and a decade of separation couldn't break the pull between a mother and her child. A man behind his left. Black hair, glasses, a crooked grin that was pure mischief. James Potter. Harry's own face, 20 years older, looking at him with pride and humor and the easy confidence of a man who had never doubted his son. He had laugh lines. Harry hadn't expected that, hadn't expected to notice something so small, so human. James Potter had laugh lines, which meant he'd laughed often, which meant he'd been happy, and the thought of that happiness, the happiness that Voldemort had ended, hit Harry harder than any spell. And beside them, beside his parents, Lucifer. Not as others imagined the devil, but as Harry knew him. Tall, immaculate, dark-eyed, with that smile that could charm the stars out of the sky. Standing next to Lily and James as though he belonged there. As though the three of them, two dead parents and one immortal father, could exist in the same space, in the same family, without contradiction. In the mirror, Lily turned to Lucifer and smiled. Lucifer inclined his head, the gesture Harry had seen 1,000 times, the one that meant respect between equals. James threw an arm around Lucifer's shoulder with the casual ease of a man who was physically incapable of standing on ceremony. It was impossible. It was the only thing Harry had ever truly wanted. Harry stared at the mirror. He didn't cry. He didn't break down. He stood perfectly still, breathing evenly, and looked at the image of the family he'd always wanted, the impossible family, the one that couldn't exist because two of them were dead and the third was the devil, and the space between those realities was the space where Harry lived. He felt the Horcrux pulse in his scar. Not painfully. Almost gently, as though even the fragment of Voldemort's soul was affected by what the mirror was showing. As though even that broken, corrupted piece of a Dark Lord understood what it meant to want something you could never have. The thing in his scar moved. Harry felt it. Not a pulse, a movement. A shifting, a stirring, like something waking up from a long sleep. The Horcrux responded to the mirror's magic the way iron responds to a magnet, drawn, pulled, activated. And for one terrible, crystalline moment, Harry saw something else in the mirror. Not his family. Not his desire. Something darker, something that looked like him but wasn't, standing in a world on fire, holding power that burned everything it touched, alone at the center of a devastation that stretched to every horizon. Then the image was gone. His family was back. Lily smiled. James grinned. Lucifer raised an eyebrow in that way that said, well, this is dramatic. Harry stepped back from the mirror. His hands were shaking. Finally, subtly, but shaking. He clenched them into fists and let the tremor pass. The Horcrux had shown him something. Not its desire, Harry didn't think it had desires in the conventional sense. More like a possibility. A future. The version of himself that would exist if the fragment of Voldemort's soul grew instead of shrunk, if the darkness won instead of lost, if Harry chose power over restraint. A tyrant does whatever they can. A protector does only what they must. Harry looked at the mirror one more time. Lily was still smiling. I won't become that, he said. Not to the mirror. To her. To the mother who had died to give him a choice. He turned and walked away from the mirror of Eriste. He made it to the end of the corridor before his legs decided they were done cooperating. He leaned against the stone wall and slid down it, sitting on the cold floor, breathing hard, staring at nothing. That was where Daphne found him. He didn't hear her approach. Later, he'd wonder how she'd known where he was, whether she'd followed him, or whether she had her own methods of tracking people through the castle's corridors. But in the moment, all he registered was a presence beside him, quiet, composed, asking nothing. She sat down on the cold stone floor next to him. She was wearing her pajamas under a robe, the first time he'd seen her look anything less than perfectly assembled. Her hair was loose. She looked younger without the armor of composure, more human, more real. "How did you find me?" Harry asked. His voice sounded strange. Thin. "I have my methods." She didn't elaborate. "You look terrible." "I found a mirror. It shows you what you want most." "What did you see?" Harry was quiet for a moment. "Then, my family. All of them. Together." Daphne didn't respond immediately. She sat beside him in the dark corridor, and the silence between them was different from any silence they'd shared before. It wasn't the comfortable silence of the library, or the charged silence of verbal sparring, or the strategic silence of people choosing their words carefully. It was the silence of someone sitting next to another person's pain and choosing to stay. "My sister is sick," Daphne said. Her voice was low, stripped of its usual precision. "Astoria. A blood curse. It's slow, she'll live for decades yet. But it's there, in her blood, and there's no cure, and every year it takes a little more." She paused. "That's the real reason I study so hard. Not politics. Not family legacy. I need to be brilliant enough to find a cure that doesn't exist yet." Harry looked at her. In the moonlight that filtered through the corridor windows, she looked like a painting, all sharp lines and pale skin and eyes that held more grief than any 11-year-old should know. "I'm sorry," he said. "About Astoria." "Don't be sorry. Be useful." It came out sharp, automatic, the default response of someone who had armored herself against sympathy because sympathy couldn't cure a blood curse. Then she softened, just slightly. "But thank you." They sat in silence for a while longer. The castle creaked and settled around them, ancient stones adjusting to ancient temperatures, the kind of sounds that had been happening since before either of them was born and would continue long after. "We should go back," Daphne said eventually. "Before Filch finds us." "Probably." Neither of them moved for another minute. Then Daphne stood, brushed off her robe, and extended her hand. Harry took it. She pulled him up with surprising strength, the strength of someone who carried invisible weight every day and had built the muscle to manage it. "Morningstar?" "Yes." "Don't go back to that mirror. Whatever it showed you, it's not real. It's what you want, not what you have. And wanting is a trap if you let it be." "Speaking from experience." "Always." She released his hand. Held his gaze for a moment that stretched and held. Then she turned and walked away, disappearing around the corner with the silent efficiency of someone who'd learned to move through a castle at night without being caught. Harry watched her go. He thought about what she'd told him, about Astoria, about the blood curse, about the real engine driving Daphne Greengrass's relentless pursuit of excellence. Not ambition. Not politics. Love. The fierce, desperate, unflinching love of a sister who refused to accept that the universe had decided someone she cherished was going to die slowly. He understood her now. Not completely, Daphne was too complex for complete understanding, and she'd probably design it that way forever. But enough. Enough to know that behind the ice and the walls and the carefully constructed fortress of indifference, there was a heart that burned as hot as anything in hell. Behind him, the glass shimmered. The image of his family faded. And in the dark, empty classroom, the mirror reflected nothing but moonlight and dust, waiting patiently for the next heart brave enough to look. He told no one about the dark vision. Some things were his alone to carry. But the mirror encounter changed his approach. He was more focused after that night, sharper, driven by the understanding that time was not unlimited and neither was his ability to contain the fragment in his scar. Voldemort's wraith was growing bolder, Quirrell was moving toward the stone with increasing urgency, and somewhere above the castle, the celestial presence was drawing closer with each passing day. 3 threats. 3 fronts. And Harry was one person. He spent the last week of November consolidating. He drilled with his team, Hermione on research, Daphne on intelligence, Neville on herbology knowledge that might save their lives. He practiced combat magic alone in empty classrooms, pushing his wizarding abilities beyond first-year curriculum with a dedication that would have made Lucifer proud. And he practiced his other abilities. The desire sense, sharpening it from a passive impression to an active tool. The infernal warmth, learning to direct it with precision, not just heating tea, but channeling it into shields, into healing, into the kind of raw energy that existed in the space between fire and intent. He didn't use hellfire. Not yet. Not in Hogwarts. That was a weapon of last resort, and Harry wasn't ready for last resorts. But he made sure he'd be ready when the time came. December arrived like a whisper, cold air, frost on the windows, the lake beginning to freeze at the edges. The castle shifted into winter mode, thicker robes, warmer fires, students huddled in common rooms against the Scottish cold. Harry stood on the astronomy tower on the first night of December. It had become his place, his thinking space, his watch post, the one location in Hogwarts where he felt closest to both the sky above and the secrets below. The celestial presence was stronger than ever. Not just a shimmer anymore. A weight. A pressure against his awareness that was almost physical, like standing in a strong wind. Whatever was up there had stopped being passive. It was building toward something. The night was clear and bitter cold. Harry's breath came in white plumes that dissolved into the dark. Below him, the castle was a constellation of lit windows, each one representing a student or professor going about the mundane rituals of evening, studying, eating, arguing, falling asleep in armchairs. Normal life. The kind of life that didn't include possessed professors and celestial surveillance and the fragment of a Dark Lord's soul living in your forehead. Harry envied them, sometimes. Not often, envy was unproductive, and Lucifer had little patience for unproductive emotions. But sometimes, in quiet moments like this, he wondered what it would be like to be ordinary. To worry about homework and Quidditch and whether the girl you liked would notice you at dinner. To have problems that could be solved by studying harder or talking to a friend. Then he remembered that ordinary Harry Potter, the one Dumbledore had planned, would be living in a cupboard under the stairs right now, starved and bullied and trained to believe he was worthless. And the envy evaporated like breath in cold air. He was what he was. The devil's son. The boy who lived. The kid with hellfire in his blood and a prophecy on his shoulders and an angel watching him from the stratosphere. Some people might have found that overwhelming. Harry found it clarifying. When you had 3 different cosmic forces vying for your attention, you stopped worrying about small things. Homework anxiety. Hard to maintain when an angel was measuring your soul. Social politics. Irrelevant when a dead Dark Lord was whispering through your forehead. Exam stress. Laughable when you could feel the weight of heaven and hell pressing against the walls of a 1,000-year-old castle. The big problems simplified the small ones. And the small ones, the friendships, the trust, the quiet moments with people who mattered, made the big ones survivable. Might as well own it. Harry felt the celestial presence press against his senses. He pressed back. Not with force, with clarity. I'm here. I know you're there. Make your move or don't, but stop hovering. The pressure pulsed. Once. Twice. And then, for the first time, it spoke. Not in words. In something older than words, something that existed in the frequency between thought and physics, a language that Harry could understand because he'd been hearing it his entire life in the cadences of Lucifer's true voice. The child of Morningstar. You are watched. You are measured. You are not yet judged. Harry felt the message settle into his mind like a stone settling into water. Not hostile. Not friendly. Clinical. The assessment of a being that dealt in absolutes and hadn't yet decided which absolute applied. Take your time, Harry thought back. I'm not going anywhere. The presence withdrew. Not entirely, it never withdrew entirely, but it pulled back to its usual distance, and the weight lifted from Harry's awareness like a hand removed from a scale. He stood on the tower and breathed December air and thought about judgment. About being watched and measured by beings who had existed since before the concept of time. About standing at the intersection of two worlds, the mortal and the immortal, the magical and the divine, and trying to figure out which one he belonged to. Both, maybe. Neither. Something new entirely. He thought about the people below him. Hermione, who challenged him to be better than his worst impulses. Neville, who was learning to be brave one small act at a time. Daphne, who carried a sister's death sentence on her shoulders and refused to bow under the weight. Blaise, who watched everything and committed to nothing but was slowly, reluctantly, beginning to care. He thought about Draco, who came to their weekly dueling sessions without fail and was getting better, not just at magic but at thinking. The rigid formality was cracking. The boy underneath was sharper than the mask suggested, more adaptable, more willing to question the script his father had written for him. He wasn't an ally yet. But he was becoming something more interesting than an enemy. He thought about Lucifer. About the letter that had said I love you in a way that was unmistakably Lucifer, surrounded by strategic advice and buried under deflection, but there. Real. The devil loved his son. It wasn't the kind of love greeting cards celebrated or movies depicted. It was harder than that. More honest. The love of a being who had rebelled against God rather than surrender his right to choose, and who had extended that same fierce autonomy to the child he'd raised. You choose. Every time. No matter what anyone tells you. Harry chose. He chose to stay. He chose to fight. He chose these people, this castle, this impossible, ridiculous, magical school that was simultaneously the most dangerous and the most wonderful place he'd ever been. He'd figure it out. He had time. Or at least, he had until the thing in Quirrell's head made its move, or the angel above the castle made its judgment, or the fragment in his scar woke up enough to try something he couldn't contain. Until then, Harry Morningstar stood on his tower, watched his stars, and prepared for whatever came next. Below him, the castle slept. The lake dreamed. The forest whispered. And somewhere, in a classroom on the 4th floor, a mirror reflected the desires of no one, waiting in the dark with the infinite patience of an object that had seen 1,000 hearts and broken most of them. The game was changing. The pieces were moving. The troll had been a warning shot. The mirror had been a revelation. The celestial voice had been a promise, or a threat. The difference between the two, Harry had learned, depended entirely on where you stood. And Harry, standing at the center of it all, human and infernal, mortal and mythic, 11 years old and ancient beyond counting, smiled at the dark and let the dark smile back. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Devil. You know, winter came to Hogwarts the way winter comes to the Scottish Highlands, not gradually, not with polite seasonal transitions, but with the sudden, absolute authority of a force that has been doing this for 10,000 years and has no interest in your opinion about it. The lake froze solid in a single night. The grounds disappeared under a blanket of snow so white it was almost aggressive. The castle's ancient heating charms struggled against the cold, producing pockets of warmth in corridors and classrooms that were separated by stretches of air so frigid that students moved between them at a jog, robes clutched tight, breath pluming. Harry stayed for Christmas. The decision had been made for him, technically, Lucifer's enchanted parchment had arrived a week before the holiday break with a message that was brief even by Lucifer's standards, handling a situation. Can't collect you for the holidays. Stay at school. Stay alert. Details forthcoming. Dad P.S. Maze sends a gift. Don't open it in front of the other students. The gift, when it arrived by private courier owl, turned out to be a hell-forged pendant, black metal, warm to the touch, engraved with sigils that Harry recognized from Lucifer's personal wards. It was a last-resort protection. In extremis, it would channel enough infernal energy to create a shield capable of stopping anything short of a direct celestial attack. The fact that Lucifer had sent it, the fact that he considered it necessary, told Harry everything the brief message didn't. Something was wrong. Something big enough to keep the devil busy over Christmas and worried enough to arm his son with emergency equipment. Harry put the pendant on. It settled against his chest like it had always been there, warm and heavy and humming with a frequency that matched his heartbeat. The castle emptied. Students streamed toward the Hogwarts Express in chattering, excited masses, dragging trunks and owl cages, shouting holiday plans across the platform. Harry watched from the entrance hall, hands in his pockets, cataloging departures. Hermione left. She hugged him before she went, quick, fierce, unexpected, and pressed a wrapped package into his hands. Don't open it until Christmas morning. And write to me if anything happens with Quirrell. Neville left with his grandmother, a formidable woman in a vulture hat who looked at Harry with an expression of deep, complicated evaluation before nodding once and steering Neville toward the train. Blaise left with an air of languid indifference that fooled nobody. Draco left. He paused at the entrance hall, turned back, and met Harry's eyes across the crowd. No words. Just a nod, the same sharp, single nod from the dueling room. An acknowledgement. Then he was gone, swallowed by the crowd and by the complicated gravity of a Malfoy Christmas. Daphne was the last of his circle to leave. She found him in the entrance hall after the crowd had thinned, her trunk already sent ahead, wearing a dark traveling cloak that made her look older than 11. I'll be back on the 2nd of January, she said. My father wants me home for the family's New Year gathering. It's tedious but politically necessary. I'll survive without you. I know you will. That's not what concerns me. She hesitated, Daphne Greengrass, who never hesitated, who moved through the world with the calculated precision of a chess piece that had figured out the board. The celestial presence. It's been stronger this week. You've felt it. Yes. And your father is busy with something he won't explain. Also yes. Those two things are connected, Morningstar. And you're staying in this castle alone without backup. I have the pendant. And I have the castle's protections. And I have Dumbledore, who may be a manipulative chess player but is also probably the most powerful wizard alive. Dumbledore is not your ally. No. But he's not Quirrell's ally either, and right now the enemy of my enemy is at least a useful obstacle between me and the things that want to eat me. Daphne looked at him for a long moment. Her eyes searched his face with the thorough, unblinking attention she usually reserved for arithmancy problems. Then she did something unprecedented, she reached out and squeezed his hand. Briefly, firmly, the way you might grip the rail of a ship in rough water. Don't die while I'm gone, she said. I've invested too much effort in you. She released his hand, turned, and walked toward the carriages without looking back. Harry watched her go. The warmth of her grip lingered on his skin longer than physics could explain, and he thought about investments, and about what it meant when Daphne Greengrass, who calculated everything, chose to spend something as precious as vulnerability on him. He'd sent her a gift earlier that day, passed through Blaise as an intermediary because Daphne would have found direct gift-giving suspiciously sentimental. It was a ring, not romantic, not jewelry, but a ward ring Harry had crafted himself using techniques Lucifer had taught him. It was a simple silver band inscribed with protective sigils that would warm against her skin if hostile magic came within 10 feet. A practical gift. A strategic gift. The kind of gift Daphne would appreciate because it said "I want you safe" without saying it in words she'd have to deflect. He hadn't included a note. If Daphne couldn't figure out who'd sent it, she wasn't the person he thought she was. The castle at Christmas was a different creature than the castle during term. With most students gone, the enormous building felt both emptier and more alive, as though the absence of 1,000 chattering teenagers allowed the castle's own personality to emerge. Corridors that were usually packed with foot traffic now echoed with the sound of Harry's boots on stone. Classrooms that hummed with magical instruction during the day sat empty and contemplative, their enchanted chalk dust settling into patterns on abandoned blackboards. Harry found he liked it. The solitude was different from loneliness, it was space. Room to think, to feel, to process the accumulated weight of a term that had included troll fights, celestial surveillance, possessed professors, and the first stirrings of a dark lord reaching through his forehead. He used the time well. He drilled combat spells in empty classrooms until his wand arm ached and his reflexes sharpened to a razor's edge. He read through the additional texts he'd bought at Flourish and Blotts, pushing his theoretical understanding of magic into second and third year territory. He practiced his desire sense, extending its range, sharpening its resolution, learning to read desire signatures the way a musician reads sheet music, not just the melody but the harmony, the counterpoint, the subtle dissonances that revealed what people were hiding. He also explored the castle with a thoroughness that bordered on obsessive. Secret passages, he found 7 that weren't on any map he'd seen. Hidden rooms, a bathroom that only appeared on Tuesdays, a classroom behind a tapestry on the 7th floor that seemed to change its contents depending on what you needed. The castle was alive with secrets, and Harry was determined to learn them all, because knowledge was the only weapon that couldn't be taken from you and couldn't be used up. He wasn't entirely alone. A handful of students had stayed, the Weasley brothers among them, including Ron, who seemed both surprised and cautiously pleased to find Harry in the common areas. Their relationship had been peripheral. Ron was Gryffindor, Harry was Slytherin, and the house divide created a social distance that neither had bridged beyond nodding acquaintance. Christmas morning changed that, somewhat. Harry woke early, as he always did. The Slytherin dormitory was empty, he was the only snake who'd stayed, which meant the silence was absolute, broken only by the faint gurgling of the lake against the windows and the distant creak of a castle adjusting to winter temperatures. At the foot of his bed, a pile of gifts. He hadn't expected that. Or rather, he'd expected Lucifer's gift and possibly Maze's, but the pile was bigger than that. He sat cross-legged on his bed and opened them one at a time. Lucifer's pendant, already around his neck. A card tucked into the box read, "Wear it always. Even in the shower. Especially in the shower, that's when people are most vulnerable. Ask Maze about the Roman incident. Actually, don't ask Maze. She's still angry about it. Dad Hermione's gift, a leather-bound journal, enchanted to be fireproof and waterproof, with a note inside the cover in her precise handwriting, for your investigations. The enchantments are 3rd year level, I had to teach myself. Don't let anyone else read this. Happy Christmas, Harry. Daphne's gift, a first-edition copy of The Prince by Niccolò Machiavelli, translated into English in 1640. Inside the cover, in Daphne's elegant script, you'll find Chapter 17 relevant. DG Harry checked. Chapter 17 was titled, Concerning Cruelty and Clemency, and Whether It Is Better to Be Loved or Feared. He smiled. It was the most Daphne gift possible. Neville's gift, a small potted plant that Harry didn't recognize. A note was attached, it's a dirigible plum cutting. Luna Lovegood's dad says they enhance the ability to accept the extraordinary. I thought you might appreciate that. Neville and one more package. Wrapped in silver paper, no card, no name. Harry's senses extended immediately, probing the package for magical signatures, hostile enchantments, anything that might suggest a threat. He found nothing malicious. Just old magic, very old, folded into fabric that shimmered like liquid moonlight. He opened it. The invisibility cloak spilled over his hands like water made solid. It was impossibly light, impossibly smooth, and it radiated a magic so ancient that Harry's infernal senses registered it not as a spell but as a law, a fundamental property of the universe that had been woven into cloth by someone who understood reality at a level that most wizards couldn't comprehend. A note fluttered to the bed. Small, cream-colored, written in a looping hand. Harry recognized immediately, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." No signature. But the handwriting was Dumbledore's. Harry held the cloak and thought. Dumbledore had given him James Potter's invisibility cloak. The gesture was complex, partly genuine, returning a family heirloom, partly strategic, providing a tool that Dumbledore could track, and partly a test: would Harry use it, and if so, what for? The chess player, always playing. Harry put the cloak on. He disappeared. Not metaphorically, literally, physically, completely. His body was gone, replaced by nothing, by the absence of presence that was somehow more profound than any concealment charm. He looked at his invisible hands and thought about what it meant to vanish. To become nothing. To walk through the world unseen, unheard, unaccountable. It was the most dangerous gift he'd ever received. Not because of the cloak's power, but because of its temptation. Invisibility meant freedom from consequences. Freedom from observation. Freedom from the accountability that separated Harry Morningstar from the dark version of himself the mirror had shown. He took the cloak off. Folded it carefully. Put it in his trunk. He would use it. Of course he would, it was too useful not to. But he would use it knowing what it was, a tool that, misused, could turn a protector into a predator. A tyrant does whatever they can. A protector does only what they must. Even when no one was watching. Especially when no one was watching. Christmas dinner was a small, strange, oddly wonderful affair. Dumbledore had arranged for the remaining students and staff to eat together at a single table, no house divisions, no hierarchy, just people sharing food and crackers and the particular warmth that comes from choosing to celebrate with whoever's available rather than whoever's expected. Harry sat between Fred and George Weasley, which turned out to be the social equivalent of sitting in a hurricane. They were brilliant, chaotic, and possessed a twin telepathy that allowed them to finish each other's sentences with the precision of a comedic act that had been running since birth. "So, Morningstar," Fred began. "We've been meaning to ask," George continued. "What exactly is the deal with you?" Harry looked between them. "You'll need to be more specific." "The thing where you walked into Slytherin and made Marcus Flint wet himself, without using a wand, or a spell, or apparently any effort whatsoever. I asked him nicely to reconsider his choices." Fred and George exchanged a look that communicated entire paragraphs. Then they grinned, identical, slightly unhinged, deeply appreciative grins. "We like you, Morningstar," Fred said. "We've decided you're an honorary Weasley," George added. "What does that involve?" "Mostly being poor and ginger, but we'll waive the entrance requirements." Harry laughed. He ate Christmas pudding and wore a paper crown from a cracker and let himself, for a few hours, be an 11-year-old at a holiday meal, surrounded by people who were uncomplicated and warm and had no agenda beyond enjoying Christmas. Dumbledore was at the end of the table, wearing a ridiculous hat and pulling crackers with the enthusiasm of someone who had decided that dignity was optional for the day. He caught Harry's eye once and raised his goblet in a toast that was either a gesture of goodwill or another move in the game. Harry raised his goblet back. Either way, it was Christmas. Even chess players took holidays. Ron Weasley sat down next to Harry after the pudding course, face flushed, wearing a maroon jumper with a large R on the front that he seemed to simultaneously love and despise. "Mum knits them," he said, following Harry's glance. "Every year. One for each of us. Percy pretends his doesn't exist. The twins use theirs as a hammock for their owl. I think it suits you. It's maroon. I look like a walking bruise." Bruises are tough. You could do worse. Ron looked at him. There was a calculation happening behind his eyes, not the sharp, political calculation of Slytherins, but the instinctive, gut-level assessment of a person deciding whether they liked someone. Ron's instincts were good. Better than good. He operated on a frequency that bypassed analysis and went straight to truth, and what his instincts told him about Harry Morningstar was apparently favorable. "You're all right, Morningstar," Ron said. "For a snake." "You're all right, Weasley." "For a lion." Ron grinned. It was wide and warm and uncomplicated, and Harry understood, in that moment, why Gryffindor was the House of the Brave. Not because its students were fearless, Ron was afraid of plenty of things. But because they were honest. They wore their feelings on their maroon sweaters and their hearts on their freckled faces, and there was a courage in that openness that Harry, with all his armor and calculation, genuinely admired. They played wizard chess after dinner. Ron destroyed him in 11 moves. Harry had been playing chess since he was 4, Lucifer was an expert, and they'd spent countless evenings at the board in Lux, but Ron Weasley played with a tactical intuition that bordered on savant. He saw patterns that Harry missed, predicted moves 3 and 4 turns ahead, and sacrificed pieces with a ruthless efficiency that would have made Daphne proud. "Where did you learn to play like that?" Harry asked, staring at his decimated side of the board. "Brothers. If you can't beat Fred and George at something, you find the thing they can't beat you at." Ron set up the pieces again. "Another?" They played until midnight. Harry won once out of 7 games, and that one was because Ron got distracted by a chocolate frog. It was, Harry decided, one of the better Christmas evenings he'd had, not because it was dramatic or significant, but because it was simple. Just 2 boys, a chessboard, and the warmth of a castle at Christmas. The night of December 27th, Harry went looking for the Mirror of Erist. He told himself it was reconnaissance. He told himself he needed to confirm whether the mirror was the last protection in the sequence, the final challenge before the Philosopher's Stone. He told himself it was strategic. He was lying. He went because Daphne had told him not to. He went because the image of his family was a wound that hadn't healed and he wanted to press on it. He went because it was midnight and the castle was empty and the pendant on his chest was warm and his father was somewhere far away handling something dangerous and Harry was 11 years old and alone and he missed his mother. He wore the invisibility cloak. He moved through the corridors with the silent efficiency of someone trained by demons, invisible and undetectable. The castle was asleep. Even the portraits dozed in their frames, snoring softly against painted landscapes. The classroom on the 4th floor was empty. The mirror was gone. Harry stood where it had been and felt its absence like a hole in the air. Dumbledore had moved it. Of course he had. The old man had probably known Harry would come back, had probably watched through some mechanism of surveillance that Harry hadn't yet identified, and had removed the temptation with the benevolent ruthlessness that was his signature move. Protecting Harry from himself. Controlling the environment. Removing choices rather than trusting Harry to make the right one. It was, Harry reflected, exactly what Lucifer would have predicted. And exactly what Lucifer would have despised. He explored the nearby corridors under the cloak, searching for any sign of where the mirror had been moved. Nothing. Dumbledore's concealment was thorough, no magical residue, no trail, no trace. The mirror could be anywhere in the castle, or it could have been moved to the 3rd floor corridor already, installed as the final protection before the stone. That thought stopped him. If the mirror was the last protection, if it was the thing standing between Quirrell's passenger and the Philosopher's Stone, then Dumbledore was using a magical artifact that showed people their deepest desire as a security measure. Which was brilliant, in a way that was also slightly insane. Because the only way to get the stone from the mirror would be to look into it wanting the stone but not wanting to use it. And how many people could hold that kind of paradox in their head? Harry could. He was fairly certain of that. His desire sense gave him an unusual degree of control over his own wants, he could separate what he wanted from what he intended, could hold contradictory impulses in his mind without being overwhelmed by either. Quirrell's passenger probably couldn't. Voldemort was, at his core, a being defined by want, by the hunger to exist, to survive, to conquer. He wanted the stone with every fiber of his disembodied being. The mirror would show him holding the stone, but it wouldn't give it to him, because his desire was too naked, too desperate, too honest. It was elegant. It was also, Harry realized, specifically designed for him. Not for Quirrell, not for Voldemort, but for Harry Potter, the boy Dumbledore had planned, the boy who was supposed to arrive at this moment after a lifetime of deprivation and humility, who would want the stone saved but wouldn't want it for himself. Dumbledore's trap wasn't for the villain. It was for the hero he'd been trying to create. Harry stood in the empty classroom and felt a cold admiration for the old man's mind. Then he turned and walked out, because cold admiration was all Dumbledore's methods deserved. He didn't go back to the dormitory. He went to the astronomy tower, because that was where he went when the masks came off and the calculations stopped and he needed to just be. The sky above the castle was ablaze with winter stars. The Milky Way stretched from horizon to horizon, dense and luminous, and for a moment Harry felt the scale of it, the vastness, the indifference, the staggering beauty of a universe that contained angels and demons and dark lords and an 11-year-old boy standing on a tower in Scotland missing his dead mother. The celestial presence was there. Stronger than ever. Not watching anymore, hovering. Close. Harry could almost feel the displacement of air, the way reality bent slightly around something that was too large for the physical world to contain comfortably. If you're going to stand there, Harry said to the sky, you might as well come down. Nothing happened for 10 seconds. 20. 30. Then the air in front of Harry folded inward, and Ammonadial stepped onto the astronomy tower. He was, there was no other word for it, magnificent. Tall, dark-skinned, with features that were perfectly symmetrical in a way that went beyond genetics into mathematics. He wore a gray suit that looked like it had been tailored by someone who understood that clothing was a form of language. His eyes were dark and ancient and burning with a light that had nothing to do with reflection and everything to do with the fundamental forces that had existed since the universe was young. He radiated authority the way Lucifer radiated charm, effortlessly, overwhelmingly, as a simple consequence of what he was. But where Lucifer's presence was warm, seductive, pulling you in, Ammonadial's was cold and vast, like standing in front of a glacier and understanding, on a cellular level, that it could crush you without noticing and would feel nothing about it afterward. Harry's pendant flared warm against his chest. His scar throbbed, not the cold throb of Voldemort's connection, but something else, a resonance, a harmonic response to celestial energy that made the Horcrux fragment writhe in confused recognition. Harry Morningstar, Ammonadial said. His voice was like a church organ, deep, resonant, carrying harmonics that vibrated in bones rather than eardrums. I am Ammonadial. I know who you are, Harry said. My father talks about you. I'm sure he does. Ammonadial's expression was carefully neutral, but something flickered behind his eyes, old pain, old frustration, the complicated grief of a family that had been broken since before humanity learned to walk upright. And I'm sure he paints me as the villain. He paints you as the obedient one. In our family, that's worse. The faintest twitch at the corner of Ammonadial's mouth. Not a smile. Not quite. You have his tongue. Among other things. Ammonadial stepped closer. Harry didn't step back. The angel moved with a gravitational inevitability that made standing your ground feel like swimming against a current, but Harry had been trained by Maze to hold position against beings that could unmake him with a thought. I've been watching you, Ammonadial said. Since you arrived at this school. I've observed your interactions, your choices, your use of the gifts my brother gave you. He paused. You're not what I expected. What did you expect? An abomination. The word was delivered without heat, without malice, a clinical assessment, the way a doctor might describe a diagnosis. A mortal child corrupted by infernal influence, twisted into something that should not exist. That is what the celestial court expected. That is what I was sent to confirm. And what have you confirmed? Ammonadial was quiet for a moment. The wind off the mountain stirred his suit jacket and ruffled Harry's hair, and the stars wheeled above them with the patient indifference of objects that had been burning since before the concept of patience existed. Something more complicated, Ammonadial said. You carry infernal energy. That is undeniable, I can feel it in you the way I can feel the heat of a fire. But you also carry something else. Your mother's sacrifice. Love magic so pure that it exists on a frequency I haven't encountered since, he stopped. Something moved behind his eyes. Since before the fall. Harry felt the weight of that statement. Before the fall. Before Lucifer rebelled. Before the family shattered and heaven and hell became separate kingdoms with a cold war that had lasted since the beginning of time. My mother loved me enough to die for me, Harry said. I don't see how that makes me an abomination. It doesn't. That's the problem. Ammonadial's composure cracked, just a fraction, just enough for Harry to see the being underneath the armor. Not a cold enforcer. A conflicted one. An angel who had been given orders that didn't match what his own eyes were telling him. Between the binary judgment of heaven and the complicated reality of a boy who didn't fit the categories. The celestial court sees infernal influence and renders judgment. It's binary, light and dark, divine and profane, acceptable and abomination. But you. He shook his head. You exist in a space between those categories. And the court does not recognize spaces between. Then the court is wrong. The court is never wrong. That is its function. Sounds like my father's problem with your father. Maybe it runs in the family. Ammonadial's jaw tightened. Harry felt the temperature drop, not physically but ontologically, the weight of celestial displeasure pressing against reality like a thumb pressing against a soap bubble. This is not a joke, child. I was sent to evaluate you. If my evaluation is that you pose a threat to the celestial order, the court will act. And the court's actions are not, he searched for the word. Gentle. What does act mean? Containment. Purification. The removal of infernal influence from your being. And what would that do to me? Silence. Ammonadial didn't answer. He didn't need to. It would kill me, Harry said. Not a question. The infernal energy isn't separate from me. It's woven into who I am, my father's influence, my upbringing, the way my soul developed in proximity to beings that exist outside your neat categories. You can't remove it without removing me. That is, one interpretation. That's the only interpretation, and you know it. You've been watching me for months. You've seen me protect people. You've seen me choose restraint when I could have chosen destruction. You've seen me stand up to bullies and sit with friends and argue with people I disagree with instead of burning them. Is that what an abomination does? Ammonadial looked at him. Really looked, not with celestial authority or judicial evaluation, but with the simple, exhausting honesty of a being who had been alive for eons and was tired of pretending that things were simpler than they were. No, he said quietly. It isn't. Then tell your court that. It's not that simple. Why not? Because my brother has broken every rule that exists. He left hell. He raised a mortal child in defiance of every celestial protocol. He imbued that child with energies that were never meant to exist in mortal flesh. The court sees precedent. They see a pattern, Lucifer defying order, Lucifer disrupting the balance, Lucifer creating something that challenges the fundamental categories on which divine governance is built. And you? Harry asked. What do you see? Ammonadial was silent for a long time. The wind howled around the tower, carrying snow and cold and the scent of mountains. The stars burned above them. The castle slept below. I see a child, Ammonadial said. A child who didn't choose any of this. A child who was placed at the intersection of forces he doesn't fully understand, by parents, both biological and adopted, who loved him enough to break the rules. A child who is trying, with imperfect tools and incomplete information, to be good. Harry felt something shift inside him. Not magic. Not the Horcrux. Something more fundamental, the recognition that the being standing in front of him was not, despite everything, his enemy. Ammonadial was trapped. Caught between what his orders demanded and what his observation revealed. "I'm not asking you to disobey your court," Harry said. "I'm asking you to tell them the truth. What you've seen. What you know. And let them decide based on reality, not assumptions. The court doesn't always value reality over doctrine. Then your court has the same problem as this school's headmaster. And my answer is the same one I gave him, I am what I am. I'm not asking permission to exist." Ammonadial studied him for another long moment. Then he did something Harry didn't expect, he sat down. On the stone floor of the astronomy tower, in his immaculate grey suit, the most powerful angel Harry had ever met sat down like a man who was very, very tired. "He loves you," Ammonadial said. "My brother. I've watched him for millennia, and I've never seen him love anything the way he loves you. It's the most human thing he's ever done, and it terrifies me, because if Lucifer can love a mortal child this deeply." He trailed off. "Then maybe he's not the monster heaven decided he was," Harry finished. "That thought," Ammonadial said, "is more dangerous than anything you could do with hellfire." They sat in silence on the tower. An angel and the devil's son, sharing cold stone and complicated truths and the particular exhaustion of beings caught between worlds that refuse to acknowledge each other. "I won't report my evaluation yet," Ammonadial said finally. "I need more time. More observation." "How much time?" "I don't know. But I'll tell you this, Harry Morningstar, whatever my brother has given you, whatever he's made you, use it well. Because when the court does render judgment, the only thing that will matter is what you've done with what you are." He stood. Brushed off his suit. Looked at Harry with eyes that held millennia of duty and, buried deep beneath it, the first fragile stirrings of doubt. "Merry Christmas, nephew," he said. The word was strange in his mouth, unfamiliar, as though he'd never used it before and wasn't sure it fit. He turned to go. Then stopped. "One more thing," Ammonadial said. "The entity possessing your professor. I've observed it." Harry went very still. "And? It is a mortal concern. Beneath celestial jurisdiction. Normally I would not involve myself." Ammonadial paused. "But it is feeding on the unicorns in the forest. I've watched it, or rather, watched Quirrell, hunting them at night. Drinking their blood." Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. Unicorn blood. He knew what that meant from his studies. It would keep you alive even if you were at the point of death, but at a terrible cost. A cursed half-life. The blood of the most innocent creature in the magical world, taken by force, sustaining something that should have been dead long ago. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because unicorns exist on a frequency that crosses the boundary between mortal and divine. They are not quite celestial, but they are, adjacent. Their slaughter offends me on a level that goes beyond jurisdiction." Ammonadial's expression hardened. "Whatever that creature is planning, it is running out of time. The unicorn blood is a stopgap, not a solution. It will make its move for the stone soon." "How soon?" "Before the end of your school year. Possibly sooner." Harry absorbed this. "Thank you." "Don't thank me. I'm not helping you. I'm reporting an observation that happens to be relevant to your situation." The distinction was, Harry suspected, important to Ammonadial's sense of protocol. "What you do with that observation is your choice." "Choice," Harry said. "There's that word again." Ammonadial's eyes flickered. For a moment, just a moment, something that looked almost like humor crossed his ancient face. Perhaps it does run in the family. Then the air folded, and he was gone. Harry sat on the tower alone, the pendant warm against his chest, the stars impossibly bright above, and thought about family. About the family you're born into and the family you choose and the family that exists in the complicated, contested space between heaven and hell where a boy with green eyes and hellfire in his blood was trying to figure out what it meant to be good. He thought about the word nephew. Such a small word. Such a human word. Angels didn't have families in the way humans understood, they were created, not born, each one a discrete act of divine will. The concept of nephew implied a web of relationships, of connections, of the messy, overlapping bonds that defined mortal existence. For Ammonadial to use that word was to acknowledge that Harry existed within that web. That he was connected to Ammonadial not through celestial protocol but through something older and messier and more powerful, blood. Or its equivalent. Lucifer had fallen. He'd been cast out, condemned, redefined as the enemy of everything his family represented. But he was still Ammonadial's brother. And Harry was still, in some complicated, unprecedented way, Ammonadial's nephew. Family. Even the celestial kind. Even the broken kind. It persisted. Harry sat on the cold stone until his hands went numb and his breath came in clouds and the stars wheeled overhead in their ancient, indifferent dance. Then he went inside, descended the tower stairs, and walked through the sleeping castle to his dormitory. On the way, he passed Dumbledore's office. The gargoyle was still. The corridor was empty. But Harry felt the old man's awareness, a faint brush against his mental defenses, light as a spider's web, so subtle that anyone without Harry's training would have missed it entirely. Dumbledore was awake. Dumbledore was watching. And Dumbledore had felt the celestial disturbance on the tower the way a seismologist feels an earthquake. The aftershocks were still rippling through the castle's wards, and a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber would have registered every one. Harry kept walking. Whatever conclusions Dumbledore drew from tonight, they would be incomplete. The old man knew about Voldemort. He might suspect the celestial angle. But he couldn't see what Harry saw, the convergence of three separate conflicts, each escalating on its own timeline, each threatening to collide with the others in ways that no single intelligence could fully predict. Voldemort. Heaven. Dumbledore's chess game. Three forces, three agendas, three different visions of what Harry Morningstar should be. Harry had a fourth vision. His own. He told Lucifer everything. The enchanted parchment burned with Harry's account of the meeting, every word, every nuance, every flicker of conflict in Ammonadial's ancient eyes. He wrote about the evaluation, the court, the threat of purification. He wrote about the moment Ammonadial had sat down on the cold stone, and the word nephew spoken like a language being learned. Lucifer's response came at dawn. Little hellion, my brother spoke to you. My brother sat with you. My brother called you nephew. I need you to understand what that means, because you won't find it in any book. Ammonadial has not acknowledged a family member outside of official celestial business in approximately 4,000 years. The last time he used a familial term voluntarily was before the fall, when we were still, when things were different. He's conflicted. That's more than I dared hope for. A conflicted Ammonadial is an Ammonadial who's thinking instead of obeying, and thinking is the first step toward choosing, and choosing is, well. You know what I believe about choosing. The situation I'm handling, I've been negotiating with contacts in the celestial bureaucracy. Back channels. Old favors. The court is not monolithic, there are factions, disagreements, angels who remember me as I was before the official narrative turned me into a monster. I'm trying to buy you time. I'm trying to create a space where the court's evaluation can land somewhere other than destroy the abomination. It's working. Slowly. But the court moves on geological time, and the forces pushing for your elimination are not patient. Stay close to Ammonadial's goodwill. Don't push him, don't challenge his faith or his duty. Let him see what he's already seeing. Let reality do the arguing for you. Your mother's love is your best defense. It exists on a frequency that even the court respects, because sacrificial love is the closest mortals come to divinity, and not even heaven can argue with divinity. I'll be there soon. Not for Christmas, the negotiations are at a critical stage, and leaving now would unravel months of work. But soon. Before the end of your school year. I promise. I miss you. I miss your terrible taste in music and your insistence on eating cereal for dinner and the way you argue with me about free will at 3 in the morning. Lux is too quiet without you. Maze says the same, though she expressed it by throwing a knife at the wall and saying, I'm fine. Be safe. Be smart. Be good. In that order. Dad. Harry read the letter 3 times. The third time, his eyes lingered on I miss you, and he pressed the parchment against his chest for a moment before folding it away. Then he dressed, straightened his tie, and went to breakfast with the steady composure of someone who had just learned that the forces of heaven were debating his right to exist and had decided that the appropriate response was scrambled eggs. Snape found him the afternoon of December 29th. Harry was in the library, empty, quiet, perfect for the kind of research that required concentration and the absence of people who asked questions. He was cross-referencing Hermione's dossier on the Philosopher's Stone with historical accounts of Voldemort's known methods, looking for the pattern that would tell him how and when Quirrell would make his move. Snape appeared at the end of the aisle like a bat materializing from shadow. He stood there for a moment, watching Harry with an expression that had evolved over the course of the term from pure hostility to something more complicated and, consequently, more unsettling. Morningstar. Harry looked up. Professor. Come with me. It was not a request. Harry closed his books, stood, and followed Snape through the empty corridors to his office in the dungeons. The room was cold, dark, and filled with jars of things that had been alive once and now existed in states of perpetual, pickled suspension. The aesthetic was, Harry thought, a bit on the nose. Snape closed the door. Cast a silencing charm with the casual precision of a man who did this routinely. Then he turned to Harry and rolled up his left sleeve. The dark mark was inflamed. Not just burning, as it had been since September, actively inflamed, the skin around the skull and serpent brand red and swollen, the mark itself seeming to writhe in slow motion like a living thing trapped beneath the skin. This, Snape said, has not stopped since you arrived at this school. Harry looked at the mark. His desire sense reached for it automatically, and what he found was disturbing, the mark was resonating. Not with Voldemort, not exactly. With the Horcrux in Harry's scar. The 2 pieces of dark magic, the brand on Snape's arm and the fragment in Harry's forehead, were vibrating on the same frequency, connected by the same source, linked by the fact that they had both been created by the same broken soul. It reacts to me, Harry said. Obviously. The question is why. Snape's eyes were black and sharp and filled with a fury that was, Harry realized, not directed at him. It was directed at the mark itself, at the brand that had been burned into his flesh 20 years ago by a monster he'd served and then betrayed, the permanent reminder of the worst choice of his life. I have served this mark's master. I have spied for Dumbledore against him. I have lived for a decade in the space between 2 loyalties, and in all that time, the mark has been dormant. Dead. A scar, nothing more. His voice was low and vicious. And then you walked into this castle, and it woke up. I didn't do it intentionally. I know that. The words cost Snape something. Harry could see it, the effort of acknowledging that the boy he'd been determined to hate was not, in fact, the source of his suffering. But something about you is activating it. Something in your nature. He said the word as though it tasted bad. Whatever Dumbledore isn't telling me about your upbringing, whatever your father is, it's connected to this mark in ways that shouldn't be possible. Harry made a decision. It was risky. It was necessary. The mark reacts to me because I carry a piece of Voldemort's soul in my scar, he said. A Horcrux. Created the night he killed my parents. The fragment is dormant most of the time, but it resonates with other pieces of his magic, including the dark mark, which was created using a similar magical signature. Snape went still. Absolutely, completely still, the way a man goes still when the ground opens beneath his feet and he's choosing between falling and flying. A Horcrux, he whispered. Yes. In you. In my scar. It's been there since I was a baby. My father, my adoptive father, identified it the night he took me from Privet Drive. He's had experience with corrupted souls. He recognized what it was immediately. And Dumbledore? Knows about it. Has known, I suspect, since the beginning. It's part of his plan, the grand strategy, the long game. I'm the vessel. The container. The boy who has to live long enough with a piece of Voldemort's soul inside him to serve whatever purpose Dumbledore has mapped out. The old man told you this? The old man didn't need to tell me. I read people, Professor. It's what I do. And Dumbledore's plan has the fingerprints of a man who's willing to sacrifice a child for the greater good, because he's done the math and the math says the child's life is worth less than the outcome. Snape's face was a battlefield. Fury. Recognition. The particular agony of a man who had been a piece on Dumbledore's board for 20 years and was only now realizing that the board was bigger than he'd imagined and the pieces more expendable than he'd been told. He wouldn't, Snape said. But the words lacked conviction. He left me on a doorstep in November to be raised by people who would have starved me. He's been monitoring my movements since I arrived at this school. He has a security system that ends with a mirror that only I can use correctly. He has a plan, Professor, and I am the plan. The Horcrux is not an accident he's trying to fix. It's a variable he's trying to control. The silence that followed was the kind that changes things. Not dramatically, the world didn't shift on its axis, the dungeon didn't shake, no one made a speech. But something in the space between Harry Morningstar and Severus Snape rearranged itself, quietly and permanently, from adversarial to something else. Not friendship. Not alliance. But a shared understanding of what they were both caught in, and a shared determination, for different reasons, from different wounds, to survive it. Snape sat down. Not gracefully, he dropped into his chair as though his legs had made a unilateral decision to stop working. His face was gray. His hands gripped the arms of his chair hard enough that his knuckles went white. Lily's son, he said. His voice was barely audible. Lily's son, carrying a piece of the thing that killed her. The use of his mother's first name told Harry everything. The way Snape said Lily, not Potter, not Mrs. Potter, but Lily, with a tenderness so buried and so raw that it had survived 20 years of bitterness and self-destruction and come out bleeding. You loved her, Harry said. Not a question. Snape's eyes snapped to his. The hatred was there, reflex, habit, the default response of a man who had built his entire personality around keeping people away. But beneath it, visible for the first time, was the grief. Oceanic, bottomless, the kind of grief that doesn't fade because the person carrying it won't let it. That, Snape said, is none of your concern. It became my concern when your love for her became the reason you protect me. Harry held Snape's gaze. You've been working against Quirrell. You suspected what he was from the beginning. And you're doing it because Dumbledore asked you to, but also because you made a promise. To her. To keep her son safe. The silence in the office was total. The jars on the shelves seemed to hold their breath. Even the flames in the fireplace burned lower, as though the room itself was listening. How do you know that? Snape's voice was a whisper. I can sense what people want, Professor. It's not magic, it's something I was born with, or grew into. And what you want, more than anything, more than peace or vindication or the destruction of the mark on your arm, is to honor her memory. To make up for what you couldn't do. To save the son of the woman you loved because you couldn't save the woman herself. Snape stared at him. The mask was gone. The professor, the spy, the bitter antagonist, the sneering villain of 1,000 students' nightmares, all of it was gone, stripped away by the simple, devastating experience of being seen by someone who could not be deflected. For a moment, Harry saw Severus Snape as he truly was, a man in terrible, unending pain, who had converted his grief into cruelty because cruelty was easier to live with than love, and who was now sitting across from the living proof that love endured whether he wanted it to or not. "I am not your friend," Snape said finally. The words were careful, controlled, rebuilt brick by brick from the rubble of his composure. "I am not your ally. I am your professor, and I will continue to be your professor, and I will continue to be difficult and demanding and unpleasant because that is what I am. But..." He paused. The word hung in the air like a held breath. "But if that creature makes its move for the stone, you will not face it alone. Not because of you. Because of her." Harry nodded. "That's enough. It will have to be." Snape pulled his sleeve down, covering the mark. His face was closing again, the walls going back up, the mask reassembling with the practiced efficiency of a man who had been doing this since he was Harry's age. "Get out of my office, Morningstar." Harry stood. He walked to the door. Paused. "Professor?" "What?" "She'd be glad you're still fighting." Snape said nothing. But his eyes, those black, bottomless eyes that held 20 years of guilt and love and fury, glistened for just a moment before he turned away. Harry closed the door behind him and walked through the dungeons alone, thinking about love and grief and the strange, terrible things people do to survive them. He walked slowly, letting the cold dungeon air clear his head. The torches flickered as he passed, casting shadows that moved like living things against the stone walls. Hogwarts dungeons were old, older than the castle above, built on foundations that predated the founders, sunk into rock that had been here since the mountains were young. He thought about Snape's story. The pieces he knew, the pieces he'd inferred, the pieces Lucifer had told him over the years. A boy from a broken home who'd found magic and thought it would save him. A friendship with a girl who burned with kindness and power in equal measure. A school that sorted them into opposing houses and then spent 7 years teaching them that the division was more important than the connection. A choice, the wrong one, made for the wrong reasons, paid for with everything that mattered. Snape had joined Voldemort because the world had told him he was worthless and Voldemort had told him he was powerful. It was the oldest recruiting trick in existence, Lucifer had explained it once, with the weary authority of someone who'd watched it work on millions of souls. "Find someone broken," Lucifer had said. "Tell them you can make them whole. They'll follow you anywhere." The parallel to Lucifer's own story was not lost on Harry. His father had rebelled against God for similar reasons, the feeling of being diminished, of being told your nature was wrong, of being given no path forward except submission. The difference was that Lucifer had been right and Snape had been wrong, but the mechanism was identical, a being of power, denied, turning to darkness because darkness was the only door left open. Harry reached the entrance to the Slytherin common room, spoke the password, and stepped into the green-lit space. Empty. Silent. The lake pressed against the windows, dark and patient. He sat in his favorite armchair and thought about what Snape had given him. Not friendship, Snape was right about that. Not alliance, not in any formal sense. But a promise. A commitment born from love for a dead woman, extended to her living son, offered without warmth or affection or any of the things that usually accompanied loyalty. It was, Harry thought, the most Snape thing possible. And in its way, it was enough. Neville's hero moment came on the last day before term resumed. The castle was still mostly empty. Harry was walking back from breakfast when he heard it, raised voices from a corridor near the entrance hall. Not adult voices. Young voices. One of them was Neville's. Harry rounded the corner and stopped. Neville was standing in front of a first-year Hufflepuff girl, tiny, dark-haired, crying silently with the practiced quiet of someone who'd learned that crying loudly made things worse. Behind her, pressed against the wall, was another Hufflepuff boy, equally small, equally terrified. In front of Neville stood 3 older students. Second years, by the look of them, 2 Slytherins and a Ravenclaw. They'd been hexing the Hufflepuffs for entertainment. The evidence was visible. The girl had bat bogey hex remnants on her face, and the boy's ears were 3 times their normal size. Neville was between them. Wand out. Hands shaking. Face white. But standing. "Leave them alone," Neville said. His voice shook. Everything about him shook. He was terrified. Harry could feel the fear rolling off him in waves, raw and physical and absolutely overwhelming. Neville Longbottom was the most frightened person in that corridor. He was also the only one who'd stopped walking. One of the Slytherins laughed. "What are you going to do, Longbottom? Trip over your own feet? You're pathetic." "Maybe," Neville said. His wand hand steadied. Not because the fear went away, but because something else rose to meet it, something deeper, something harder, something that had been growing since a boy on a train had shaken his hand like an equal and said it was good to meet him. "But I'm pathetic and standing between you and them. So you'll have to go through me." The second years exchanged glances. This wasn't the script. Neville Longbottom was supposed to crumble. That was his role, the easy target, the reliable victim, the boy who fell down so others could laugh. The Ravenclaw raised his wand. "Fine. Furnuncle, Expelliarmus." The Ravenclaw's wand flew out of his hand. Not from Neville's spell, from Harry's. Harry stepped around the corner. He didn't hurry. He didn't posture. He simply walked into the corridor and stood beside Neville, and the second year's faces went through a remarkable spectrum of color as they processed who had just arrived. "You were saying?" Harry asked. Pleasantly. The 3 older students fled. They didn't walk, they ran. Harry watched them go and then turned to Neville. Neville was still standing. Still shaking. Still holding his wand. His eyes were bright and his jaw was set, and he looked, in that moment, like a person who had discovered something about himself that couldn't be undiscovered. "You didn't need me," Harry said. "I absolutely needed you. He was about to hex me. But you were already standing. You'd already made the choice. The hex was going to hurt. You knew that. And you stayed." Harry put his hand on Neville's shoulder. "That's not pathetic, Neville. That's the bravest thing I've seen at this school." Neville's eyes went wide. Then he did something extraordinary. He stood up straighter. Not dramatically, not all at once, but by degrees, as though an invisible weight he'd been carrying his entire life had just become a fraction lighter. The Hufflepuff girl stepped forward, wiping bat bogey residue from her face. "Thank you," she said to Neville. Not to Harry. To Neville. Because Neville was the one who'd been there first. "You're welcome," Neville said. And smiled. Harry watched him walk the 2 Hufflepuffs to the hospital wing and felt something he'd felt very few times in his life, pure, uncomplicated pride. Not the strategic satisfaction of a plan working. Not the ego boost of personal achievement. Just pride, in someone else, for their own sake, because they'd done something good. He thought about the Neville Longbottom who'd walked onto the Hogwarts Express 4 months ago, round-faced, anxious, clutching a toad, radiating the desire to be enough with such desperate intensity that it had bruised Harry's desire sense. That Neville would not have stood in front of those second years. That Neville would have walked past, head down, telling himself it wasn't his business, hating himself for the relief of not being noticed. This Neville was different. Not because someone had given him confidence. You couldn't give people confidence, not really. You could only give them space to find their own. Harry had given Neville that space. He'd treated him as an equal, valued his knowledge, included him in things that mattered. And Neville, given the space, had grown. Not into Harry's image. Into his own. That was the crucial distinction. Neville wasn't becoming a smaller version of Harry Morningstar. He was becoming a larger version of Neville Longbottom. Quieter than Harry. Less strategic. Less armored. But just as brave, braver, maybe, because Neville's bravery came without the safety net of supernatural power or a devil's training. Neville was brave with nothing but himself, and that was the hardest kind of brave there was. Lucifer had told him once that the hardest thing in the universe wasn't power or courage or sacrifice. It was watching someone you cared about become the person they were meant to be, and knowing that the only thing you'd done was give them space to grow. Harry was beginning to understand what he meant. New Year's Eve. Harry stood on the astronomy tower and watched fireworks explode over the lake. Someone in Gryffindor Tower had gotten hold of Filibuster's fireworks and was launching them into the night, filling the sky with showers of red and gold that reflected off the frozen lake like a second set of stars. The enchanted parchment was in his hand. He'd been writing to Lucifer, not about strategy or threats or the celestial court, but about the small things. The Weasley twins' joke about making him an honorary ginger. Hermione's fireproof journal. Neville's plant. The way the castle looked in winter, all white stone and golden windows, like a painting from a world that ran on beauty instead of physics. He wrote about Daphne. Not much, he wasn't sure what to say, or how to say it, or whether the things he was feeling had names yet. He just wrote, "There's a girl. She's smarter than me, though she'd say that's a low bar. She has walls like a fortress and a heart like a furnace, and she told me not to die while she was gone. I think that might be the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me." Lucifer's response was immediate, "Is she pretty?" Harry wrote back, "She's Daphne." A pause. Then, "Ah. One of those. The ones where pretty is too small a word and you haven't found the right one yet. Your mother did that to me too. Not romantically, I have standards, and she was married. But she walked into a room and the room rearranged itself around her, and there was no word for it except her name. Tell the girl you care about her. Not in words, words are easy and cheap and people use them to lie. Show her. Be there when it matters. Stand between her and whatever's coming. That's the language she'll understand." Harry folded the parchment. Put it in his pocket. Looked at the fireworks painting the sky in colors that didn't exist in nature. He thought about the year ahead. Quirrell's inevitable move for the stone. Ammonadial's unfinished evaluation. Dumbledore's chess game, still in motion, still evolving. The Horcrux in his scar, stirring more frequently, reaching for its source with growing urgency. And Lucifer, far away, fighting a political war in realms that mortal minds couldn't comprehend, trying to buy time for a son who existed in a space between categories that the universe had never been designed to accommodate. Tomorrow, the students would return. Hermione with her research and her moral clarity. Neville with his new backbone and his quiet, growing courage. Daphne with her ice and her fire and her hand that had squeezed his at the entrance hall. Tomorrow, the game would resume. Quirrell would continue his careful approach to the stone's defenses. Dumbledore would continue his observation and manipulation. Snape would continue his bitter vigil, driven by love for a dead woman and grudging tolerance for her son. And somewhere above the castle, Ammonadial would continue his evaluation, weighing Harry's existence against the rigid categories of a celestial court that had never been designed to accommodate exceptions. But tonight was New Year's Eve. Tonight was fireworks and cold air, and the parchment in his pocket where his father, the actual devil, the Lord of Hell, the most honest liar in the universe, had written about missing the sound of his son's voice arguing about free will at 3 a.m. Tonight, Harry allowed himself to feel it all. The fear and the excitement. The loneliness and the belonging. The weight of prophecy and the lightness of choice. The terrible, magnificent absurdity of being 11 years old with hellfire in his blood, standing on a Scottish tower while heaven and hell fought over his existence and a dead Dark Lord whispered through his scar. It was going to be a hell of a year. The pun was absolutely intended. Harry Morningstar smiled at the fireworks, and the fireworks, for one magical, impossible, Hogwarts at midnight moment, seemed to smile back. Below the tower, the castle chimed midnight. A new year. New battles. New choices. Same Harry. He took one last look at the sky. The fireworks had faded. The stars remained, ancient, indifferent, beautiful in the way that only things beyond human control could be beautiful. Somewhere up there, Ammonadial was watching. Somewhere out there, Lucifer was negotiating. Somewhere below, Quirrell's passenger was whispering and planning and drinking the blood of unicorns to keep itself alive long enough to reach a stone that promised immortality. And here, on a tower in Scotland, a boy made of contradictions, mortal and infernal, human and divine, orphan and son, made a resolution that had nothing to do with the calendar and everything to do with choice. He would protect his people. He would face whatever came. He would be worthy of his mother's sacrifice and his father's faith and the fragile, unprecedented trust of an angel who'd called him nephew. And he would do it on his own terms. He pocketed his wand, pulled his cloak tight against the cold, and went inside. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, Hellfire and Holy Light. The end began on a Tuesday in June, and it began with Hagrid. Harry had been cultivating the groundskeeper's friendship since February, not manipulatively, not with the cold calculation of a Slytherin working a source, but with the genuine warmth of someone who recognized that Rubeus Hagrid was one of the purest souls in Hogwarts and deserved to be treated accordingly. Hagrid was enormous, kind, dangerously trusting, and possessed of a love for dangerous creatures that bordered on a medical condition. He was also, Harry had discovered, one of the few people at Hogwarts who spoke about Dumbledore's inner workings without the careful editing that everyone else applied. It was Hagrid who confirmed what Harry already suspected. "Shouldn't I told ya that," Hagrid muttered, for the fourth time in 5 minutes, hands wrapped around a bucket-sized mug of tea. They were in his hut, Harry, Hermione, Neville, and the warmth was oppressive. The boarhound Fong was drooling on Neville's shoes, and Hagrid was leaking information like a sieve made of good intentions. "Music," Hermione said, her eyes bright. "The three-headed dog falls asleep with music." "I shouldn't ha, you told a stranger in a pub this information," Harry said quietly. "Someone who gave you a dragon egg in exchange for knowing how to get past Fluffy." Hagrid's face went through a complicated journey. He was interested in animals, is all. Lots of people are interested. A stranger in a hood who happened to have a dragon egg and happened to ask about the specific creature guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid, think. Who would want that information? The color drained from Hagrid's face like water from a sink. His hands tightened on his mug. The realization arrived with the gentle devastation of a man understanding, too late, that his kindness had been weaponized. "Oh no," Hagrid whispered. "Oh no, oh no, oh no." "It's not your fault," Neville said, because Neville's instinct was always to comfort. "Someone tricked you." "When?" Harry pressed. "When did this happen?" "Months ago. Before Christmas." "Down the Hog's Head." "Before Christmas." "Before the troll." Quirrell, or rather, Quirrell's passenger, had been gathering intelligence on the stone's defenses since before the school year even properly started. The troll at Halloween hadn't been the beginning of the plan. It had been the middle. Which meant the end was close. Harry stood. "Hagrid, I need you to go to Dumbledore. Right now. Tell him what you told us, the stranger, the music, all of it." "Dumbledore's not here," Hagrid said miserably. "Got an owl from the ministry this mornin'. Called away to London. Urgent business." Harry felt something cold crystallize in his chest. Dumbledore was gone. Called away by the ministry on the same day that Quirrell had finally acquired the last piece of information he needed to breach the stone's defenses. That wasn't coincidence. That was coordination. "He's going tonight," Harry said. "Quirrell is going for the stone tonight." Hermione's face went white. Neville's jaw set. Hagrid looked like he might cry, which, given that he was 8 feet tall and capable of wrestling trolls, was a particularly heartbreaking image. "Hagrid, send an owl to Dumbledore immediately," Harry said. "Tell him everything. Even if he's in London, he can apparate back. It might buy us time." "Right. Right, I'll do that. I'll do that right now." Hagrid stood, knocking his chair backward, and lumbered toward the door with the urgent clumsiness of a man trying to undo a mistake he hadn't known he was making. Harry turned to Hermione and Neville. The three of them stood in Hagrid's hut, surrounded by the warmth and the dog drool and the particular chaos of a half-giant's living space, and the silence between them was the kind that comes before a storm. "We've been preparing for this," Harry said. "Since October. Every piece of research, every reconnaissance mission, every late night in the library, it was all for this moment. Quirrell is going for the stone tonight, and Dumbledore isn't here to stop him." "McGonagall," Hermione began, "doesn't know about the possession. She thinks Quirrell is a stuttering coward, not a vessel for the most dangerous dark wizard in history. By the time she understands the threat, it could be too late." "Then we go to her," Neville said. "We explain. And if she doesn't believe us? If she thinks we're first years with overactive imaginations? We lose the window." Harry shook his head. "No. We go ourselves. We've mapped the protections. We've trained. And we have something Quirrell doesn't, we have a team." Hermione and Neville exchanged a look. It was the look of two people who had been raised to follow rules and were now being asked to break them for the right reasons. The conflict was visible: duty versus necessity, obedience versus courage. Hermione resolved it first. "I'll need 20 minutes to gather supplies. Bezoar, Dibney, my logic puzzle notes, and a full set of bluebell flame jars." "I'll be ready," Neville said. Quiet. Steady. The boy who had once been afraid of his own shadow, standing in a fire-lit hut, agreeing to face the darkest wizard of the age. Harry looked at them and felt, for the first time, the full weight of what he was asking. Not just danger, that was abstract, theoretical. The weight was responsibility. These were his people. His friends. If something happened to them tonight, it would be because he'd asked them to come. Lucifer had warned him about this. Leadership isn't glory, Harry. Leadership is the weight of knowing that the people who follow you might not come back, and choosing to lead anyway, and carrying that weight forever if they don't. Harry carried it. He had no choice. The alternative was worse. Harry sent messages through 3 channels simultaneously. The enchanted parchment to Lucifer: "It's happening. Quirrell moves tonight. Dumbledore is gone. I may need extraction." A note via house elf to Daphne, 3rd floor corridor. "Tonight. Bring your wand and your courage." A spoken word to Hermione, who was already beside him: "Get Neville. Meet me at the 3rd floor corridor at 11. Bring everything we've prepared." Hermione didn't argue. Didn't question. Didn't hesitate. She turned and walked toward Gryffindor Tower with the focused determination of someone who had been preparing for this moment for months and was not about to waste it on uncertainty. Harry went to find Snape. The potions master was in his office, grading papers with the vindictive efficiency of a man who derived sustenance from the suffering of his students. He looked up when Harry entered without knocking and said nothing, which was its own kind of acknowledgement. "Tonight," Harry said. "Quirrell is going for the stone. Dumbledore's been lured away." Snape's quill stopped. His dark eyes found Harry's and held them. In the space between one heartbeat and the next, Harry watched the man transform, watched the bitter teacher and reluctant ally and grieving lover disappear, replaced by something older and harder and far more dangerous. Severus Snape, Order of the Phoenix. Severus Snape, Double Agent. Severus Snape, the man who had walked among Death Eaters and survived. The transformation was physical. His posture changed, no longer the hunched aggression of a teacher intimidating students, but the coiled readiness of a fighter who'd spent years in rooms where any word could be his last. His hands were steady. His eyes were cold. This was the real Severus Snape. The one Dumbledore had trusted with the most dangerous assignment in the last war. The one who'd looked Voldemort in the eye and lied and survived. "You're certain," Snape said. Hagrid told a stranger in a pub how to get past Fluffy. Dumbledore received a convenient summons to London. Quirrell's desire signature has been spiking all week, the passenger is agitated, hungry, and running out of patience. And the unicorn killings have intensified, 3 in the last week. He's sustaining himself for a final push. Harry paused. "I'm certain." Snape stood. His robe settled around him like armor. "I will alert McGonagall and intercept Quirrell before he reaches the 3rd floor. Flitwick as well, the man is a former dueling champion and his skills haven't dulled. And if you can't stop him in time, then you will not go after him yourself." Snape's voice was steel. "You are 11 years old, Morningstar. Whatever you are, whatever powers your father has given you, you are a child facing a being that has killed more people than you have met. You will stay in your dormitory." "You will, we both know I'm not going to do that." The silence between them was loaded with everything they discussed in this office over Christmas. The Horcrux. Lily. The promise Snape had made, not to Harry, never to Harry, but to the memory of a woman whose green eyes looked out at him from her son's face every single day. "If you go down there," Snape said quietly, "and you die, I will have failed her twice. If I don't go down there, and Voldemort gets the stone, she'll have died for nothing." Harry met his eyes. "You protect the corridors. Buy me time. And if I don't come back, tell my father I chose this. Tell him I chose." Snape looked at him for a long moment. Then he nodded. "Once. Sharp. Don't die, Morningstar. Everyone keeps telling me that. Then perhaps you should listen." Harry left. Snape watched him go. Then he drew his wand and moved toward the 3rd floor with the lethal purpose of a man who had nothing left to lose and everything left to honor. They gathered at 11 o'clock. The corridor outside the 3rd floor door was dark and cold. Moonlight filtered through high windows, casting silver rectangles on the stone floor. The castle was quiet, the deep, held breath quiet of a building that knew something was about to happen. Harry arrived first. He'd spent the intervening hours preparing, mentally, physically, magically. He'd meditated the way Lucifer had taught him, centering himself, pushing his fear and uncertainty into the contained space where they couldn't interfere with his decision-making. He'd checked the hell-forged pendant. He'd tested his wand. He'd written a letter, a real letter, not enchanted parchment, sealed it, and left it on his bed. Just in case. The letter was addressed to Lucifer. It said 3 things: "I love you. I chose this. It wasn't your fault." He hoped no one would ever have to deliver it. Hermione arrived second, with Neville. She'd changed into dark clothing, practical, no nonsense, the wardrobe of someone who had thought about what you wear to a potential combat situation and had arrived at nothing that restricts movement or catches on things. She carried a small bag that clinked with potions vials. Neville wore his school robes and carried his wand in a grip that was steady for the first time Harry could remember. Something had settled in the boy over the past months, a quiet resolution that lived beneath his nervousness like bedrock beneath soil. The fear was still there. But it was no longer in charge. Daphne arrived third, silent as smoke, her ward ring glowing faintly on her finger and her wand already drawn. She'd braided her hair back tight against her skull, the hairstyle of someone who expected to move fast and didn't want anything in her eyes. She looked at Harry with an expression that contained no ice at all. Just fire. Just determination. Just the fierce, unbending will of a girl who had decided that certain outcomes were unacceptable and would be prevented by whatever means necessary. "Where's Blaze?" Harry asked. "I didn't tell him," Daphne said. "This isn't his fight. He'd come if I asked, but he'd resent it, and resentful people make mistakes." It was a cold calculation, and it was correct. Harry nodded. He looked at the three of them. These were the people who'd chosen to stand with him, not the strongest wizards in the school, not the most experienced, not the most powerful. A Muggle-born genius who'd been crying in a bathroom 4 months ago. A pure-blood boy who'd spent his life being told he was worthless. A pure-blood girl who carried her dying sister's fate like a cross. And Harry, whatever Harry was. Whatever Harry was becoming. They were enough. They had to be. "Here's what we know," he said. 6 protections. Fluffy, music puts him to sleep. Devil's snare, light and warmth. Flying keys, we'll need to catch the right one. Giant chess set, someone will need to play. Snape's potion puzzle, logic, not magic. And at the end, the mirror of Erist. "And Quirrell," Hermione said. "With Voldemort." "And Quirrell." "With Voldemort." Harry looked at each of them. "I'm not going to pretend this isn't dangerous. It is. Someone could get hurt. Someone could die. If any of you want to walk away, I won't think less of you." Neville straightened. "My parents didn't walk away." Hermione squared her shoulders. "I've been preparing for this since October." Daphne looked at him with eyes that burned like blue fire. "I told you not to die. I intend to make sure of it personally." Harry felt something swell in his chest, not magic, not power, but the fierce, luminous warmth of people who had chosen to stand beside him not because they had to but because they wanted to. Because he'd earned it. Because trust, real trust, was built in exactly these moments. "All right," he said. "Let's go." He opened the door. Fluffy was already asleep. A harp stood in the corner of the room, its strings still vibrating with the ghost of an enchantment. Someone had been here before them, Quirrell, moving with the desperate urgency of a man on a deadline. The 3-headed dog was sprawled across the floor like a small mountain range, all 6 eyes closed, 3 sets of jaws slack and drooling, the deep rumble of its snoring shaking the walls and filling the room with a sound like distant thunder. The creature was enormous, bigger than Harry had estimated from his reconnaissance, its bulk filling most of the chamber, its paws the size of dinner tables. Even in sleep, it radiated a primal danger that made Harry's survival instincts scream. Maze would have loved it. Lucifer would have tried to pet it. The trapdoor was open. A dark square in the floor, yawning like a mouth, leading down into blackness. "He's ahead of us," Harry said. "Move. The harp's enchantment won't last forever." As if to confirm his words, one of Fluffy's heads shifted, the snoring pattern hiccuping. They had minutes, maybe less. They dropped through the trapdoor into darkness. The fall was longer than expected, 20 feet, 30, and they landed on something soft, yielding, and immediately hostile. Devil's snare. The tendrils wrapped around them with alarming speed, coiling around ankles and wrists, tightening with the patient determination of a plant that had been bred to kill and was very good at its job. Neville didn't panic. He'd been preparing for this specific moment since December, since his conversations with Professor Sprout, since the day Harry had trusted him with a task that matched his gifts. "Don't move," Neville shouted. "It tightens if you struggle." Hermione, Bluebell Flame, now. Hermione's wand was already moving. Blue fire erupted from its tip, flooding the chamber with warm light. The devil's snare recoiled, tendrils unwinding, shrinking back from the heat like a living thing, which it was, and which Neville had understood intuitively in a way that textbooks couldn't teach. They dropped through to the next chamber. Neville's face was flushed with adrenaline and something that looked very much like pride. "Thank you," Hermione said. "Professor Sprout would be so pleased," Neville said. "Then, please don't tell her I was here." Harry clapped him on the shoulder. That was your protection, Neville. Months of preparation. You saved us. Neville stood a little taller. It was a small thing, an inch, maybe less, but Harry noticed, and Daphne noticed, and Hermione noticed, because they had all learned to watch for the moments when Neville Longbottom grew. The flying keys room was next. Hundreds of enchanted keys swarming through the air like metallic birds, filling the chamber with the tinkling sound of wings made of brass and silver. An old broomstick stood propped against the wall. The door at the far end was locked. Old-fashioned key, Daphne said, examining the lock with the practiced eye of someone whose family had locks on everything and keys to most of them. Large, silver, probably damaged. If Quirrell already came through, he'd have grabbed it roughly. There, Hermione pointed. A flash of silver near the ceiling, moving erratically, one wing bent. Harry mounted the broom. He hadn't flown at Hogwarts, hadn't tried out for Quidditch, hadn't made a spectacle of himself in flying lessons, but Lucifer had given him basic flight training years ago, and Maze had supplemented it with what she called aerial evasion drills, which involved throwing things at Harry while he flew and seeing how many he could dodge. The broom responded to his touch with eager precision. He shot upward into the swarm of keys, eyes scanning, sorting, filtering. The damaged key was trying to hide in the mass, using the other keys as cover, but it was slower than the rest, and Harry was faster than all of them. He feinted left, drew the key into open air, then reversed direction with a snap of the broom that would have made a Quidditch captain weep with jealousy. His hand closed around the key. It struggled, sharp little wings beating against his fingers, but he held it firm and dove back to the door. The lock clicked open. They pushed through. The chess set was waiting. It was enormous. Life-sized pieces on a marble board, black and white, silent and watchful. The pieces were carved from stone and enchanted to move with a fluid menace that made them look alive, not friendly alive, but alive the way predators are alive, all coiled potential and implied violence. The black pieces stood on their starting squares, facing an army of white pieces that were scuffed and battered. Quirrell had already played through. The white pieces had reassembled, and they stood ready for the next game, stone faces blank and patient and radiating the kind of cold intelligence that McGonagall brought to everything she created. Harry studied the board. The room was vast, cathedral-sized, the ceiling lost in shadow, the only light coming from torches mounted along the walls. The chess squares were marble, alternating black and white, each one large enough to stand on. The pieces towered over them. The king was easily 10 feet tall, the pawns 6, the queen 8 feet of merciless stone wielding a sword that looked entirely functional. "We have to play," Hermione said. "We have to take the place of pieces and play our way across." Harry looked at the board. He was a decent chess player, Lucifer had taught him, but decent wasn't going to cut it against an enchanted set designed by McGonagall. He needed someone brilliant. He needed Ron Weasley. Ron, who was asleep in Gryffindor Tower, who had beaten Harry 6 games out of 7 at Christmas, who saw chess the way Harry saw desire, intuitively, instinctively, at a level that went beyond learning into something like language. Ron wasn't here. But his lessons were. Harry had played Ron enough times to learn his style, the aggressive sacrifices, the willingness to lose pieces for position, the ruthless calculation that treated every piece as expendable in service of the king. It wasn't how Harry naturally played. It was how he needed to play now. "I'll direct," Harry said. "Hermione, you're the Queen's bishop. Daphne, you're the castle. Neville, you're the king's side knight." He stepped onto the board. "I'm the king." The game began. It was brutal. McGonagall's enchantment played with a cold, mechanical precision that left no room for error. Harry directed his pieces, human and stone alike, with growing confidence, channeling Ron's style, sacrificing material for position, trading pieces to open lines. Halfway through, disaster nearly struck. A white bishop carved through their defenses and took a stone knight with a violence that sent marble shrapnel across the board. Hermione flinched. Daphne didn't. Harry recalculated, adjusted, found a new line of attack through the wreckage. Daphne, castle to b8. Hermione, hold position. Stone rook to d4. The pieces moved. The board shifted. The white pieces responded with mechanical precision, but precision was predictable, and Harry had learned from Ron that predictability was a weakness you could weaponize. The game lasted 20 minutes. It felt like 20 hours. The air was thick with dust from destroyed pieces, and the crash of stone on stone echoed through the chamber with the percussive rhythm of artillery. The critical moment came when Harry saw the endgame, a checkmate in 4 moves, but it required sacrificing a piece. The knight. Neville's square. Neville, Harry said. I need you to move to e5. Neville looked at the board. He wasn't a chess player, but he could count. He could see the white queen, 2 squares away, poised to strike. That's a sacrifice, Neville said. Yes. The queen will take me. Yes. And then Hermione takes the queen, Daphne takes the rook, and I checkmate the king. Neville looked at the white queen. 6 feet of enchanted marble, armed with a sword, radiating the kind of cold menace that McGonagall probably considered educational. Will it hurt? Neville asked. I don't know. But I'll be right here. And we'll get you out the moment the game ends. Neville looked at Harry. Looked at the board. Looked at the white queen. My parents didn't walk away, he said again. Quietly. To himself. Then he looked at Harry one more time. Not for permission. Not for reassurance. Just a look between 2 people who understood each other, a boy who had learned to be brave and a friend who had shown him it was possible. Tell my gran I was brave, Neville said. She always wanted me to be. Tell her yourself. You're going to be fine. Neville smiled. It was small and shaky and absolutely genuine. Then he moved to e5. The white queen struck. The impact was violent, stone on flesh, the queen's sword sweeping Neville off the board with a force that sent him tumbling across the marble floor. He hit the wall with a sound that made Harry's stomach clench and went still. Neville! Hermione screamed. Harry felt fury rise in his chest, hot, dark, the kind of anger that came from watching someone you cared about get hurt. He shoved it down. Channeled it. Fury was fuel, not a compass. Play! Harry shouted. Hermione, take the queen. Now! Hermione moved. The bishop took the queen. Daphne moved. The castle took the rook. Harry advanced. Checkmate. The white king's crown clattered to the floor. The pieces froze. The game was over. Harry was at Neville's side in 3 seconds. The boy was unconscious but breathing, a gash on his forehead, a bruise forming on his jaw, but no broken bones, no critical injury. McGonagall's enchantment was violent but not lethal. It was designed to stop people, not kill them. He's okay, Harry said. He's going to have a hell of a headache, but he's okay. We can't leave him here, Hermione said. We can't take him forward either. Daphne, stay with him. If he wakes up, get him back through the key room and up the snare. Find McGonagall. Daphne's jaw tightened. She didn't want to stay behind. Every line of her body said it, the warrior in her, the protector, the girl who had told him to not die and intended to enforce it. But she looked at Neville, unconscious on the floor, and her priorities rearranged themselves with the decisive snap of someone who understood that protecting the wounded was not a lesser assignment. Go, she said. Find the stone. Stop whatever's down there. She caught his arm as he turned. Her grip was fierce. Her eyes burned into his with an intensity that had nothing to do with ice and everything to do with the fire she kept hidden beneath it. Come back, Harry. I mean it. Come back. It was the first time she'd called him Harry. He covered her hand with his. Just for a moment. Just long enough to say everything that words couldn't. He felt the warmth of her skin, the pressure of her grip, the fierce current of determination that flowed between them like electricity. For one suspended heartbeat, the dungeon, the danger, the unconscious boy on the floor, the dark wizard waiting below, all of it fell away, and there was just this, two people who had found each other in the chaos of a world that made no sense, holding on. "I will," he said. And meant it with everything he was. Daphne released his arm. She knelt beside Neville, already checking his breathing, already assessing injuries with the clinical efficiency of someone who had prepared for exactly this scenario. She didn't watch Harry go. She didn't need to. She trusted him to come back the same way she trusted gravity to work, not because it was promised, but because the alternative was unthinkable. Then he and Hermione went forward. Snape's puzzle was elegant. 7 bottles on a table. A scroll with a riddle. No magic involved, pure logic, pure reasoning, the kind of challenge that would stop a wizard cold because wizards relied on magic and forgot that the mind was its own kind of weapon. Hermione solved it in 4 minutes. She'd been training for this, literally training, spending hours with logic puzzles and lateral thinking exercises since November, because she'd known that at least one of the protections would require a brain instead of a wand. She worked through the riddle with the focused intensity of a surgeon mid-operation, muttering logic chains under her breath, eliminating possibilities with the systematic efficiency that was her particular kind of genius. Harry watched her work and felt a fierce pride that had nothing to do with the crisis and everything to do with the person. This was Hermione Granger at her best, under pressure, stakes impossibly high, thinking her way through a problem that would have stopped any wizard who relied on power instead of intellect. "This one," she said, pointing to the smallest bottle. "It lets you go forward through the flames. But there's only enough for one person." She looked at the bottle, then at Harry. Her eyes were doing rapid calculations. "The one on the far right goes backward through the purple fire. I've checked 3 times. I'm sure." "Then you go back," Harry said. "Take the other bottle. Get through the purple fire. Find Snape, find McGonagall, find Dumbledore if he's returned. Get help." "Harry," her voice cracked. Not with fear, with frustration. With the particular agony of someone brilliant enough to know they're needed elsewhere and brave enough to hate that it means leaving. "Hermione." He took her shoulders. Looked her in the eyes. "You've been the best thing about this year. You've made me better. You've challenged me when I was wrong and supported me when I was right, and you solved a troll and a logic puzzle and about 400 homework assignments. You are extraordinary. And right now, extraordinary means going back and making sure help arrives, because what's in that last room is something I need to face alone." Her eyes were bright. Not with tears. Hermione Granger didn't cry when things got hard. She cried when things were unfair. Right now, things were hard but fair, and her response was not grief but determination. "You come back," she said. The same words Daphne had used. The same ferocity. "You come back, Harry Morningstar, or I will research a way to bring you back and make you wish I hadn't. That's the most terrifying threat anyone's ever made to me." "Good." She drank the return potion. Looked at him one more time. Then she turned and walked through the purple flames and was gone. Harry picked up the smallest bottle. Drank. Felt the potion flow through him like ice water, coating his insides with a cold that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with protection. He stepped through the black flames. Quirrell was standing in front of the mirror of Eriste. The room was circular, lit by torches that cast the kind of light that made everything look like a painting of something terrible. The mirror stood against the far wall, enormous, golden-framed, reflecting Quirrell's desperate face, and Harry could see it, could feel it with every fiber of his desire sense, the thing behind Quirrell's face. The passenger. The wraith. The entity that had killed his parents and left a piece of itself in his skull. The desire signatures were screaming. Quirrell's, fear, resignation, the desperate hope that compliance would buy survival. The passengers, hunger so vast it bent the air around it, a black hole of want that consumed everything within reach and was never, ever full. Quirrell turned. The stutter was gone. The nervousness was gone. What was left was a man who had been hollowed out and filled with something ancient and terrible, his eyes flat and burning with a hunger that had been growing since the night it lost its body in a cottage in Godric's Hollow. "Harry Potter," Quirrell said. His voice was different, layered, as though two people were speaking simultaneously, one alive and one dead. "I wondered whether I'd be seeing you tonight. It's Morningstar, actually. I've said that several times. Names don't matter. Not anymore. Not when we're this close." Quirrell turned back to the mirror. His hands were pressed against the glass, his reflection staring back at him with desperate intensity. "I can see the stone. I can see myself holding it, presenting it to my master. But I can't reach it. The mirror won't give it to me. That's the point. The mirror shows you what you want. You want the stone too badly. Your desire is the lock, and you can't pick it because you are the lock. Then you will be the key." Quirrell stepped forward. "Look in the mirror. Tell me what you see." "I'd rather not." It wasn't a request. Quirrell raised his wand. The gesture was sharp, practiced. Whatever Quirrell had been before the possession, he'd been a competent wizard. The wand pointed at Harry's chest with the steady aim of a man who had stopped caring about consequences. Harry didn't look at the mirror. He looked at Quirrell. And through Quirrell, he looked at the thing driving him, the passenger, the wraith, the shattered remnant of Tom Riddle that had spent a decade crawling through the shadows of the world, possessing animals and weak-willed humans, drinking unicorn blood to sustain a half-existence that was worse than death but preferable to the alternative. "You know who I am," Harry said. Not to Quirrell. To the thing inside him. Quirrell snarled. The expression was too large for his face, too violent. It belonged to the thing inside him, leaking through the puppet's features like blood through a bandage. Then a voice spoke. Not Quirrell's. Older. Colder. A voice that had been dead for a decade and refused to accept the condition. "Let me speak to the boy." Quirrell hesitated. Even now, even after months of servitude, the command made him flinch. "Master, you are not strong enough. I am strong enough for this." Quirrell froze. Then, slowly, he began to unwrap his turban. Harry watched. He'd known this was coming, had known since October, since the first time his desire sense had detected two signatures in one skull. But knowing and seeing were different countries, and what emerged from beneath the turban was the most horrible thing Harry had ever seen. A face. On the back of Quirrell's head. A face that was barely a face, chalk-white, stretched, with slits for nostrils and red eyes that burned with a light that was older than malice and colder than death. It was a face designed by desperation, sculpted by dark magic and sustained by innocent blood, and it looked at Harry with the focused intensity of something that had been waiting 11 years for this exact moment. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. The voice came from the face on the back of the head, but it filled the room, pressing against the walls, vibrating in Harry's teeth. "We meet again." "We've never met," Harry said, fighting through the scar pain. "You tried to murder an infant and failed. That's not a meeting. That's an embarrassment." The red eyes narrowed. The face, that horrible, barely human face, twisted into something that might have been a smile on a being that still remembered how. "You have spirit. Your father, your real father, had spirit too. He was laughing when I killed him. As if death were a joke and he was the only one who understood the punchline." Harry felt something move inside him. Not the Horcrux, something deeper. Grief. The grief of a child hearing about his father's death from the man who caused it, learning that James Potter had died laughing, had faced the end with the defiant joy of a man who refused to give his murderer the satisfaction of fear. He was laughing. Harry filed that away. It was precious. It was his. And he would think about it later, when thinking wouldn't get him killed. Harry's scar exploded with pain. The Horcrux, the fragment, the splinter, the piece of this creature that had been living in his forehead since infancy, responded to its source with a violence that whited out his vision and drove him to one knee. The connection roared open, a two-way channel of agony and recognition, and for one terrible moment, Harry could feel what Voldemort felt, the hunger, the desperation, the absolute refusal to accept death, the willingness to do anything, become anything, destroy anything, to continue existing. It was the most terrifying desire Harry had ever sensed. Not because it was evil, evil was a label, a category, and Harry had been raised to look past categories. It was terrifying because it was absolute. Total. There was nothing in Voldemort except the will to survive. No love, no connection, no loyalty, no joy. Just survival. Survival at any cost, to any degree, for any length of time. A hunger so vast it had consumed everything else the man had ever been. Harry pushed back. Not with magic. With himself. With the thing that Voldemort lacked, the richness of a life lived in connection, the weight of people who mattered, the armor of love given and received. He thought of Lucifer's voice. Maeza's knives. Hermione's challenges. Neville's courage. Daphne's hand in his. The pain receded. Not gone, present, constant, burning, but manageable. Harry stood. "I'm not going to help you," Harry said. "You don't have a choice," Voldemort hissed. "Quirrell, seize him. Force him to look in the mirror." Quirrell's body turned, puppet-like, and lunged. Harry dodged, Maeza's training, automatic, the kind of muscle memory that didn't require thought. Quirrell grabbed for him again. His fingers closed around Harry's wrist. And Quirrell screamed. The sound was inhuman, a shriek of pure, unfiltered agony that echoed off the stone walls and seemed to shake the torches in their brackets. Quirrell released Harry and staggered back, staring at his hand. The skin where he'd touched Harry was blistering, blackening, smoking with a heat that had nothing to do with fire. Harry looked at his own wrist. Unharmed. No burn, no mark, no pain except the constant throb of his scar. But where Quirrell had touched him, a light had flared, not hellfire, not infernal energy, but something else. Something that lived in the space where Lily Potter's sacrifice met Lucifer Morningstar's protection. Something that was both human love and infernal will, fused at the molecular level into a defense that nothing corrupted could survive. Harry understood. In a flash of clarity that cut through the pain and the chaos and the fear, he understood what Lucifer and Ammonadial had both been trying to tell him. His mother's love wasn't just a protection spell. It wasn't just blood magic. It was the most powerful force in the universe, the willingness to die for another person, and it had been amplified, strengthened, fused with infernal energy by a decade of proximity to the devil himself. What should have been a shield had become a weapon. What should have been passive had become active. He was a walking death sentence for anything that carried Voldemort's corruption. The dark mark on Snape's arm had burned in his presence. The Horcrux in his scar had screamed. And now Quirrell, branded, possessed, saturated with Voldemort's essence, couldn't touch him without being destroyed. Voldemort understood faster than Quirrell. His mother's protection, Voldemort snarled. The blood magic. It burns you because you carry my mark, and she gave her life to protect him. Don't touch him with your hands, use your wand. Quirrell raised his wand. Avada, Harry moved. Not away. Forward. Into Quirrell's guard, inside the arc of the wand, exactly as Maze had taught him. He grabbed Quirrell's face with both hands. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The protection, Lily's love, Lucifer's fire, the strange hybrid force that existed nowhere else in the universe, poured through Harry's palms and into Quirrell's flesh. The man screamed again, higher, louder, a sound that was barely human. His skin cracked. His eyes rolled back. The thing on the back of his head shrieked with a fury that transcended the physical. And then, Harry felt it through the Horcrux connection, felt it the way you feel a building collapse from inside. Voldemort abandoned his host. The wraith tore free of Quirrell's body with a violence that left the man crumbling, disintegrating, falling apart like ash in a wind. Something dark and formless and screaming with rage erupted from the collapsing body and hurtled toward Harry. It was fast. Faster than anything physical could be, because it wasn't physical, it was pure consciousness, pure will, pure desperate hunger compressed into a form that existed halfway between the material and the spectral. It came at Harry like a missile made of malice, and in the fraction of a second before impact, Harry saw it clearly, the remains of Tom Riddle, the thing that had once been a boy who'd been too afraid of death to accept being human, stripped of everything except the hunger that had consumed him. Not evil. Just empty. Terrifyingly, incomprehensibly empty. The pendant flared. Lucifer's pendant, the hell-forged protection, the last resort, the Christmas gift from the devil himself, activated with a pulse of infernal energy that filled the room with black gold light. A shield materialized around Harry, visible for the first time, a lattice of sigils and wards and ancient Enochian script that burned in the air like a constellation designed by someone who understood reality at its most fundamental level. Harry recognized the sigils. He'd seen them in Lucifer's study, carved into the walls of Lux, inked onto the demon blades Maze carried. These were the wards of hell itself, not the cartoon hell of human imagination, but the real one, the dimension that existed as the counterpart to heaven, governed by its own laws, protected by its own architecture. His father had woven those protections into a pendant the size of a coin and given them to his son with a note about shower vulnerability. Voldemort's wraith hit the shield and rebounded. The impact sent a shockwave through the room that cracked the stone floor and knocked the mirror of Eriste sideways. The wraith screamed, a sound that existed partly in the physical world and partly in dimensions that human ears couldn't access, and coiled in the air like a serpent of smoke, searching for a way through. The pendant held. But it was draining. Harry could feel the energy ebbing, the sigils dimming, the shield thinning with each second the wraith pressed against it. Lucifer's protection was enormous, but Voldemort's desperation was infinite, and infinity always won against finite resources given enough time. Harry needed to end this. Now. He reached inside himself. Past the magic. Past the training. Past the carefully maintained walls and defenses and strategies that had defined his first year at Hogwarts. He reached for the thing at the very core of who he was, the place where mortal met immortal, where human met infernal, where Lily Potter's love and Lucifer Morningstar's fire existed not as separate forces but as one unified, unprecedented, impossible whole. Hellfire answered. It rose from his hands like a living thing, not the red-orange of mortal fire, not the cold blue of magical flame, but something else entirely. Black at the edges. Gold at the center. Burning with a heat that existed on frequencies the physical world had never been designed to accommodate. It was beautiful and terrible, and it was his, entirely his, the inheritance of a boy raised between realms by a father who had once lit the stars. The room transformed. The hellfire cast shadows that moved independently of any light source, that seemed to have depth and dimension, as though the fire was illuminating things that existed behind reality rather than in front of it. The mirror's surface rippled. The stone walls groaned. The very air bent around the flames, distorted by energies that belonged to a realm the physical world had never been designed to contain. Harry felt the fire's potential. It wanted to expand, to consume, to fulfill its nature, which was destruction, pure and absolute, the dissolution of anything it touched down to its constituent spiritual components. Hellfire didn't burn bodies. It burned souls. And the wraith in front of him was nothing but soul. One burst. One concentrated release of infernal energy, and Voldemort's wraith would be unmade. Not killed. You can't kill something that's already dead. Unmade. Dissolved. Scattered into fragments so small they'd never reassemble. It would be mercy, in a way, releasing the corrupted remains of Tom Riddle's soul from the suffering of its own existence. Harry could do it. He had the power. He had the justification. This thing had murdered his parents. Had terrorized a nation. Had left a piece of itself in Harry's head like a parasite. No one would blame him. Everyone would thank him. A tyrant does whatever they can. Harry held the fire at the edge of release. A protector does only what they must. The wraith recoiled. Not from the fire itself, Voldemort's shade had survived magical flames and worse. It recoiled because the hellfire was infernal, and infernal fire didn't burn flesh. It burned souls. But Harry didn't unleash it. He held it, held the fire in his hands, held it at the edge of release, held the most destructive force he possessed at the exact boundary between deployment and restraint. A tyrant does whatever they can. A protector does only what they must. Go, Harry said to the wraith. His voice was steady. His hands were burning. His eyes, green, always green, his mother's eyes, glowed with a light that was neither human nor infernal but something new. Leave this place. Leave this school. If you come back, I will burn what's left of you to nothing. And I can. You know I can. The wraith hung in the air. Formless. Furious. Calculating. It could feel the hellfire. Could feel what it would do, not destroy the body it didn't have, but unmake the soul fragments holding it together. The wraith was Voldemort, and Voldemort was many things, but above all else he was a survivor. And survival meant knowing when to retreat. The wraith screamed once more, a sound of pure, incandescent rage that made the walls tremble and the torches gutter, and then it fled. It tore through the ceiling, through stone and ward and 1,000 years of magical protection, and streaked into the night like a comet made of malice. Gone. Not destroyed. But gone. Harry let the hellfire die. It faded from his hands like sunset from the sky, leaving behind a warmth that pulsed through his body and a bone-deep exhaustion that hit him like a wall. He turned to the mirror. It was still standing. Cracked from the shockwave, tilted sideways, but still standing. And in its surface, in the reflection that showed not your face but your heart's desire, Harry saw himself. Just himself. 11 years old. Standing in a ruined room. Hands empty. Eyes tired. Alive. And in the reflection's pocket, a small, red stone appeared. Harry reached into his real pocket and found it, the Philosopher's Stone. Cool, smooth, impossibly dense for its size. It had been given to him by the mirror because he'd wanted to protect it, not use it. Because his desire had been the right desire. Because Dumbledore's trap, designed for a boy who had never existed, had worked on the boy who did. He held the stone in his palm and looked at Quirrell's remains, a pile of ash and robes and the faint, acrid smell of burned darkness. The man who had been Quirinus Quirrell was gone. Consumed by the thing he'd carried. Destroyed not by Harry, but by the parasitic relationship he'd accepted when he let Voldemort in. There was a lesson there. Harry was too exhausted to articulate it, but he felt its shape: you become what you carry. Choose carefully what you let inside you. He thought about the Horcrux in his scar. The fragment he'd been carrying since infancy. The thing Voldemort had left in him without his consent. Then the ceiling exploded. Not downward. Upward. The stone above Harry's head didn't collapse, it was pulled apart, disassembled, unmade with a precision that went beyond magic into the territory of divine architecture. The room opened to the night sky like a flower opening to the sun, and through the gap, light poured in. Not moonlight. Not starlight. Something older. Something that burned with a purity so absolute that it hurt to look at directly, that made Harry's eyes water and his skin prickle and the pendant on his chest flare with defensive heat. Ammonadial descended. Not the Ammonadial of the astronomy tower, not the conflicted angel in a grey suit, the tired being who'd sat on cold stone and called Harry nephew. This was Ammonadial unmasked. Ammonadial as he truly was, without the concessions to mortal perception that angels made when they wanted to be seen without being destroyed. Wings. Vast, dark, iridescent wings that spanned the width of the room, each feather burning with its own contained cosmos. Eyes that held galaxies, not metaphorically, actually, the reflected light of a billion stars compressed into irises that had watched the birth of the universe. A presence that pressed against reality like a hand pressing against a soap bubble, threatening to pop it by the sheer fact of existing without restraint. The torches went out. They didn't need to exist anymore. Ammonadial was his own light source, radiating a luminance that had nothing to do with photons and everything to do with the fundamental architecture of creation. The broken stone floor reflected him in fragments, and each fragment contained a different angle of something too large to be captured whole. This was what angels were. Not the gentle figures in paintings, not the harp-playing cherubs of human imagination. This was raw, unfiltered celestial power, the kind of power that had built the universe and could unmake it, the kind of power that existed before time and would exist after time forgot itself. Harry felt his knees buckle. Not from fear, from scale. From the overwhelming, cellular recognition that the being descending into this room operated on a level of existence so far beyond his own that the distance between them was not a gap but a cosmos. The pendant screamed with energy. The hellfire in Harry's blood surged in response, not attacking, not defending, but recognizing. Responding to celestial energy the way a tuning fork responds to its matching frequency. The stone, Ammonadial said. His voice was no longer a church organ. It was the sound of reality vibrating, of fundamental constants being spoken aloud. Give me the stone, Harry. Harry stood. His legs shook. His scar blazed. Every nerve in his body was firing contradictory signals: run, fight, submit, resist. He ignored all of them. He had just faced Voldemort. Had just held hellfire in his hands and chosen not to use it. Had just fought through 6 protections and watched his friend get knocked unconscious by an enchanted chess set. He was exhausted, drained, running on fumes and the stubborn refusal to stop that was either his best quality or his worst. And now the most powerful being he'd ever encountered, more powerful than Voldemort, more powerful than Dumbledore, more powerful than anything he'd ever imagined, was standing in front of him and asking for the stone. No, he said. The word was small. Human. Finite. It existed for a fraction of a second in the acoustics of the room before being swallowed by the enormity of Ammonadial's presence. But Ammonadial heard it. The stone is an affront to the natural order, Ammonadial said. It grants immortality to mortals. Immortality is not a mortal right. It belongs to the divine. It belongs to Nicholas Flamel. He made it. It's his. Mortals do not make decisions about immortality. That authority rests with who? Your father. The same father who decided my father was an abomination for asking questions. The same divine authority that wanted me purified because I don't fit in a box. Harry's voice was rising. Not with anger, with conviction. The fire in his blood matched the fire in his words. You told me on that tower that the only thing that matters is what I do with what I am. Well, here's what I'm doing. I'm protecting something that belongs to someone else. I'm making a choice. And I am not handing it over because someone bigger than me told me to. Ammonadial's wings shifted. The light in the room pulsed. The pressure increased, not an attack, not a threat, but a reminder. A demonstration of scale. I could take it from you, that pressure said. I could take it and there is nothing you could do to stop me. You could, Harry said, reading the unspoken message. But you won't. You seem very certain of that. I am. Because you called me nephew. Because you sat on a cold tower on Christmas night and told me you saw a child trying to be good. Because somewhere under all that celestial protocol and divine authority, you're Lucifer Morningstar's brother, and you love him, and you love the fact that he loved me enough to break every rule in existence." Harry held the stone in his open palm, offering it, not to Ammonadial, but to the light, to the judgment, to whatever cosmic audience was watching this moment and deciding what it meant. "Take it if you have to. But know what you're taking it from. A child. Who's trying? Who's choosing? Who's doing exactly what you told him to do?" The room was silent. The light pulsed. The wings spread and folded and spread again, vast and terrible and beautiful. Then the light dimmed. Ammonadial's wings retracted. His presence contracted, pulling back from its full manifestation into the more manageable form Harry recognized, tall, dark-skinned, magnificent, but contained. Limited. Choosing to be smaller than he was. "You are," Ammonadial said quietly, "the most frustrating being I have encountered in 4 billion years. I get that from my father." "Yes." A pause. Something moved behind those ancient eyes. Something that looked, impossibly, like pride. "You do." Ammonadial folded his wings against his back. The room darkened to something approaching normal. The broken torches flickered back to life, struggling against the residual celestial energy that hung in the air like ozone after lightning. "I came here tonight because I felt the battle," Ammonadial said. "The infernal signature. The Horcrux connection screaming. The hellfire. All of it registered on celestial frequencies, and I came expecting to find exactly what the court predicted, a mortal child corrupted beyond redemption, using infernal power to serve his own ends." He looked at the ash that had been Quirrell. "Instead, I found a child who held the power to destroy his enemy's soul and chose not to. Who held hellfire in his hands and used it as a deterrent, not a weapon. Who fought through 6 protections, watched his friend take a blow for him, said goodbye to 2 people he loves, and walked into a room alone to face the darkest wizard of the age." Another pause. "The court wanted an abomination. What I found was something else entirely." He reached out. Not for the stone. For Harry. His hand touched Harry's forehead, the scar, the Horcrux, the wound that had defined Harry's existence since infancy. Celestial energy flowed through the touch. Harry gasped. It was beyond anything he'd ever felt, a purification so total, so absolute, that it reached into the deepest crevices of his being and burned clean everything it found. The Horcrux fragment, Voldemort's corrupted soul, lodged in his scar for 11 years, screamed. A thin, high sound that existed more in Harry's mind than in the air. It screamed and writhed and tried to burrow deeper, to hide from the light that was consuming it. But there was nowhere to hide. Celestial fire was the fire from which all other fires descended. It didn't destroy the Horcrux, it unmade it. Dissolved the corruption, purified the taint, reduced the fragment of Voldemort's soul to its base components and let them scatter like ash in a wind that blew between dimensions. The scar throbbed once. Twice. Then, for the first time in 11 years, it went quiet. Harry touched his forehead. The scar was still there, a lightning bolt, raised and pale. But it was just a scar now. Just tissue. The thing that had lived inside it was gone. The door that had been knocked on, whispered through, screamed through, closed. Permanently. Sealed by celestial fire in a way that no dark magic could reopen. He thought about the voice that had said boy in Quirrell's classroom. The connection that had let Voldemort's emotions bleed through into his own. The dark vision in the mirror, the version of himself consumed by power, alone in a world on fire. All of it had been fed by the Horcrux. All of it was over. Harry Morningstar was, for the first time in his life, entirely himself. No hitchhikers. No fragments. No parasitic connection to the darkest wizard of the age. Just Harry. Just green eyes and hellfire and a heart that belonged to a mother who died to protect it and a father who devoted his immortal existence to raising it. Consider it a gift, Ammonadial said. From an uncle to his nephew. Harry stared at him. The relief was enormous, so vast, so sudden, so overwhelming that it took several seconds to even understand what he was feeling. The absence of the Horcrux was like the absence of a sound you'd been hearing so long you'd forgotten it was there. The silence was deafening. The silence was freedom. For 11 years, a piece of the darkest wizard in history had lived inside his head. Had colored his dreams, influenced his magic, created a connection to a being of pure malice that had whispered through his consciousness like static on a radio. And now it was gone. Simply, impossibly, miraculously gone. Harry felt lighter. Not physically, spiritually. As though a weight he'd been carrying so long he'd incorporated it into his sense of self had been lifted, and he was discovering for the first time what it felt like to be just himself. Just Harry. No parasite. No fragment. No piece of someone else's broken soul hitchhiking in his scar. His eyes stung. He blinked. He was not going to cry in front of an angel. He cried anyway. 2 tears. Fast, hot, involuntary. The tears of an 11-year-old boy who had been carrying something terrible and had just been set free. Ammonadial saw. Said nothing. The silence was a kindness that Harry would remember for the rest of his life. "Thank you," Harry whispered. Ammonadial nodded. Then he looked up, through the open ceiling, at the night sky. "I will delay my report to the court. I haven't decided what to tell them yet." He paused. "I suspect that's the first time I've been uncertain about a report in several thousand years. Your father will be delighted. He usually is. Give him this message from me, tell him Ammonadial remembers the Silver City. Tell him I remember what we were before. He'll understand." The air folded. The wings flared once, a single, magnificent spread of light and darkness and the reflected fire of a billion stars. Then Ammonadial was gone, and the ceiling was repairing itself, stone flowing back into place like water filling a mold, and Harry was standing alone in a room that smelled of ash and ozone and the fading echo of something divine. He put the stone in his pocket. Looked at the ash that had been coral. Touched his scar, quiet, just a scar, empty for the first time in his life. The room was wrecked. Cracked floor. Scorched walls. The mirror stood tilted at an angle, its glass spiderwebbed with fractures but still intact, still reflecting, still showing, still waiting with the infinite patience of an object that had outlasted centuries of hearts and would outlast centuries more. Harry looked into it one last time. The image was different now. No longer the impossible family, Lily, James, Lucifer together. Instead, the mirror showed him standing exactly where he was, exactly as he was, surrounded by the aftermath of a battle he'd won. But he wasn't alone in the reflection. Behind him, fading in like photographs developing in sequence, were the people who'd brought him here. Hermione, fierce and brilliant and already running for help. Neville, brave enough to take a queen's strike and call it worthwhile. Daphne, steady as stone, protecting the wounded because that was what mattered most. Snape, somewhere above, holding the line with 20 years of bitter determination. Lucifer, far away, fighting a war in the celestial courts to keep his son alive. And Ammonadial, uncle, judge, reluctant protector, choosing doubt over certainty because an 11-year-old boy had made him believe that the categories could be wrong. His desire hadn't changed. Harry Morningstar still wanted his family. He just understood, now, that family was bigger than he'd thought. Bigger than blood. Bigger than species. Bigger than the neat divisions between mortal and immortal, light and dark, heaven and hell. Family was the people who showed up. Family was choice. He smiled at the mirror. The mirror, cracked and battered and still standing after everything, smiled back. Then his legs gave out, and the last thing he saw before darkness took him was the reflection of a boy who had fought the darkness and the light and chosen to be himself. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, the space between. Harry woke in the hospital wing to the sound of arguing. Not the polite, restrained arguing of adults who were aware of their surroundings. The full-throated, unfiltered arguing of people who had been scared and were now angry, which was, in Harry's experience, how most people processed fear once the danger had passed. Absolutely reckless, criminally irresponsible, and if I had my way, every single one of them would be, Minerva, the children nearly died, Albus. For first years, in the dungeons, past protections that were supposed to be impenetrable, facing a man possessed by, McGonagall's voice cracked. Not with weakness. With fury so concentrated it was collapsing in on itself, becoming something denser and more dangerous. You were supposed to be here. I returned the moment I realized, the moment. The moment. You should never have left. You knew Quirrell was compromised. You knew the stone was a target. And you left the castle because the ministry sent you a letter that any third year could have identified as a forgery. Silence. The particular silence of a man who had been caught in a mistake and was deciding how to frame it. Harry opened his eyes. The hospital wing was bright with morning light. He was in a bed near the windows, covered in white sheets that smelled of lavender and healing charms. His body felt like it had been disassembled and put back together by someone working from memory. Everything was in the right place but slightly off, tender, aware of itself in ways it usually wasn't. His scar didn't hurt. That absence was so profound it took him a moment to identify it. For 11 years, the scar had been a constant, sometimes quiet, sometimes screaming, but always present, always broadcasting the faint static of something living where nothing should be. Now there was nothing. Clean silence. The neural equivalent of a room after the noise has stopped. Madame Pomfrey materialized beside his bed with the instantaneous efficiency of a woman who had spent decades monitoring unconscious students and had developed a sixth sense for the exact moment they regained consciousness. "Don't move," she said. It was not a suggestion. "You've been unconscious for 3 days. Your magical core was severely depleted. You had burns on both palms." She glanced at his hands, which were bandaged in thick white gauze, that my diagnostic spells couldn't fully categorize. "And your scar underwent some kind of transformation that I frankly do not understand and would very much like someone to explain." 3 days. Harry said. His voice was rough, unused. 3 days. During which time you've had more visitors than any patient I've had in 20 years, including a very persistent young woman from Slytherin who threatened to hex me when I wouldn't let her sit by your bed past visiting hours. Harry smiled. That sounds like Daphne. Miss Greengrass has the bedside manner of a wolverine. She'll be delighted to know you're awake. As will Mr. Longbottom, who has been here every morning with fresh flowers from the greenhouse, and Miss Granger, who has been here every evening with fresh research on magical exhaustion recovery protocols. The arguing at the far end of the wing had stopped. Harry looked past Madame Pomfrey and saw them, Dumbledore and McGonagall, standing near the door, both looking at him. McGonagall's expression was a complicated mixture of relief and fury and something that might have been pride, held in check by professional propriety. Dumbledore's expression was, for once, unreadable. McGonagall reached his bed first. She stood over him for a moment, looking down with the particular intensity of a woman who was choosing between hugging him and shouting at him. "Mr. Morningstar," she said. "You are, without exception, the most infuriating student I have taught in 35 years. Thank you, Professor." That was not a compliment. She paused. Her jaw worked. "You could have been killed." "Yes. All 4 of you could have been killed." "Yes. If you ever do anything like this again," she stopped. Her eyes glistened. Minerva McGonagall, who had faced Death Eaters and Dark Lords and decades of teenage nonsense without breaking, stood at the bedside of an 11-year-old boy and had to look away to compose herself. "If you ever do anything like this again, I will personally ensure that your father, whoever and whatever he is, receives a very strongly worded letter. He'd appreciate that. He respects strongly worded communication." McGonagall made a sound that was almost a laugh, caught it, and turned it into a cough. Then she squeezed his shoulder, once, firm, the McGonagall equivalent of a standing ovation, and walked away. Dumbledore took her place. The headmaster looked old. Not the performed oldness of the kindly grandfather act, the twinkle and the sherbet lemons and the carefully curated eccentricity. Actually old. Tired in a way that went beyond physical exhaustion into the territory of a man confronting the consequences of his own choices and finding them heavier than expected. He conjured a chair and sat beside Harry's bed with the careful movements of someone whose body was reminding him of its limitations. "Harry," he said. "How do you feel?" "Like I've been hit by a celestial being and a dark lord in the same evening." "That would explain it." Dumbledore folded his hands in his lap. "I owe you several explanations. You owe me one. The rest I've figured out." "Which one?" "Why you left me at the Dursleys." Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The hospital wing hummed with the low-level magic of healing charms. Sunlight moved across the floor in slow, golden ribbons. "The blood protection," Dumbledore said. "Your mother's sacrifice created a magical ward tied to her blood. As long as you lived with someone who shared that blood, your aunt, Petunia, the ward would persist. It was the most powerful protection I could give you against Voldemort's followers. And it required that I grow up in a loveless household with people who despised magic. I believed the protection was worth the cost. You believed. You decided. You chose for me, for a baby who couldn't choose for himself, that safety was worth more than love." Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. "My father took me from that doorstep. He took me to a home where I was loved, trained, valued, and told the truth about who I was and what I was facing. The blood ward broke the moment he lifted me off the ground. And I survived anyway. Because it turns out that love isn't just blood magic. It's a choice. And the people who choose to love you protect you just as well as the ones who share your DNA." Dumbledore's eyes were bright. Not with tears. Albus Dumbledore had long since channeled his grief into more productive forms, but with the particular shine of a man recognizing a truth he had been too close to see. "I was wrong," Dumbledore said. The words came slowly, as though each one cost something. Not about the danger was real. Voldemort's followers were everywhere, and a child without protection would have been a target. But I was wrong about what protection meant. I saw it as a ward. A spell. A measurable, quantifiable magical phenomenon. He paused. "Your father saw it as a family." "Yes. And the family he created, the demon, the nightclub, the literal gates of hell, kept you safer and more loved than the perfectly normal household I chose." "Considerably." Dumbledore almost smiled. "Your father has an extraordinary gift for making me look foolish. It's one of his favorite hobbies." The almost smile became real. Briefly. Then it faded, replaced by something more serious. "The stone," Dumbledore said. "You retrieved it from the mirror. It's in my robe pocket. Which I assume Madame Pomfrey has folded somewhere with extreme prejudice. I'll return it to Nicholas. He and Perenelle have decided to destroy it. They've had enough of immortality. 600 years, apparently, is sufficient." Harry thought about Ammonadial's demand for the stone. About the Celestial Court's position that immortality was a divine right, not a mortal one. About a 600-year-old alchemist choosing to die because he'd decided that enough was enough. "That's their choice," Harry said. "Yes. It is." Dumbledore paused. "Professor Quirrell is dead." "I know. You understand that you are not responsible for his death." "I understand that I'm partially responsible. The protection destroyed him when I touched his face. I chose to do that. The fact that it was necessary doesn't make it painless." Dumbledore looked at him. The twinkle was gone. What was left was raw assessment, a great mind evaluating another mind with the full weight of its considerable attention. You are remarkable, Harry. I say that not to flatter you but to record a fact. In all my years, I have never encountered a child with your clarity of thought, your moral complexity, or your willingness to accept responsibility for difficult choices. I was raised by the devil. Moral complexity is the family business. So I'm learning. Dumbledore stood. I will leave you to your recovery. Your friends are, I understand, staging a minor insurrection in the corridor outside, and Madame Pomfrey has threatened to resign if I don't let them in. He moved toward the door. Paused. Turned back. One more thing. Severus Snape intercepted Quirrell on the third-floor corridor before you arrived. He engaged Quirrell in a duel that lasted approximately 7 minutes, during which time he sustained significant injuries, a curse to the leg, burns from dark magic, and what appears to be a particularly vicious hex to his wand arm. He fought with everything he had, Harry. He slowed Quirrell down long enough that you and your friends had time to make it through the protections. Harry absorbed this. Snape, fighting alone in a dark corridor against a man possessed by Voldemort. Snape, who had promised to stand between the danger and Lily's son. Snape, keeping his word the way he always did, silently, furiously, without expecting gratitude or recognition. Is he all right? Harry asked. Recovering. He will not appreciate being fussed over, which I'm sure you understand. Dumbledore paused. He asked me to tell you, and these are his exact words, tell the boy I fulfilled my obligation. And tell him to stop nearly dying. It's irritating. Harry smiled. It was the most Snape message possible. Beneath the irritation, beneath the performative hostility, was a man who had fought and bled for him. Not for Harry. For Lily. But the effect was the same, and the line between the two was thinner than Snape would ever admit. Tell him thank you, Harry said. And tell him I'll try to be less irritating. I suspect neither of you believes that. No. But it's the thought that counts. Dumbledore moved toward the door again. Paused again. Harry, the thing that was in your scar. The Horcrux. He turned back, and his expression was the most vulnerable Harry had ever seen it, not the controlled vulnerability of a man managing his image, but the genuine vulnerability of someone asking a question they're afraid to hear answered. It's gone. Gone. Destroyed. Purified. How? Harry thought about Ammonadial's hand on his forehead. The celestial fire. The gift from an uncle to his nephew. He could tell Dumbledore the truth, all of it, the angels, the celestial court, the family drama that spanned the history of the universe. He chose not to. Some things are family business, Professor. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded, slowly, accepting the boundary, respecting the wall. I hope, one day, you'll trust me enough to share it. I hope, one day, you'll earn it. It was not cruel. It was not hostile. It was simply honest, the honesty of a boy who had been placed on a doorstep, who had been played like a piece, who had fought through 6 protections and faced the darkest wizard in a century, and who was willing to forgive but not willing to pretend. Dumbledore left. The door opened. And Harry's people came flooding in. Neville arrived first, moving with a slight limp from his chessboard injuries but beaming with a brightness that transformed his round face into something close to radiant. He carried a pot of something green and vigorous that he placed on Harry's bedside table with the careful reverence of a priest placing an offering on an altar. Flitterbloom, he said. It responds to positive emotion. I thought, you know. Hospital. Could use some positivity. Neville, you took a stone queen to the ribs for me. You are the positive emotion. Neville's ears went red. His smile went wider. Hermione arrived second, carrying, predictably, wonderfully, a stack of books. She set them on the bed and then stood there for a moment, vibrating with the particular energy of someone who had 100 things to say and was trying to prioritize them. "I'm glad you're alive," she said. "Thank you for the logic puzzle. Thank you for not dying. It was a team effort." She smiled. It was quick and fierce and carried the weight of 3 days of worry compressed into a single expression of relief. Then she pulled up a chair, opened the top book, Advanced Magical Theory and its Applications, and began reading aloud, because Hermione Granger's love language was education and she was not going to waste a captive audience. Blaise appeared in the doorway, leaned against the frame, and raised one eyebrow in the universal Zabini expression for, "I'm invested but will never admit it." "You look terrible, Morningstar. You look like you've been sleeping in silk while I was fighting evil. Egyptian cotton, actually. My mother has standards." He paused. "I'm glad you're not dead. You make things interesting." The highest Zabini compliment. "Don't push it." But he stayed in the doorway, arms crossed, watching with the careful attention of someone who was beginning to understand that watching wasn't always enough. Draco did not come. Harry hadn't expected him to. The hospital wing was too public, too observed, too full of witnesses who would note a Malfoy visiting a Morningstar and draw conclusions that Draco couldn't afford. But that evening, a package appeared on Harry's bedside table, a small vial of high-quality pain relief potion, brewed with a precision that spoke of either professional apothecary work or a student whose potion skills far exceeded what he showed in class. No note. No name. Harry pocketed it and said nothing. But he made a mental note to find Draco before the end of term. The boy who had come to Hogwarts as Lucius Malfoy's extension, programmed, scripted, performing a role written by someone else, was becoming something more. The weekly dueling sessions had cracked the armor. The nod had become a language. And now this, a gift given in secret, a kindness that Draco would deny if confronted, delivered through the careful anonymity of someone who wanted to help but wasn't yet ready to be seen helping. Draco Malfoy was choosing. Slowly, tentatively, with the cautious steps of someone walking away from everything they'd been raised to be. He wasn't there yet. Might never fully arrive. But the direction was right, and Harry had learned from Lucifer that direction mattered more than destination. Fred and George Weasley visited that afternoon, bringing an enormous box of sweets from Honey Dukes and a hand-drawn card that read, "Get well soon or we'll send more sweets until you explode," the honorary Weasley Welcome Committee. Ron came with them, hovering at the back with the awkward sincerity of someone who wanted to say something meaningful and didn't have the vocabulary. "That was mental," Ron said finally. "The whole thing. The troll, and the dog, and all of it. You're mental." "Thank you, Ron. I mean it as a compliment." "I know." Ron nodded. Shuffled. Looked at his shoes. Then, with the desperate courage of a boy forcing himself past a barrier, "I wish I'd been there. I should have been there. You taught me chess," Harry said. "Without your games at Christmas, I wouldn't have been able to direct the chess set." "You were there, Ron. Just not the way you expected." Ron looked up. His ears were red. His eyes were bright. He nodded again, once, firm, and left with his brothers, trailing the particular energy of a boy who had just discovered that his contribution mattered even when he wasn't in the room. Harry watched them go and thought about the invisible threads that connected people. Not magic. Not strategy. Something simpler and stronger, the accumulated weight of small kindnesses, casual conversations, shared meals, and chess games at Christmas that turned out to be training for the moment when the board was real and the stakes were life and death. Daphne came at midnight. Not during visiting hours. Not through the front door. She appeared at Harry's bedside like a ghost, silent, composed, wearing her school robe over pajamas, her hair loose around her shoulders for only the second time Harry had seen it. In the moonlight, she looked different, softer, younger, stripped of the armor she wore during the day. Not less formidable. Just more real. "Madame Pomfrey," Harry began. "Is asleep." I cast a muffling charm on her office door. I have approximately 20 minutes before it wears off, and I intend to use them. She sat on the edge of his bed. Not in a chair. On the bed. Close enough that Harry could see the shadows under her eyes, the slight hollowness in her cheeks, the evidence of 3 days of sustained worry that Daphne Greengrass would deny under torture. "You came back," she said. "I promised I would. People break promises. I don't." She looked at him. In the moonlit hospital wing, with the castle sleeping around them and the night pressing against the windows like a patient animal, Daphne Greengrass let her walls come down. Not all the way. Not completely. Daphne's walls were load-bearing, they held up the structure of who she was, and removing them entirely would bring the whole architecture crashing down. But she let them thin. Let Harry see through them to the person underneath, scared, fierce, brilliant, carrying the weight of a sister's curse and a family's survival and a heart that burned so hot she'd built the walls to keep it from setting everything on fire. "I thought you were dead," she said. Her voice was steady. Her eyes were not. "Hermione came running out of the flames, and she said you were still in there, and I wanted to go after you but Neville was unconscious and I couldn't leave him and she stopped. Breathed. I stayed. I did the right thing. I protected the wounded. I made the correct strategic decision. You did. I hated it." The words came out raw. Unprocessed. The kind of truth that Daphne Greengrass never showed anyone because showing it was a vulnerability she couldn't afford. "I hated being the one who stayed behind. I hated being responsible and strategic and correct while you were down there facing," she gestured vaguely. "Whatever you faced. Voldemort. And then an angel. Of course. Because your life is a theological crisis with homework." She paused. Looked at her hands. "Hermione told me what she saw before the flames, you, standing there, holding a bottle the size of a thimble, about to walk into a room where a possessed professor was waiting. She said you were calm. I was terrified. She said you looked calm. That's the training. Maze taught me to separate what I feel from what I show. The terror was real. The composure was professional. That's the most disturbing thing you've ever said to me. You once described arithmancy as the only reliable form of prophecy. I think we're tied." Daphne's mouth twitched. Then she sobered. The girl in the chess room, the Stone Queen. When it hit Neville. She stopped. Started again. "I didn't know it would be that violent. I knew intellectually that the pieces were dangerous, but watching it happen, watching stone hit flesh, watching him go down," her voice thinned. "I understand now why you asked if anyone wanted to walk away. You understand why I didn't want you there. I understand why you felt that way. I disagree with it. If you'd gone alone, you'd be dead. Probably. Definitely." Hermione solved the logic puzzle. Neville handled the snare. She stopped. "I stayed with the wounded. Which you are going to tell me was important." Daphne. "What?" "Thank you. For staying with Neville. For protecting him. That wasn't the lesser assignment. That was the most important thing anyone did that night." She looked at him. Her eyes searched his face with the thoroughness she usually reserved for arithmancy proofs, looking for the lie, the deflection, the strategic reassurance designed to manage her emotions rather than address them. She didn't find one. "You mean that," she said. "I always mean what I say to you. It's a policy I established early and haven't regretted." The corner of her mouth curved. The smallest smile. The most expensive one, because it was given freely, without calculation, without the careful cost-benefit analysis that governed every other expression Daphne Greengrass showed the world. "I brought you something," she said. She reached into her robe and produced a small silver ring, Harry's ward ring, the one he'd given her before Christmas. "I'm returning this. It's yours. I gave it to you. I know. I'm returning it so you can give it to me again. She held it out. Properly, this time. Not through Blaze. Not wrapped in plausible deniability. Look me in the eyes and give me the ring. Harry took the ring. It was warm from her body heat, humming faintly with the protective enchantments he'd woven into the silver months ago. He held it in his bandaged fingers and looked at Daphne Greengrass, Ice Queen, Fortress, the girl who'd walked into a library and changed everything by refusing to be impressed, and felt something vast and unnamed move through his chest. This ring is enchanted to warn you of hostile magic within 10 feet, he said. It's also enchanted with my specific magical signature, which means it will always feel warm when I'm nearby. I made it because I care about your safety. I'm giving it to you because I care about you. Not your network. Not your intelligence. Not your usefulness as an ally. You. Daphne's eyes didn't waver. That's a significant declaration for an 11-year-old. I'm a significant 11-year-old. You're an impossible 11-year-old. She held out her hand. Put it on. He slipped the ring onto her finger. It resized automatically, his enchantment work, attuned to the wearer. The silver gleamed against her pale skin, and the warmth Harry had woven into it pulsed once, gentle, like a heartbeat. Daphne looked at the ring. Looked at Harry. And then she did something that Harry would remember for the rest of his life, regardless of how long that life turned out to be. She leaned forward and kissed his cheek. It was brief. Light. The barest brush of lips against skin, lasting perhaps half a second. But it carried the weight of everything Daphne couldn't say and wouldn't say and didn't need to say, because the kiss said it all. I'm here. I chose this. You are not alone. She pulled back. Her composure was already reassembling, the walls going back up, the ice settling back into place. But her eyes were warm. Truly, genuinely warm, in a way that Harry had never seen and would never forget. Don't read too much into that, she said. I'm going to read exactly the right amount into it. You're insufferable. And you kissed me anyway. On the cheek. It doesn't count. It counts. It doesn't. Daphne. What? It counts. She stood. Smoothed her robe. Checked the time with a precision that suggested the muffling charm was close to expiring. I'll see you at breakfast, she said. Try not to get possessed or attacked by celestial beings before then. I make no promises. She walked toward the door. Paused. Looked back. Harry? Yes. It counts. She was gone. The moonlight settled. The flitterbloom on his bedside table bloomed, responding, as Neville had said it would, to positive emotion. Harry touched his cheek where her lips had been and smiled into the dark. Lucifer arrived on a Thursday. Harry was out of the hospital wing by then, for days of Madame Pomfrey's intensive care had restored his magical core and healed his burns, though the Medawitch had expressed ongoing frustration at the unclassifiable energy signatures in his system that resisted her diagnostic spells. He was sitting by the lake with Hermione, reviewing for end-of-year exams, because Hermione insisted that near-death experiences were not an acceptable excuse for academic decline, when the air changed. Not the heavy, pressurized change of celestial arrival. Something warmer. Something that smelled of expensive cologne and old power and the particular ozone that accompanied beings who had existed since before the concept of ozone. Harry looked up. Lucifer Morningstar stood on the path from the main gates, hands in the pockets of a suit that cost more than most Hogwarts professors earned in a year, looking at the castle with an expression of amused assessment. He was exactly as Harry remembered. Tall, dark, devastatingly handsome, radiating the kind of effortless charisma that made the air itself seem to arrange itself more attractively around him. His eyes found Harry's across the distance, across the lawn, the students, the ambient magic of a school that had never hosted the devil before, and they held. Warm. Relieved. Carrying a love so fierce it could have lit the stars. Which, historically, it had. The students on the lawn had stopped what they were doing. Not because they recognized Lucifer, most of them had no frame of reference for what he was, but because his presence was the kind that demanded attention the way gravity demanded mass. People turned. People stared. A seventh-year Ravenclaw walked into a pillar. Professor Flitwick, crossing the courtyard, looked up, went very pale, and hurried inside with the brisk urgency of someone who had just sensed something far beyond his pay grade. Lucifer ignored them all. His eyes were on Harry, and Harry's eyes were on him, and the distance between them was closing with the inevitability of a story reaching its conclusion. Harry stood. Hermione looked up from her notes, saw the figure on the path, and went very still. "That's your father," she said. "Not a question. That's my father. He's very tall. You should see his ego. He's also radiating some kind of energy that's making my hair stand up. That's the charm. It affects everyone. He can't help it. It's deeply unsettling. You get used to it. Mostly." Harry walked toward Lucifer. Then walked faster. Then ran. He was 11 years old. He had faced a dark lord and an angel and the fragment of a broken soul in his forehead. He had used hellfire and made choices that would have buckled adults twice his age. He was Harry Morningstar, the devil's son, the boy who lived, the child who existed between worlds. He was also a boy who had missed his dad. Lucifer caught him. Wrapped him in arms that had held the fires of creation and now held an 11-year-old with the careful, crushing tenderness of someone who understood that this small, mortal, impossibly brave person, was the most important thing in the universe. "Hey, Dad," Harry said. His voice was muffled against Lucifer's chest. "Hello, little hellion." Lucifer's voice was steady. His arms were not. They shook, finely, almost imperceptibly, with the effort of containing everything he was feeling. The devil did not cry. But the devil held his son and shook like a man in a storm, and that was close enough. They stood like that for a while. The lake lapped against the shore. Students walked past and stared, because Lucifer Morningstar was the kind of person you stared at whether you wanted to or not. Hermione pretended to read her textbook and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Eventually, Harry pulled back. Looked up at his father's face. Saw everything he needed to see: pride, relief, love, and the particular expression Lucifer got when he was trying very hard not to make a joke because the moment was too important. "You used hellfire," Lucifer said. "I held it. I didn't use it. I heard. Ammonadial told me." He was. Lucifer searched for the word. Impressed. Which, for Ammonadial, is the emotional equivalent of a standing ovation. He destroyed the Horcrux. "I know." Lucifer's hand moved to Harry's forehead. Touched the scar. His fingers were gentle, the fingers of a being who could reshape reality with a thought, pressing against the skin of a boy who had been carrying a fragment of evil since infancy. "It's gone. I can feel the absence." He paused. "You're lighter." "I feel lighter." "Good." Lucifer's hand dropped. His expression shifted, from tenderness to something sharper, more focused. "The celestial situation. Ammonadial's report to the court has been delayed indefinitely. My contacts in the bureaucracy confirm that he's filed for an extension of his observation period, unprecedented, by the way. In 4 billion years, Ammonadial has never asked for more time on an assignment. The court is confused, which is excellent, because confused celestial bureaucrats tend to do nothing, and nothing is exactly what I need them to do. And the factions pushing for my elimination? Weakened. Not gone, they'll never be gone entirely, because there are angels who believe in categories the way some humans believe in gravity, and you, my darling boy, are a category violation of the highest order. But weakened enough that the immediate threat is manageable. Lucifer's jaw tightened. The negotiations were expensive. Old favors, called in. Relationships, strained. One particular angel, Rigel, judge of the celestial court, required a personal meeting that lasted 3 days and involved more theological debate than I've endured since the fall. But the result is a moratorium. No action against you while Ammonadial's observation is ongoing. How long will that last? As long as Ammonadial makes it last. And given that my brother appears to have developed what I can only describe as genuine affection for you, or at least genuine reluctance to see you purified, I'd say we've bought years, not months. He said to tell you he remembers the Silver City. He said he remembers what you were before. Lucifer went still. Not the sharp stillness of alarm, something deeper. Something older. The stillness of a being who had lived for eons and had long since given up hope of hearing certain words, and was now processing the fact that he had heard them. Before the fall, Lucifer said quietly. Before the rebellion. Before Father decided that asking questions was the same as declaring war. He was quiet for a long moment. The lake lapped against the shore. A group of students threw a frisbee across the lawn, their laughter carrying on the breeze. We were close, Ammonadial and I. He'll deny it now, celestial protocol doesn't allow for personal attachments between angels assigned to different jurisdictions, but we were. Brothers. Not just in the technical sense. In the real sense. You miss him. I miss who he was. Who we were. I miss the version of our family that existed before ideology destroyed it. Lucifer looked at Harry with eyes that held millennia of loss and, somewhere beneath it, the fragile green shoot of something that refused to die. But if my brother is remembering, if you've done what I couldn't, if you've cracked that ancient, stubborn, magnificent bastard's armor simply by being yourself, then maybe the family isn't as destroyed as I thought. He called me nephew. I know. You mentioned it in your letter. I may have read that particular word 17 times. Lucifer smiled. It was complicated, joy and grief and hope and caution, all tangled together in the expression of someone who knew that hope was the most dangerous emotion in the universe and was choosing to feel it anyway. You've done something extraordinary, Harry. Not the hellfire. Not the battle. You've made an angel doubt his certainty. That's harder than anything you did in that dungeon. Harry leaned against his father. I just talked to him. Yes. That's exactly what you did. And that's exactly what I did, once, a very long time ago, when I stood in the Silver City and said, what if we're wrong? And everything changed. Lucifer's arm tightened around him. The difference is that when I said it, they cast me out. When you said it, they listened. Which either means you're more persuasive than me, unlikely, or the universe is finally ready for the question. They sat in silence for a while. The kind of silence that exists between people who don't need words to communicate, the shared quiet of two beings who had navigated the year's dangers from opposite ends of the same war and had come out on the other side bruised but unbroken. Then Lucifer said, we need to talk about the celestial situation. The negotiations are, later. Please. Harry looked at his father. I've been fighting all year. I've been strategizing and planning and mapping threats and building alliances. I'm tired, Dad. Can we just be here for a minute? Lucifer looked at his son. Looked at the castle behind him, the lake, the students, the absurd and magnificent normalcy of a magical school on a summer afternoon. Looked at the world his son had chosen, the human world, the mortal world, the world of homework and friendships and a girl who kissed your cheek and a boy who grew flowers for your bedside. Yes, Lucifer said. We can be here. They walked to the lake. Sat on the bank. Lucifer stretched his legs out and tilted his face toward the Scottish sun with the expression of someone who had spent months in celestial negotiations and had almost forgotten what warmth felt like. Tell me about the year, Lucifer said. Not the battles. The rest of it. So Harry told him. About Hermione and her logic and her courage and the way she'd made him a better person by refusing to let him be a worse one. About Neville and his flowers and his fear and the moment he'd stood in front of 3 bullies and chosen to be brave. About Blaise and his lazy brilliance and the way he watched everything and was slowly, reluctantly learning to participate. About Draco. About the duel that became a training session, the rival that became a project, the nod that became a language. About watching a boy programmed by his father slowly, painfully begin to write his own code. About Snape. About the dark mark and the love for Lily and the promise kept in a dungeon corridor at midnight. About a man so buried in grief that he turned it into cruelty, and how that cruelty was, slowly, grudgingly, in ways Snape himself would deny, beginning to crack. About Ron Weasley and the chess games at Christmas and the twins who'd made him an honorary ginger. About Hagrid and his monsters and his kindness and the way his trust had been weaponized. About McGonagall and her fury and her shoulder squeeze and the glistening in her eyes that she'd never admit to. About Daphne. About the ice and the fire and the walls and the tea and the ring and the kiss on the cheek that counted. Lucifer listened. He listened the way only an immortal being could, with the patience of someone who had all the time in the universe and was choosing to spend it on the voice of someone he loved. He didn't interrupt. Didn't correct. Didn't analyze or strategize or file the information away for future use. He just listened, the way a father should listen, with his whole being focused on the small, important words of his child. When Harry finished, the sun had moved. The shadows had lengthened across the lake. A giant squid had surfaced briefly, drawn a languid circle on the water's surface, and submerged again with the casual indifference of a creature that had been doing this since before the castle was built. "She sounds extraordinary," Lucifer said when Harry finished. "She's Daphne." "Ah. Still haven't found the right word." "Still haven't found the right word." "You will. It took me several centuries to find the right words for the things that mattered. You've got time." He paused. "Well. Relatively speaking." Lucifer smiled. It was his real smile, not the charming one, not the seductive one, not the smile that launched 1,000 bad decisions. The real one. Small. Warm. Human. The smile of a father who was proud of his son and didn't need the son to know it in order to feel it. "Your mother would be proud of you," Lucifer said. "Both of them." The words landed softly. Lily, who had died for him. James, who had died laughing. 2 people Harry had never known, who existed only in photographs and stories and the green of his own eyes and the defiant joy he'd inherited without knowing its source. "Tell me about them," Harry said. "Not the night they died. Before that. Tell me something normal." Lucifer was quiet for a moment. Remembering. Sifting through the brief intersection of his immortal life and their mortal one. "Your mother made terrible tea," he said. "Truly atrocious. She'd forget it was steeping and leave it for 20 minutes, and it would come out the color of tar and the consistency of a grudge. And she'd drink it, every cup, unrepentant, and if you pointed out that it was terrible, she'd look at you with those green eyes and say, 'It has character.' And you'd drink your cup too, because saying no to Lily Evans was an experience that defeated better beings than me." Harry laughed. It was the kind of laugh that came from a place deeper than humor, from the place where grief lives next to joy, where missing someone and knowing someone exist in the same breath. "And James?" James Potter could not sit still. Physically incapable. He was always moving, pacing, fidgeting, spinning his wand between his fingers. He had the energy of a thunderstorm trapped in a human body, and he expended it on everything: Quidditch, pranks, arguments, love. He loved your mother the way he did everything else, at full speed, with total commitment, with the absolute refusal to do anything halfway. Lucifer paused. He was laughing when he died. "I want you to remember that." He faced the darkest wizard alive and his last act on Earth was laughter. "That's who you come from, Harry. That's in your blood. Harry leaned against his father's shoulder. The devil's arm came around him. The sun was warm. The lake was still. Somewhere in the castle, Hermione was studying. Neville was in the greenhouse. Daphne was reading. Snape was glaring. Dumbledore was thinking. And here, on the bank of a Scottish lake, the devil and his son sat in the sun and said nothing and everything and let the silence between them be enough. The end-of-year feast was a spectacle. The great hall was decorated in green and silver. Slytherin had won the House Cup, which Harry had contributed to through academic excellence, and the 150 points Dumbledore had awarded after the stone incident. The Slytherin table was jubilant. The Gryffindor table was gracious about it, mostly because Hermione's 50 points had put them a close second, and she was loudly explaining to anyone who'd listen that the point system was an inadequate metric for student achievement. Harry sat between Daphne and Blaise. Across the hall, Hermione caught his eye and raised her goblet. Neville did the same, beaming. Draco, further down the Slytherin table, gave him the nod, the same sharp, single nod that had become their language, carrying more meaning in its brevity than most people managed in paragraphs. Dumbledore stood for the closing speech. He looked better than he had in the hospital wing. The old man had reassembled his masks, restored his twinkle, returned to the performance of the kindly headmaster. But Harry saw the cracks now. Saw the man behind the act. And the man, for all his flaws, was trying. "Another year gone," Dumbledore said. "And what a year it has been." He didn't elaborate. He didn't name names or describe events. He simply looked at Harry for a moment, a long, honest, unperforming moment, and nodded. Harry nodded back. The feast was excellent. Harry ate until he was full and then ate more, because Maze had always said that you should eat like every meal might be your last, which was paranoid but also resulted in a healthy appreciation for roast potatoes. Daphne ate beside him with the precise, unhurried grace of someone who had been trained in formal dining since infancy and could make eating a bread roll look like a diplomatic negotiation. Blaise selected individual items from the table with the discernment of a food critic and the pace of someone with nowhere to be. Across the hall, Neville was telling a group of Gryffindors about the Devil's Snare, his version of the story, which was modest and precise and left out the part where he'd been terrified, because Neville had learned that bravery looked better without the annotations. Hermione was deep in conversation with Percy Weasley about next year's curriculum, which was either the most boring conversation at the feast or the most strategic, depending on your perspective. Harry suspected it was both. After dinner, Lucifer found Harry in the entrance hall. The devil had spent the afternoon meeting with Dumbledore, a conversation that Harry dearly wished he could have witnessed, because the collision of two of the most manipulative minds in existence must have produced conversational shrapnel visible from space. "Your headmaster is fascinating," Lucifer said. "Genuinely. He's playing a longer game than I initially estimated, and he's doing it with a moral framework that's simultaneously admirable and infuriating. We disagreed about 17 things and agreed about one. What did you agree about? That you deserve better than either of us has given you. And that next year, we'll both do better." Lucifer straightened his jacket. "I'll be in the village tonight. Hogsmeade has a pub that I suspect has never hosted the devil before. I intend to rectify that. Try not to corrupt anyone. I make no promises I can't keep." He vanished toward the gates with the languid confidence of someone who owned the night and was merely lending it to the rest of the world. Harry walked the corridors one final time. Not for reconnaissance. Not for mapping or planning or the careful strategic assessment that had defined his year. Just walking. Feeling the castle's magic settle around him like a blanket, ancient and warm and humming with the accumulated energy of 1,000 years of students who had walked these same stones and felt these same feelings. He passed the third-floor corridor. The door was sealed again, the protections dismantled, the chambers below presumably emptied. Fluffy had been returned to wherever Hagrid sourced his menagerie of impossible creatures. The chess set was dormant. The Devil's Snare was just a plant again. The rooms where Harry had fought and bled and watched his friend fall were just rooms now, stone and shadow and the fading echo of a night that had changed everything. He passed Snape's office. The door was closed. No light underneath. But Harry paused anyway, and in the silence, he felt the faintest brush of awareness. Snape, behind the door, aware of his presence, choosing not to acknowledge it. The dark mark on his arm would be quiet now, Harry realized. With the Horcrux gone, the resonance between Harry's scar and Snape's brand had been severed. For the first time in a year, Snape's arm didn't burn in Harry's presence. A small gift. An unintended one. But a gift nonetheless. He ended where he always ended. The astronomy tower. The sky was clear. The stars were out, all of them, the full Scottish sky in its midsummer glory, stretching from horizon to horizon in a display of light that had been running since the universe was young and would run until it was old. No celestial presence tonight. The shimmer was gone. Ammonadial had withdrawn, not permanently, Harry suspected, but enough to give him space. To let him have this moment without the weight of cosmic judgment pressing on his shoulders. Harry leaned against the railing and looked at the stars and thought about the year. A year ago, he'd been at Lux, sitting on the bar while Lucifer played piano and Maze sharpened her knives and the Los Angeles night burned outside the windows. He'd been Harry Morningstar, the devil's son, the boy with hellfire in his blood, preparing for a school he'd never seen in a world he'd never visited. He'd been armed with desire sense and demon training and the careful strategic mind of a child raised by the ultimate manipulator. He'd come prepared for politics and power games and the careful navigation of a world that wanted to define him before he could define himself. He'd expected enemies. He'd expected challenges. He'd expected the kind of calculated, chess-like maneuvering that Lucifer had trained him for, the reading of desires, the management of perceptions, the slow, patient construction of a power base from which to operate. He hadn't expected friends. Not allies. Not assets. Not strategic relationships maintained through mutual benefit and careful management. Friends. The real kind. The kind that showed up at your hospital bed with flowers and books and threats to hex anyone who wouldn't let them in. The kind that took a stone queen to the ribs because you asked them to. The kind that solved logic puzzles at midnight and walked through fire because they believed you'd walk through fire for them. He'd found something he hadn't prepared for, people. Real people, with real hearts and real courage and real flaws, who had chosen to stand beside him not because he was powerful or strategic or the boy who lived, but because he was Harry. Because he'd treated them with respect. Because he'd shown up when it mattered. Because he'd chosen them, and they'd chosen him back. Hermione, who had made him think harder and fight fairer and question every assumption he'd carried into this school. Who had challenged him when he was wrong with the fearless conviction of someone who valued truth over comfort. Who had solved a logic puzzle under pressure and walked through fire because she trusted him to come back. Neville, who had grown from a trembling boy with a toad into someone who stood between bullies and their victims and said you'll have to go through me. Who had taken a stone queen strike without hesitation because his parents hadn't walked away and neither would he. Who had taught Harry that courage wasn't the absence of fear but the decision that something mattered more. Daphne, who had seen through every mask and every performance and every carefully constructed facade and had said, essentially, I see you and I'm not leaving. Who carried her sister's curse like a cross and her family's legacy like a crown and had still found space in her fortress to let him in. Who had kissed his cheek in a moonlit hospital wing and called it nothing and meant everything. Blaise, who watched and analyzed and maintained his comfortable distance from commitment, but who had stayed in the doorway of the hospital wing and said you make things interesting, which was Blaise for I care about you and I'm not ready to say it yet but I will someday. Draco, who had come to this school as his father's puppet and was leaving it as something more complicated and more promising. Who dueled Harry every week and was getting better, not just at magic but at thinking, at questioning, at the slow, painful process of becoming a person instead of a performance. Snape, who loved a dead woman with a devotion that had outlasted death and bitterness and 20 years of self-inflicted cruelty, and who had extended that love, grudgingly, painfully, without warmth or affection, to her son. Dumbledore, who had made mistakes and was beginning, slowly, to admit it. Who had played chess with people's lives and was beginning to see the cost. Who was not an ally yet but might become one, if he could learn to trust Harry the way Harry was learning to trust him. And Lucifer. Always Lucifer. The devil who had found a baby on a doorstep and chosen, because choice was everything, because choice was the hill he'd died on and been reborn on and would die on again, to love that baby with everything he had. Who had given Harry hellfire and free will and the most important lesson anyone had ever taught him: who you are is not what you were born. Who you are is what you choose. Harry looked at the stars and felt the truth of that settle into his bones. He chose this. All of it. The magic and the danger and the friends and the enemies and the impossible, ridiculous, terrifying wonder of being alive in a world that contained dark lords and angels and enchanted castles and a girl with ice-blue eyes who made his heart do things he didn't have words for yet. He chose it. And he'd choose it again. The Hogwarts Express left on a Saturday morning. Harry sat in a compartment with his people, all of them, crammed into a space designed for 4 and occupied by 6, because apparently the laws of physics were negotiable when you had enough stubbornness. Hermione was reading. Neville was feeding Trevor. Blaise was sleeping, or pretending to, with the practiced languor of someone who found wakefulness occasionally optional. Draco was in the corridor, maintaining the fiction of separation while periodically happening to walk past their compartment with decreasing subtlety. Daphne sat beside Harry, close enough that their shoulders touched. She hadn't moved away. Neither had he. The ward ring on her finger glinted silver every time her hand turned a page, and Harry was aware of it the way you're aware of a heartbeat, constantly, subconsciously, as a fundamental rhythm of being alive. Next year, Hermione said, looking up from her book with the particular intensity of someone who had already begun planning for events months in the future. We need a proper training program. The protections in the third-floor corridor exposed gaps in our preparation. I'm writing a curriculum. Of course you are, Blaise murmured, eyes closed. Don't dismiss it, Zabini. If you'd been there, you would have been useless against the devil's snare. Do you even know how to cast bluebell flames? I know how to delegate to people who can. That's not a survival strategy, that's a management philosophy. They're the same thing if you're good enough at managing. Hermione opened her mouth to argue, saw the ghost of a smirk on Blaise's face, and realized she was being baited. She huffed and returned to her book, but the corner of her mouth twitched. The dynamic between them, the brilliant Muggleborn and the languid pureblood, each convinced they were the smartest person in the room, was developing into something that Harry suspected would become either a friendship or a rivalry or possibly both simultaneously. I want to focus on herbology defense applications, Neville said. Professor Sprout mentioned a 7th-year elective. You're a first-year, Neville. I was a first-year who saved us from Devil's snare. I think I've earned the right to study ahead. He said it without aggression, without the desperate need for validation that would have accompanied the words 6 months ago. Just a fact. A quiet statement of competence from someone who had discovered that he had competence to state. Daphne turned a page of her book, something on advanced protective enchantments. I'll be expanding the intelligence network over the summer. My father has contacts in the ministry. If Voldemort is still out there in some form, someone will know something. Money moves before power does. I'll be watching the financial channels. And Astoria? Harry asked, quietly enough that only Daphne could hear. Daphne's hand stilled on her page. The briefest pause. My father is consulting with a healer from Switzerland over the summer. New research on blood maledictions. She hesitated. Cautiously hopeful. Harry covered her hand with his. Just for a moment. Just enough. Daphne's fingers turned under his and squeezed, once, firm, the same grip she'd given him at the entrance hall before Christmas, then released. The conversation continued around them as though nothing had happened, because nothing had happened, except everything. He is still out there, Harry said, louder now, addressing the group. Everyone looked at him. I drove him out. I didn't destroy him. He's a wraith, weakened, bodiless, but alive. He'll try again. Maybe not this year. Maybe not for years. But he'll try. The compartment was quiet. The train rocked gently on its tracks. Scotland rolled past the windows, green and wild and ancient. Then we'll be ready, Hermione said. Simply. Certainly. As though the prospect of facing the darkest wizard in history for a second time were a scheduling matter rather than an existential threat. We'll be ready, Neville agreed. Obviously, Daphne said. Blaise opened one eye. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? Probably, Harry said. Fine. He closed his eye. Wake me when the trolley comes. Draco appeared in the corridor. He paused at their compartment door, looked inside, and seemed to calculate the social cost of entering versus the social cost of continuing to pretend he was just passing by. The calculation took 3 seconds. Then he slid the door open. Room for one more, he asked. The words were casual. The vulnerability beneath them was not. If you can find space, Harry said. We're exceeding capacity. Draco squeezed in beside Neville, who scooted over with the automatic accommodation of someone who'd spent his life making room for others. For a moment, the compartment was awkward, Draco Malfoy sitting with a Muggleborn, a blood traitor's friend, and 2 Slytherins who had publicly allied themselves with people his father would consider beneath notice. Then Hermione, without looking up from her book, said, Malfoy, your Transfiguration essay on Gamp's Law had an error in the 3rd paragraph. The exception applies to food production, not food transformation. Draco blinked. It does not. It does. Page 412. I can show you. I'd like to see you try. They argued about transfiguration theory for 20 minutes. It was the most alive Harry had ever seen Draco in a social setting, not performing, not reciting his father's opinions, but actually engaging with an intellectual equal and discovering that disagreement could be stimulating rather than threatening. The trolley came. Blaise woke up. Everyone bought too much. Neville dropped a chocolate frog on Trevor, who ate it. Daphne read her book and ate a single licorice wand with the precise, measured bites of someone who had opinions about confectionery. It was normal. Gloriously, stupidly, magnificently normal. 6 students on a train, eating sweets, arguing about homework, existing in the uncomplicated present tense of a summer afternoon. Harry memorized it. Every detail. Every voice. Every laugh. Because he knew, had always known, with the particular clarity of someone raised by a being who had lived through the destruction of families and the fall of kingdoms, that moments like this were the point. Not the battles. Not the powers. Not the prophecy or the politics or the celestial courts. This. People you chose, choosing you back. The warmth of a shoulder against yours. The sound of friends arguing about nothing because nothing was, sometimes, the best thing to argue about. The train carried them south. Through mountains and valleys and the long, green expanse of a country that had been magical since before anyone thought to call it that. Harry watched the landscape scroll past and felt the year settle behind him, heavy and bright and full of things he'd carry forever. His scar was quiet. His pendant was warm. Daphne's shoulder was against his. The ring on her finger caught the light and glinted silver. In his pocket, the enchanted parchment hummed. He pulled it out and found a message in Lucifer's handwriting, gold-tinged and elegant. First year survived. 5 more to go. Try not to fight any more angels before September, my negotiation budget has limits. I love you. Come home. Dad. P.S. Maze has redecorated your room. She says it's age-appropriate security upgrades. I'm choosing not to investigate what that means. You've been warned. Harry smiled. He folded the parchment, put it back in his pocket, and settled into his seat. Outside the window, England was replacing Scotland, the wild mountains giving way to softer hills, the dramatic crags softening into the rolling green of a country that had traded wildness for comfort centuries ago. The sun was lower now, casting long golden shadows across the fields and painting the clouds in shades of amber and rose. Harry thought about what was waiting for him. Lux, with its music and its warmth and the particular chaos of living above a nightclub run by the devil. Maze, with her knives and her loyalty and her terrifying version of affection that usually involved combat training. Lucifer, with his piano and his suits and his bottomless capacity for love disguised as charm. Home. The strangest home in the universe. The best home Harry could imagine. He thought about what was behind him. A castle in Scotland, full of magic and secrets and people he loved. A headmaster who was learning to be better. A professor who was learning to let love be enough. An angel who was learning to doubt. A wraith, somewhere in the darkness, nursing its fury and planning its return. He thought about what was ahead. 5 more years at Hogwarts. 5 more years of growth and danger and the slow, patient work of becoming whoever he was going to be. Voldemort would return, that was certain. The Celestial Court would render its judgment, that was inevitable. Dumbledore would continue his chess game. Snape would continue his vigil. The world would continue to demand that Harry Morningstar choose a side, a category, a box to fit into. He would continue to refuse. Because that was the lesson. The only lesson that mattered, the one his father had taught him with every story and every argument and every 3 a.m. debate about free will. You don't become what the world tells you to be. You don't accept the categories assigned to you by parents or prophecies or celestial courts. You choose. Every day, every moment, with every breath you take and every action you perform, you choose who you are. Harry Morningstar chose to be good. Not because he had to. Not because a prophecy demanded it. Not because heaven expected it or hell required it or Albus Dumbledore had mapped it out on one of his cosmic chessboards. Because it was his choice. And choice was everything. The train moved south. The sun moved west. The world turned, as it always did, on the axis of choices made by people brave enough or foolish enough or loving enough to make them. Harry Morningstar, the devil's son, the boy who lived, the child who existed in the space between everything, closed his eyes, felt the warmth of his people around him, and let the train carry him home. The end. Harry Morningstar will return.